Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to crush them thoroughly. He was eager to return to Hidden Leaf Village, establish the research division, and dive into his various experiments. Then it's settled. Everyone, go get some rest. It's been a long day. Meeting adjourned. Tsunade declared with a wave of her hand. Once the others left and only Kaido, Orochimaru, and Tsunade remained, she turned to them and asked, "So, how did it go? Was Madara's resurrection successful? He didn't cause any trouble, did he?" Tsunade had figured out Kaido's intentions when he'd questioned Orochimaru about prisoners earlier, so she hadn't stopped him. After all, it was a critical matter. They couldn't let Black Zetsu revive Madara first. A resurrected Madara with an immortal body would be even more of a headache. "Of course," Kaido replied with a grin. Everything went smoothly. "I've already revived Uchiha Madara and summoned his soul. But I haven't fully activated him yet, so he's not causing any problems for now. Besides, the sacrifice was so poor that his Edo Tensei body can only muster strength between a Jonin and a low-tier Kage. He wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble even if he tried. Still, to be safe, I'll wait until we're back in the village and consult the first Hokage." Kaido doubted he could convince Madara himself. Could the first Hokage succeed? If not, no big deal, he'd just plant several powerful seals on Madara to limit his abilities and movement. Madara could simply observe life in Hidden Leaf Village. Or maybe turn him into a history or ninjutsu instructor? That might actually work. As long as we make sure he doesn't brainwash any unbound Uchiha clansmen into his ideology. Kaido thought to himself. Chapter 139, The Appearance of Monkey D. Dragon. Alright. As long as you know what you're doing. Tsunade nodded nonchalantly, but she still reminded him, "But keep in mind, my grandfather isn't exactly reliable most of the time, so don't completely count on him to keep an eye on Madara Uchiha. And also, watch out for Black Zetsu. If he finds out we've resurrected Madara, he might try to snatch him away. It's best to keep Madara sealed for now." Clearly, Tsunade had little faith in relying on the first Hokage's reputation. "Understood. I'll be careful," Kaido replied with a nod. After discussing the village's upcoming plans with Tsunade and Orochimaru, Kaido finally left the command tent to get some rest. The next morning, Kaido gathered Kushina, Mikoto, and Minato to share his decision. "Things here are pretty much settled. Come back to the village with me," he said. "Alright." Mikoto, Kushina and Minato had no objections. "Let's go." After bidding farewell to Tsunade and the others, Kaido teleported them all back to his home. To his surprise, his mother wasn't at home. Using his observation haki, Kaido quickly sensed her presence at the Hokage's office, which wasn't surprising. "Let's grab some breakfast at the base in the pirate world and resume our morning training," Kaido said with a smile. "With the battlefield chaos behind us, we've missed a lot of training. Time to catch up." Kushina grinned and joked, "Finally. I'm starving. Let's go grab a proper breakfast." Without waiting, she teleported to their base in Shimatsuki village. Kaido and the others followed, heading straight to the base cafeteria. The Shimatsuki base operated a cafeteria that catered to the 3 clans training there, running 3 shifts daily to ensure food was always available. If there were leftovers, the staff would store them in a specialized time-sealed space connected to the dimensional gate, ensuring freshness. Kaido had set up this system himself to reduce waste while keeping meals hot and ready whenever needed. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they were greeted by Kuina and Tashigi. "Wow, Mikoto, Kaido. What brings you here so early? I haven't seen you in days. Is the war still going on?" Kuina asked curiously, waving at them. "The war's over, at least for now," Mikoto replied with a smile as she waved back. "And your Kaido here practically ended it single-handedly." She grabbed a hearty breakfast and joined the 2 sisters at their table, chatting happily. "Have you 2 been keeping up with your training?" she asked. "Of course," Kuina exclaimed, clenching her fists confidently. "I've set my sights on becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Slacking off isn't an option." "Impressive." Kushina said with an encouraging smile as she sat down with her tray of food. Kuina grinned. Not as impressive as you guys, though. To her, Mikoto and Minato were the benchmarks, people she aspired to surpass. However, realizing how difficult that would be, she decided to start with a more achievable goal, surpassing Kushina, the weakest one in swordsmanship, as her first step. The group spent the meal chatting casually about recent events, laughter, and stories filling the air. Suddenly, Nami entered the cafeteria, her eyes scanning the room until they landed on Kaido. She approached with an eager expression, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Clearly, she was here to hear all about Kaido's latest feats. Mikoto and Kushina enthusiastically recounted Kaido's heroic deeds, leaving Kuina, Nami, and Tashigi in awe. Their admiration for Kaido only deepened. By the way, since the war is over and the bad Hokage has been captured, and Kaido is about to become Hokage, does that mean we can visit Hidden Leaf Village now? Tashigi asked suddenly. Yeah. I'm curious about the ninja world and Hidden Leaf Village too. Nami chimed in. Of course. Kaito said with a knowing smile. But give me a few days. Once I officially become Hokage, I plan to reform Hidden Leaf Village. One of the changes includes a proper identity system. I'll set you all up with official Hidden Leaf Village residency papers so you can visit without any hassle. But you'll need to stick to Hidden Leaf Village and its surroundings. Leaving the village is off limits unless you can convince Mikoto or my mother to accompany you. Kaido had already set up the system so that people from the pirate world traveling to the ninja world could only teleport to the Uchiha base in most cases. At the base, there were designated guides to ensure no issues arose. No problem. Mikoto, you'll take us sightseeing, right? Tashigi asked excitedly. Last time we visited that little shopping district, and it was amazing. Tashigi and the others excitedly asked Mikoto. All right, Mikoto said with a resigned smile, glancing at their eager faces. She couldn't help but relent. After breakfast, Kaido created multiple shadow clones to focus on their daily training. Of course, the real body also participated since certain techniques, like his Eternal Life technique, required his personal effort. Once the morning training was over, after about 2 hours, Kaido left some shadow clones to continue working in the pirate world or return to the ninja world to practice ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the real Kaido was called over by Koshiro. Inside a tea room at the dojo, Koshiro poured tea for himself and Kaido, as usual, before asking about the details of the war. After listening, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's good that the war ended early. The ninja world is far too twisted. Hopefully, it'll unify soon. For such a small place to remain divided and war-torn for so long, it's no good for anyone. If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. With my strength, dealing with Kage-level opponents shouldn't be an issue. As for stronger ones, I could hold my own initially, but prolonged battles might be tough." He didn't boast unnecessarily, after all, the ninja world was full of bizarre and unpredictable techniques. While he had explored chakra to some extent, his focus was still primarily on swordsmanship. Got it. Kaito smiled and nodded. If I run into any trouble, I won't hesitate to ask for your help. Oh, by the way, I've made a deal with Hatake Tsukumo from the ninja world. I'm trading our pirate world swordsmanship training methods for their family samurai swordsmanship techniques and ninja sword techniques. When the time comes, I'll pass it on to you to practice. You've always been interested in blending swordsmanship and ninjutsu, haven't you? Haha. Koshiro's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. That's great. I've been itching to see those ninja sword techniques for a while now. He is Tsukumo, the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village mentioned in the information you shared with me? Exactly. Kaido confirmed with a smirk. What, are you interested in him? Of course. Koshiro said with a nod. From what I've seen, he's a top-tier swordsman with incredible talent. Naturally, I'd like to meet him. If we could spar, even better. With his talent, if he trained in our world's swordsmanship, 8 more of the sea king beasts and fierce creatures we have here, he might even reach the level of a great swordsman in the future. To Koshiro, someone who became a top swordsman in a world where swordsmanship had declined couldn't be underestimated. Tsukumo's environment and resources had been his only limitations. If he were exposed to the pirate world's resources, his growth would skyrocket. Well, if that's the case, you'll have to visit the ninja world. I can introduce you to, and you can spar to your heart's content. I could even arrange for him to personally teach you the ninja sword techniques. Kaito said. Although he hasn't fully met the conditions for the contract yet. If he had, things would be much simpler. Kaido was also curious about how fast Tsukumo could grow in the pirate world with access to its techniques and resources. Seeing Tsukumo go head-to-head with someone like Mihawk in the future would undoubtedly be exciting. In that case, I'll visit the ninja world to exchange ideas and spar with him. Let's hope he signs the contract soon. Koshiro replied with a slight sigh of regret. He understood that only by signing a contract with Kaido could Sycamore Hatake rapidly grow and break through his limits. Otherwise, even with access to the pirate world's swordsmanship, his potential would remain capped. It should happen soon. Sycamore is straightforward and easy to deal with. Building rapport with him won't be difficult. Kaito said with a confident smile. True. Koshiro agreed with a laugh. For someone to achieve such feats of swordsmanship in your world, they must be sincere and determined. The two chatted for another half hour. Just as Kaido was about to leave, Koshiro suddenly said, "Oh, right." He looked at Kaido with a serious expression. A few days ago, Monkey D. Dragon visited Shimatsuki Island. He was recruiting people. What? Kaito was stunned. Dragon? The Revolutionary Army's leader? Has he already defected from the Marines and started building his revolutionary force? Did you agree to join? Kaido hadn't expected Dragon to act at this point in time. Then again, Dragon had likely left the Marines years ago to start the Revolutionary Army and had already connected with figures like Vegapunk. Speaking of Vegapunk, he should have been forced into working for the world government not long ago. If Dragon still has secret ties with him, maybe I can use this opportunity to meet and recruit Vegapunk myself. Kinda rubbed his chin, lost in thought. This was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Chapter 140, The First Hokage's Admiration and Respect. I haven't agreed to join yet, but I haven't completely refused either. Koshiro shook his head with a chuckle. Didn't you say this person could be an ally for your cause? Someone who could help overthrow the world government and build a new world order? Of course, I wouldn't reject them outright. The master smiled. I just set up a meeting for a month from now to talk things over properly. I also gave them a brief overview of you, your mom, and your general ideas. And? Dragon's interested. He agreed. So, in 26 days, you'd better bring Lady Naori to meet him. Face to face. Hopefully, you can. Well, let's say, persuade him to join us. Maybe even form a contract with him. Such a person, someone capable of stirring up great waves in the future, couldn't be overlooked. After all, his disciple aimed to unite the pirate world, reshape its chaotic order, and make it a better place. As a mentor, how could he not support that? Besides, he himself wasn't satisfied with the current world government or the chaotic global system. 26 days, huh? Sure, no problem. Kaito raised an eyebrow and gave Koshiro a grateful look. Thanks, sensei. Don't worry, I know how to convince Dragon. I'll do everything I can to win him over. He had confidence in his ability to handle this. In his opinion, Dragon was likely still in a state of theoretical confusion and doubt. It was the perfect time to approach him. Haha. Good. As long as you're confident. Koshiro smiled knowingly and took a sip of tea. They chatted a bit more before Kaido took his leave. He returned to the shinobi world with Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato. You all go ahead and train. I need to head to the Hokage Tower to discuss something with my mom and the others. As soon as they arrived back, Kaido gave instructions to Mikoto and the group. Alright, go take care of your business. Mikoto waved him off, then took Kushina and Minato, heading toward the Uchiha clan's training grounds. Kaido, meanwhile, made his way to the Hokage Tower. After a brief announcement, a new Anbu led him to the Hokage's office, where he found his mother and a few others. Mom. Lady Mido. First Hokage. As soon as he entered, Kaido greeted them warmly. Back already? How's the situation on the front lines? Naori Uchiha asked, nodding in acknowledgement. Both Uzumaki Mido and the first Hokage turned to Kaido, awaiting his report. Kaito sat down on the sofa beside the first Hokage. The major issues are handled. What's left is dealing with the Sand Shinobi. I killed their Kazekage and wiped out thousands of their elite forces. Now it's up to them to decide what's next. Hopefully, they'll surrender, admit defeat, and sign a treaty. If not, I might have to make another trip to crush them completely. Even then, it shouldn't take long. Good. Naori nodded in satisfaction. We were just discussing the details of your succession ceremony. The Hokage robes and other preparations are being handled as we speak. We've also contacted the sculptors for the monument, they're ready to start anytime. Now we're just waiting for the frontline troops to return victorious. Since you're back, it's time for you to start taking over Hokage duties and handling things directly. Being Hokage isn't easy. We've been working non-stop these past few days. Finally, we can get some rest. Mido smiled in relief and added, exactly. We're getting old. It's time to pass these responsibilities to you younger folks. Kaido gave them a deadpan look. If you want to slack off, just say so. Why make excuses? You're not exactly old, don't think I don't know better. Haha. Ha ha ha. Mito and Naori couldn't help but laugh, and even the first Hokage joined in heartily. Alright, I have something to say. Kaito sighed, waving his hand to calm them down. He then pulled out a document and handed it to Nori and the others. Here, this is Hidden Leaf Village's 5-year development plan and the new power structure proposal. Take a look, and if you have any suggestions or issues, let me know so we can adjust it. Once I officially take over, I'll start implementing these plans step by step. Oh? Mito accepted the document, surprised. Didn't expect you to already have a plan in place. Alright, let's take a look. The three of them began reading through the detailed proposal. Wow. This is a bold plan. A research department? And this expansion of the school system, along with adjustments to the curriculum. You've even included ideological education? That's actually a great idea. As they read, they occasionally exclaimed in surprise and discussed specific points. It took a while for everyone to finish reading the detailed plan. The first Hokage couldn't help but praise it. This plan is incredibly well made. It's far better than the current structure of Hidden Leaf Village. Did you come up with all this by yourself? Who else could it be? Kaido shrugged casually. Do you see anyone else capable of drafting such a plan? Haha. You're amazing, kid. I'm impressed. The first Hokage gave him a big thumbs up. Especially the part about the school reforms, it's brilliant. Based on your plan, children start with a foundational preschool class. At age 6, they move on to elementary education. The curriculum includes basic ninja techniques, physical training, weapon handling, chakra refinement, ethics, history, chemistry, biology, and physics. In the later years of elementary school, they'll begin learning chakra control, practical combat, and even beginner-level ninjutsu. There are also elective courses and special interest classes. After graduating and becoming Geinin, there are mandatory enhancement programs for Geinin, and similar training programs for Chunin and even Jonin. The level of detail in your Ninja Academy reform far surpasses anything Dobirama ever envisioned. It's ambitious and thorough. On top of that, you're introducing educational programs for civilians to train doctors, nurses, craftsmen, researchers, administrators, and teachers. You're covering so many fields. This plan isn't just about making use of ninjas but also unlocking the full potential of civilians. If implemented, Hidden Leaf Village's future will undoubtedly be prosperous and strong. But I have to admit, the financial burden might be significant. This plan shattered the first Hokage's prior understanding of how things could be. After all, his own education was minimal, and governance was not his strong suit. How could he have properly planned Hidden Leaf Village's development? Kaido's plan, however, was a refined fusion of lessons from his previous life and adjustments tailored to the ninja world. True. Uzumaki Mito and Naori Uchiha both nodded in agreement. Mito added, it's not just the education sector. The reorganization of other departments is also well thought out, far better than the current structure. But this new administrative division and mission division. You're proposing to delegate a lot of the Hokage's administrative powers. Are you sure that's a good idea? With these divisions, the Hokage will only handle major decisions, while most of the day-to-day tasks will be managed by these departments. Even mission approvals will largely fall to the mission division unless they're A-rank or S-rank missions. Isn't that a bit much? I don't think so. Kaido chuckled and waved dismissively. The Hokage, as the village's supreme leader, shouldn't be bogged down by endless trivial matters. Otherwise, how would they find the time to train, grow stronger, and focus on critical issues that determine the village's future? You can't have the Hokage dying of overwork, can you? Trying to micromanage everything is a recipe for failure. The third Hokage was a perfect example of this. And worse, he was corrupted by power. This clear division of responsibilities and the redistribution of some Hokage powers will also help prevent future dictatorships. It's better for the village's growth. As for fears of the Hokage losing authority or being undermined, there's no need to worry. The Hokage's strength is what truly secures their position. As long as they're strong, no one will dare challenge them. Besides, key areas like the Anbu and Finance Division will still remain directly under the Hokage's control. Those are the real levers of power. Without soldiers or funds, nothing can be achieved. With those in hand, the Hokage's position is secure. Fair point. Uzumaki Mito nodded thoughtfully. She gazed at Kaido with admiration. I never expected someone so young to have such a deep understanding of power and governance. With you as Hokage, we don't have to worry about Hidden Leaf Village's future at all. Dividing authority like this also helps win over the hearts of the various ninja clans and individual ninjas. It's a good move. Initially, she had worried that Kaido's ambitions might lean toward authoritarianism. Now, it seemed she had misjudged him. He genuinely wanted to reshape the world into something better. You're truly remarkable, Kaido. Hashirama chimed in with a tone of admiration. Not everyone can see through the nature of power and resist its temptations to make wise choices. Even Tobirama would likely feel proud to see this. He might finally change his views on the Uchiha. If only he and Tobirama had implemented a fairer division of power in the past, perhaps Madara wouldn't have been driven away or manipulated into leaving. Perhaps the Uchiha clan could have fully integrated into the village. But those were questions with no answers now. The past couldn't be changed. All that mattered was the present and the future. Maybe. Kaito said with a faint smile. But Tobirama's deep-seated bias against the Uchiha remains the root of the problem. If he were alive now, his first reaction wouldn't be pride, it'd be to stop me from becoming Hokage. So, let's hold off on reviving him until after I'm officially Hokage and we've dealt with Saratobi and Denzo. Only then can we talk about it. Tobirama feeling proud? Not likely. Perhaps once Kaido's reforms were fully implemented and Hidden Leaf Village truly prospered, there'd be a sliver of hope for that. Chapter 141, Activated. Edo Tensei Madara haha. Yeah, that's how Tobirama is. Always hung up on his hatred and prejudice against the Uchiha. I've been telling him off about it for years, but it's no use. The first Hokage sighed, smiling helplessly and shaking his head. He looked like he had a headache dealing with Tobirama's stubbornness. Little did he know, he was just as stubborn himself. Forget about that guy, Tobirama. At this point, Nari Uchiha quickly changed the subject and teased Kaido with a sly grin. I see you've delegated most of the administrative tasks and duties. Let me guess, it's not just about fair distribution of power. You're slacking off, aren't you? Don't think I don't know you. You hate trouble and can be super lazy sometimes, huh? Who knows a person better than their own family? Luckily, when it came to training and getting stronger, Kaido was diligent and persistent. Otherwise. Huh? Is that true? Hearing this, Uzumaki Mido and Hashirama both blinked in surprise, their gazes turning inquisitively toward Kaido. Hey. Kaito scratched the back of his head, laughing sheepishly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Mom. Yeah, that's part of the reason. But honestly, I think it's totally fine. Why waste my precious time on trivial stuff? That's just a waste of my life. As Hokage, my job is to keep getting stronger, set the village on the right course, and guide its development. Isn't that enough? The little details? Leave those to the people under me. If they can't handle that, then what's the point of having them around? Under my leadership, the capable rise, and the incompetent step aside. With this approach, there's no need to worry about things going wrong. Prioritizing the big picture over the small stuff, that's the way to go. Well, you've got a point. Nari Uchiha chuckled, nodding. The group then got into a detailed discussion, refining the policies and addressing overlooked issues. Gradually, their plans became more thorough and reasonable. They discussed until noon without even stopping for a meal, instead pulling food out of a storage scroll and eating as they talked. Gulp. The aroma of roasted sea kings and beast meat filled the air, rich with vitality and nutrients. Hashirama couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes glued to the food on the table. There's no poison in that, right? So can I have some? Just a bite? What's this stuff anyway? It smells so full of life and energy. Uzumaki Mido rolled her eyes and snapped, you're basically a walking corpse. What's the point of eating? It's a waste. Just sit tight and behave. And maybe, just maybe, when Kaido finds a way to fully resurrect you, we'll talk. This food is incredibly rare in the shinobi world, and we can't waste it. Hashirama shot his wife a pitiful look, feeling utterly unloved. Alright. Let our first Hokage eat a little. It's not that big of a deal. Nari Uchiha couldn't take it anymore, laughing as he handed the Hokage a small portion of meat and a set of utensils. Not too much, though. Just enough for a taste, I don't like to waste any. It wasn't like they were short on food anymore. The Pirate World team had people regularly hunting sea kings and beasts, not just for meals but also to supply the growing nutrition factories. Given the size of the Pirate World and its abundant resources, they didn't have to worry about overhunting. Thanks. Hey. Hashirama clapped his hands together in gratitude, then eagerly dug into the bowl in front of him. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating with gusto. So good. So good. As he ate, he couldn't help but praise the food. He wasn't exaggerating, this was genuinely the best meal he'd ever had, even better than anything from when he was alive. Especially the sea king meat. The vitality and nutrients in it were unmatched. Unfortunately, all of it went to waste because his current body couldn't absorb it. This realization made him feel a little down. Kaido, When do you think you'll figure out a way to properly resurrect me? I'm really starting to hate this half-dead state. If it's not possible, I might as well head back to the Pure Land. At least I wouldn't have to sit here drooling over food. Just hang in there a bit longer. Kaido waved him off casually. I'm working on it. Give me a year, maybe less, and I should have it sorted out. Ever since Hashirama started appreciating his plans for the village, his favorability had been steadily increasing. It was already at 76 points, just a little more, and he'd meet the contract requirements. Probably just a few more days, maybe a week or two. I wonder what'll happen when I form a contract with a half-dead first Hokage? Will it even work? The thought made Kaido curious. A year? It's going to take that long? That's gonna be tough. Hashirama groaned, looking utterly defeated. Don't worry. Kaido chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. If it gets too boring, you can find your old friend to share your misery with. Not only will Tobirama be revived soon, but I've already brought Madara Uchiha back too. What? That bombshell left Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido, and Naori Uchiha all stunned. Naori Uchiha frowned. He's already been revived? Where is he now? Are you sure he won't get out of control? Even though she trusted her son, it was still Madara Uchiha they were talking about. Not exactly someone easy to handle. Exactly. Hashirama nodded seriously. I've said it before, I can break free from the restraints of this technique anytime I want. Madara can undoubtedly do the same. Relax. Kaido, sensing their concern, smiled reassuringly. I didn't use White Zetsu as a sacrifice. Instead, I chose a lowly Hidden Stones village nin prisoner from the front-line camp's jail, a guy who committed plenty of heinous crimes. He was perfect for the job. Because of that, the Madara I revived is capped at around upper Jonin or mid-Kage level in strength at best. Plus, I haven't even fully activated him yet. I've only summoned his soul and created a reanimated body using the Edo Tensei. I'm planning to have Mom and Lady Mido help add layers of powerful and complex seals on him, restricting both his power and actions even further. When that's done, he'll be the perfect company for the first Hokage. Of course, it'd be best if we could capture Black Zetsu as well, or at least ensure Madara won't have a chance to escape. These things couldn't be left to chance. That sounds good. Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha both breathed a sigh of relief. Sure thing. Mido said, I'll help you add the seals when the time comes. Great. The meal went on for a good half hour before wrapping up. Afterward, they continued refining Hidden Leaf Village's first 5-year plan. Kaido even invited temporary village leaders and representatives from various shinobi clans to join the discussion. When these representatives saw the content of the plan, they were visibly amazed. Naturally, the fact that Kaido was willing to delegate more authority made them quite happy. They began thinking that having Kaido as Hokage was leagues better than the third Hokage. After all, during the third's rule, he had constantly suppressed the clans, centralized power, and siphoned off village resources to strengthen himself. He wanted to control everything, and it made the clans incredibly uncomfortable. This plan was ambitious so that it couldn't be finalized in just one day. Over the course of 5 days, Kaido and his team worked tirelessly to polish the plan. Finally, they nailed it down. By then, Kaido felt a huge sense of relief. Not only had they finalized the reform and development plan, but most of the appointments for the new organizational structure were also settled. Future reforms would be much easier to manage. During those same 5 days, with the help of Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha, Kaido also completed the sealing and modification of Madara Uchiha's reanimated body. Now, Madara was utterly incapable of escaping. His power could be adjusted to remain completely sealed or reduced to an immobile state, weaker than an average Kage-level ninja. Moreover, Madara couldn't act without Kaido or his allies' permission. Escape was impossible, his location would be monitored in real time, and if he tried to leave the designated area, he'd be completely sealed, rendered powerless, and instantly transported to a specially constructed Uchiha death cell. Alternatively, at Kaido's command, Madara could be knocked unconscious and confined in isolation for a predetermined time. With all these layers of precautions in place, Kaido finally activated Madara Uchiha and handed him over to the first Hokage. He hoped Hashirama could bring Madara back to the right path. What is this? The moment Edo Tensei was activated, Madara opened his eyes and immediately saw Hashirama and Kaito standing before him. In an instant, his mind snapped into focus. His face hardened, his body tensed, and he took up a battle stance, ready to kill Kaido and anyone else nearby. But the next second, his body went limp. Thud. He collapsed onto the ground, stunned. What? What is this? Where's my strength? And this feeling? Is this Edo Tensei? Did you bring me back in this form? And you tampered with me? As he spoke, Madara Uchiha glared at Kaido and the others, his eyes burning with disbelief and indignation. He wanted nothing more than to tear them to pieces. Don't bother struggling, it's pointless. We've prepared every safeguard. You can't escape, and you definitely can't harm anyone in Hidden Leaf Village. Kaito smiled faintly at Madara's reaction. He then calmly explained the restrictions and countermeasures they had put in place. Of course, he only mentioned the existence of these measures, not their specific details. He wasn't stupid. You. Madara's face darkened as he listened, feeling a surge of frustration. His hand, barely regaining some strength, trembled as he pointed at Kaido. The sheer humiliation made him want to vomit blood. If looks could kill, Kaido and the others would have been shredded into pieces by Madara's glare. This was too cruel. Too damn underhanded. Madara couldn't accept how he lost the battle before and now this. Chapter 142, Madara, you've gotten dumber fuck. At this moment, Madara Uchiha couldn't help but curse inwardly. Just hearing about all the sealing techniques applied to him, he could already sense that the situation was far worse than what Kaido had described. There was practically no way he could escape on his own. It was obvious, they were preventing him from being revived using Black Zetsu's Edo Tensei technique. So, they preemptively went all out to stop him. And damn it, they succeeded. It was a flawless plan. They blocked every possible path. No loopholes. Looks like I'll have to rely on Black Zetsu now. Madara thought. Let's hope he's competent enough to find me quickly and help me break free from this control. Kaido, you little punk. Just you wait. The day I break free and return to my prime, I'll make you pay. I'll tear you all apart. Madara vowed bitterly in his heart. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Ahahaha. At this moment, Hashirama scratched the back of his head, looking at Madara with an awkward smile. Madara. You don't have to be so upset about this. He tried to console him. Look on the bright side. When we defeat Black Zetsu and bring you back to the right path, I'll convince Kaido to lift these restrictions on you. In fact, maybe someday, you'll truly come back to life for real. Come on, cheer up. To be honest, if you were in Madara's shoes, he'd probably feel just as bad. But what else could they do? Madara had chosen the wrong path, after all. Ha. Hashirama, you really love talking big, don't you? Madara snapped back, his tone full of resentment. You're not the one being sealed and locked up. Of course, it's easy for you to say, look at the bright side. Why don't you trade places with me and see how you like it? Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head again, smiling sheepishly. Well, what choice did we have? You got tricked by that Black Zetsu guy and tried to destroy the world. We had to stop you. Honestly, though, you were kinda dumb back then. How could you fall for Black Zetsu's lies so easily? That's not like you, Madara. Weren't you always the smart one? You used to say I was the dumb one, remember? Hashirama's words hit a nerve. Excuse me? Madara glared at him, eyes wide in disbelief. What do you mean I got tricked by Black Zetsu? Do you even know what you're talking about? And who told you I fell out with you because of Black Zetsu's lies? For your information, I created Black Zetsu with my own willpower. Everyone else might betray me, but he never would. Despite his confident tone, Madara couldn't help but feel a sliver of doubt. After all, Black Zetsu's creation had always been a bit odd. It was an accident, something even he didn't fully understand. His naturally suspicious nature had always kept that question buried in the back of his mind. Today, however, Hashirama had just poked at it. No, it can't. Madara muttered to himself. Absolutely not. Hashirama shook his head firmly. Creating life isn't that simple. If you really created Black Zetsu, then why don't you go ahead and make another one? You can't, can you? Madara fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. It's true I can't. But that doesn't prove Black Zetsu isn't a product of my will. Also, let me correct you, when I left the village, I hadn't even created Black Zetsu yet. I only made him after I awakened the Rinnegan using a special technique. Your claim doesn't add up at all. Oh, but it does. At this moment, Kaido chimed in with a sly grin. Here's the truth, Madara, Black Zetsu isn't your creation at all. He's actually the will of Otsutsuki Kaguya, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. She created him right before she was sealed away by the sage and his brother. Black Zetsu has been working for over 1,000 years to revive her. Surprise. He's been playing you like a fiddle the whole time. Also, you're not his first victim. He even manipulated Indra, one of the sage's sons, who, by the way, is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. What? Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. Otsutsuki Kaguya. The sage's mother? Where are you even getting this nonsense from? You're just a 10-year-old kid. How could you possibly know the truth about something that happened over 1,000 years ago? And don't tell me it's from the clan records. When I left the village, I took most of those valuable texts with me. There's no way any of that would have been recorded in what was left behind. Kaido just shrugged with a smug smile. Doesn't matter how I know. The point is, I do know. And by the way, you keep insisting you didn't get tricked by Black Zetsu into turning against Hashirama and leaving the village, but that's just wrong. Don't forget, you read the contents of the Uchiha clan stone tablet, didn't you? That's where you got the idea about merging the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans to achieve infinite peace through the infinite Tsukami. What? Madara's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at Kaido, then turned his gaze to Naori Uchiha, suspicion written all over his face. How do you know about that? Wait. Naori, did you awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? But that's impossible. Your family is gone, only your little sister is still alive, right? And she hasn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone lost her eyes. Besides, during our battle, I could see clearly that your Sharingan was just a regular Mangekyo, not an eternal one. The eternal Mangekyo has a more intricate design, combining two Mangekyo patterns into one. Granted, your ocular power is ridiculously strong, even I have to admit that. But still, how could you see the tablet's full text? Madara was grasping at straws, trying to make sense of it all. Stop guessing. Naori's calm voice cut through his rambling as she activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. You're right, I only have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not the eternal. And even with my strong ocular power, I can't see the parts of the tablet meant only for the eternal Mangekyo. But here's the thing, the stone tablet has been tampered with. What do you mean, tampered with? Madara demanded, his head spinning from all this new information. Exactly what it sounds like. Naori replied coolly. Black Zetsu altered the stone tablet a long time ago. Madara's head throbbed as his doubts grew deeper. The more he thought about it, the more questions and suspicions filled his mind. But how? Naori Uchiha replied, looking at Madara with a pitying gaze. Black Zetsu, as a special entity created by Otsutsuki Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths Mother, using yin-yang release and her own will, naturally wields power beyond the reach of ordinary people. And the key to it all is yin-yang release. The Sage of Six Paths tablet. Yeah, normal people can't modify it and still maintain its original functionality. That's probably why you believed so strongly in the contents of the tablet, isn't it? But obviously, Black Zetsu is an exception. With his mastery of yin-yang release and his personal experience from the Sage of Six Paths era, not to mention his involvement in manipulating Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, of course, he could alter the tablet's contents. Granted, he didn't change everything. The parts about creation of all things jutsu are true and remain untouched. But the part about achieving eternal peace through the infinite Tsukami? That's undeniably fake. The real goal wasn't to bring about eternal peace but to harness the power of the Ten Tails and the infinite Tsukami to resurrect his sealed mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya. You need to understand, the Ten Tails was originally the divine tree, planted by the Otsutsuki clan. Kaguya ate the fruit it bore, becoming the progenitor of Chakra in the ninja world. When the Sage of Six Paths sealed her away, the Chakra of the Ten Tails fruit was split into two parts. One became the Judo statue, and the other was divided into the nine-tailed beasts. To revive Kaguya, they would need the power of the Ten Tails and a caster with enough strength and potential to act as the vessel. Now tell me, who do you think that unfortunate caster is? Madara, hearing Naori's mocking tone and words, flushed with anger. But he couldn't deny that Naori's reasoning made his suspicions about Black Zetsu grow even stronger. It wasn't just the content, it was the depth of knowledge Naori and his companions seemed to have. The logic they presented was undeniable. You had to understand, the history of Indra, the Sage of Six Paths, the Judo statue, and the Ten Tails. This level of detail wasn't something widely documented in the ninja world. And yet, Naori and his group spoke as though they had lived through it all. It was deeply unsettling. Why do you believe the infinite Tsukami can't truly achieve eternal peace? Madara, unable to make sense of it, took a deep breath and searched for flaws in Naori's arguments, questioning him further. Isn't it obvious? Naori responded, looking at Madara as though he were a complete idiot. Madara's face flushed even redder. He felt insulted. Before he could lash out, Hashirama interjected, his face full of disbelief as he looked at Madara. Isn't it obvious, though? Seriously. The Sage of Six Paths left behind the tablet, right? According to legend, when he founded Ninshu and spread chakra to humanity, his ultimate goal was to achieve eternal peace, a world without war, full of harmony and cooperation. If the infinite Tsukami truly could achieve that goal, why didn't he do it himself? Why leave it on a tablet for future generations to discover? Don't tell me he realized this at the end of his life when it was already too late. Madara, initially stunned by Hashirama's logic, began to see the inconsistency. But then Hashirama added, why not? That could totally be the case. Madara, grasping onto this flimsy justification like a drowning man clutching a straw, nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's entirely possible. Hashirama gave him a look of pure exasperation and disdain. Madara, you've gotten dumber, haven't you? What? You bastard, Hashirama, Madara exploded in anger, his face flushing red as he yelled, how dare you call me stupid? If anyone here is dumb, it's you. Hashirama smirked. Oh? Care to prove it? Because between the two of us, you're definitely the dumber one. Madara had always believed that if either of them was foolish, it was Hashirama. Hashirama was, in Madara's mind, the definition of a dense idiot. Otherwise, how could he have made so many ridiculous decisions over the years? Oh, really? Hashirama rolled up his sleeves, clearly ready to argue. How about the time we skipped stones? I always won that. And let's not forget the time we, shut up. Madara's face darkened as he shot to his feet, rushing over to clamp a hand over Hashirama's mouth before he could reveal any more embarrassing details. What's wrong with you? That's not something you should be saying out loud. Just forget it ever happened. Forget it forever. At that moment, Madara wished he could travel back in time and strangle his younger self for agreeing to that absurd contest about who could pee farther. He had never felt so humiliated. MMPH, Hashirama wriggled free of Madara's grip, looking annoyed. What's your problem, Madara? Madara glared at him. You tell me. Do you want to embarrass both of us in front of everyone? This was exactly why Madara always thought Hashirama was an idiot. Normal people didn't go around sharing embarrassing stories for everyone to hear. Did Hashirama have no sense of shame? Or worse, did he genuinely think those things weren't embarrassing? The thought left Madara even more speechless. Can we please get back to the actual discussion? Madara took a deep breath, shaking his head to clear it. Fine, fine. Hashirama replied, raising his hands in surrender. Let's focus on the real issue. He continued, even if we assume the Sage of Six Paths didn't have long to live, couldn't he have passed this method for eternal peace onto his sons or descendants? Why go to the trouble of carving it into a hidden tablet under your clan's shrine, requiring a special set of eyes just to read it? Doesn't that seem contradictory to his supposed goal of making it easy for people to find peace? Tell me I'm wrong. Madara was left speechless. Having experienced death once and been broken down multiple times, Madara found himself more willing to listen and think things through. He had to admit, Hashirama's argument made sense. For the first time, he began to seriously question the tablet's authenticity. But he wasn't ready to give up just yet. He clung to one last hope, voicing his final doubt. Maybe it's because achieving this peace requires the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, or even further evolution to the Rinnegan, but he stopped mid-sentence. Because he realized that argument didn't hold up either. Indra, the Sage of Six Paths' son and the Uchiha's ancestor, undoubtedly had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He might even have had the Rinnegan. And if he didn't, he could have obtained the Senju's power to awaken it, just as Madara himself had done. The Sage of Six Paths had two sons. Even if they didn't get along, was it really impossible for him to share such crucial information with them? Madara had turned against Hashirama, and yet he had still obtained Hashirama's power to awaken the Rinnegan. So why wouldn't the Sage of Six Paths share this knowledge directly with his own sons instead of hiding it on a tablet? It didn't add up. So, the tablet's contents were fake? Was I manipulated by Black Zetsu all along? Madara muttered, his eyes hollow with disbelief. Obviously. Kaido interjected, nodding firmly. He looked at Madara with a pitying expression and added, of course, not everything on the tablet is false. A few parts, like the infinite Sakaimi as a means to eternal peace? Those are lies. 9 truths and 1 lie, that's how Black Zetsu made you believe it without question. You were completely deceived and used by him. Chapter 143, Plans for Black Zetsu. Upon hearing the revelation, Madara Uchiha's eyes reignited with a glimmer of life, but his heart brimmed with unrelenting anger and hatred toward Black Zetsu. So, everything he had done all these years, including turning against Hashirama and even killing him, had all been manipulations orchestrated by Black Zetsu? This was unacceptable. It felt like his entire life had been a lie. For a moment, Madara was overcome by a profound sense of disillusionment. He couldn't bear the thought of facing Hashirama anymore. But Kaido, noticing Madara's inner turmoil, smirked faintly and suddenly interjected, if you truly follow this method to achieve eternal peace, it's not entirely impossible. Madara and Hashirama froze, both turning to look at Kaido in shock. Their expressions seemed to scream, are you kidding us? After all the talk about conspiracies and hidden agendas, was he now saying this plan could actually work to bring peace? At this moment, both Madara and Hashirama felt an almost irresistible urge to punch him. Even Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha looked at Kaido with amused expressions, knowing full well that he was toying with Madara. Haha, don't get ahead of yourselves. Kaido, enjoying their reactions, waved his hand and chuckled as he explained with a grin, from what I know, casting the infinite Tsukimi would indeed pull the entire ninja world into an illusionary realm, putting everyone into eternal sleep. In that sense, yes, wars would truly end. And it would be permanent. But not for the reasons you'd think. Because anyone trapped in the infinite Tsukimi, whether humans or other living beings, would gradually transform into white Zetsu after a certain period. They would eventually cease to exist entirely. No humans, no animals, only white Zetsu would remain. When that happens, the ninja world would, in a sense, achieve permanent peace. After all, if there are no humans, there would be no conflicts or wars. Am I right? Madara Uchiha. Senju Hashirama. Wow, what a dark joke. At this point, Uzumaki Mido laughed and teased, so, in the end, all humans and animals would go extinct, leaving behind a wasteland. Sure, that's one way to achieve eternal peace. I must say, Black Zetsu really understood the essence of humanity and its flaws. As long as humans, or even animals, exist, conflict will never truly end. If you genuinely want peace, you either have to annihilate the world or unify it under absolute power combined with a fair system. That's the only way to achieve temporary, relative peace. And if you want this relative peace to last forever, the ruler would need to be immortal. Saying this, Mido gave Kaido a meaningful glance. Immortality. She felt Kaido might actually achieve it someday. After all, wasn't Kaido already incredible? With his current mastery of eternal life technique, his lifespan was already significantly prolonged. As for the limits of this technique, it was still unclear. 1,000 years might just be the baseline. The true upper limit would depend on what came next. And since Kaido had already surpassed the limits of one technique to create the life-extending art, who was to say he couldn't break through again to develop even more advanced methods for immortality and enhancing vitality? She was looking forward to it. Being bonded to Kaido, she and her clan members might have the chance to witness the future alongside him for a very, very long time. That seemed like a pretty good deal. Is immortality really achievable? Hashirama furrowed his brow, skeptical. Why not? Mido smiled faintly. Haven't you noticed that Naori and I have regained our youth and extended our lifespans? Nothing is truly impossible. Besides, you might not know this, but the Otsutsuki clan are naturally long-lived beings, practically immortal. If she hadn't been sealed away, the Sage of Six Paths mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, would still be alive and well to this day. Both Hashirama and Madara gasped audibly, their shock evident. Madara's eyes glimmered with newfound longing. If only he had possessed such method back then. There would have been no need for him to plot and scheme from the shadows, clinging to life like a dying ember. He could have openly unified the ninja world with his overwhelming strength and achieved his goals honorably. But alas! If what you say is true, then it seems Black Zetsu is also immortal. But why wasn't the Sage of Six Paths immortal? Why did he grow old and die? Madara's face was filled with confusion. This was something he simply couldn't wrap his head around. Surely the Sage of Six Paths, with his strength surpassing even Madara's peak after awakening the Rinnegan, wouldn't succumb to aging. After all, he was the son of Otsutsuki Kaguya, a being from another world. How could someone like that die of old age? And then there was Kaido. What exactly had he done to restore Mido and Naori's youth and extend their lifespans? Yes, Madara had finally pieced it together. The changes in Mido and Naori were all tied to this mysterious 10-year-old boy, Kaido. Everything seemed to trace back to him. This only made Madara more curious about Kaido's secrets. Hearing Madara's question, both Mido and Naori were momentarily stunned. They, too, couldn't figure it out and turned their gazes to Kaido. That's a good question. Kaido mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Logically speaking, someone like the Sage of Six Paths should have had an exceptionally long life. But the truth is, he did die. That probably has a lot to do with him removing the 10 tails from his body. Once he lost the 10 tails power, he was no longer immortal and ended up losing his life, just like how a Jinchuriki would die if their tailed beast were extracted. However, it seems like his death was voluntary. As for his true motives? That, I don't know yet. Kaido paused and added, but it's probably not something good. He had a feeling the Sage of Six Paths was playing a very long and complex game, and that his deliberate journey to the Pure Land of the Afterlife was a critical step in his grand plan. Kaido even suspected that the Pure Land might have been something the sage himself created by merging it with the original afterlife realm of the Shinobi world. It wasn't impossible. If this theory held, then the sage's purpose became clear: to take control of the afterlife's power while using the Pure Land as a foundation to catalyze and absorb the chakra of countless powerful ninja souls. And how would he get these souls? By provoking endless wars in the shinobi world. It wasn't just about growing stronger for himself. He might have been preparing for the eventual arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Kaido didn't believe for a second that the Sage of Six Paths was unaware of the Otsutsuki's impending descent upon the world. Even if he hadn't known initially, sealing his own mother would have revealed the truth to him. He must have realized that his existence as a mortal had limits. Just like how ordinary ninjas hit a ceiling due to their bloodline restrictions, the Sage of Six Paths might have faced a similar bottleneck later on. If he wanted to keep getting stronger to face the future threat of the Otsutsuki, he would have had to break through those limits. But how could he do that if his mortal body constrained him? Wait for death? Clearly, that wasn't an option. So, maybe he used his Rinnegan or some other method to discover the afterlife and found a way to continue progressing, but it required him to become a spirit, separating himself from his physical form entirely. Perhaps that's why he removed the 10 tails and willingly died. Of course, all of this was just Kaido's speculation. To uncover the truth, he'd need to capture the Sage of Six Paths in the future and dig through his memories. What do you think? Madara and the others frowned after hearing this. They also felt that whatever the Sage of Six Paths had done, it wasn't without some sinister purpose. But it wasn't something they could fully grasp right now. When are you planning to capture Black Zetsu? Madara asked Kaido, his tone filled with urgency. He no longer trusted Black Zetsu. He'd finally come to terms with the fact that Black Zetsu had been manipulating him all along. Now, more than anything, he wanted revenge against that slimy creature. As for the plans he had entrusted to Black Zetsu, Madara had given up on them entirely. Not only had Black Zetsu guided him to create those plans for its own purposes, but now that Madara was in Kaido's hands, sealed with countless layers of safeguards, there was no way Black Zetsu could rescue him from Hidden Leaf Village. It was obvious that Kaido and his allies had prepared for everything, ensuring that Madara couldn't escape. So instead of focusing on escape, Madara now placed his hopes on Kaido capturing Black Zetsu as well. When that time came, Madara would make sure to repay Black Zetsu for all its betrayals. That'll have to wait for the right opportunity. Kaido replied with a helpless shrug. You know how Black Zetsu is. Its existence is unique, its perception is sharp, and its escape and survival skills are top-notch. It's not easy to catch. Of course, Kaido didn't admit that part of him wanted to let Black Zetsu cause some chaos, gathering the tailed beasts to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. He found Kaguya, in all her naive and quirky simplicity, quite intriguing. He figured she might even become an ally in the future, a hidden ace with incredible potential. Besides, Black Zetsu's meddling would inevitably target other ninja villages. Especially when collecting tailed beasts, it would cause significant losses for those villages, forcing them to unite. And that would be beneficial for Kaito's goal of unifying the shinobi world. If Hidden Leaf Village grew too strong on its own, unifying the other villages would require force. But that would only increase their hatred for Hidden Leaf Village, creating even more problems to deal with post-unification. Too much hassle. However, if a shared enemy like Black Zetsu emerged, combined with economic influence and later threats like the Otsutsuki, it could greatly ease the process of unification. Kaido's strength was growing rapidly. In a few years, he might truly become invincible in the shinobi world. At that point, he could forcibly unify the villages through sheer power. But the drawbacks of that approach were obvious. Winning goodwill afterward would be significantly harder. That would delay his plans to eventually dominate the pirate world as well. So why not take a more strategic route? Slowing down the timeline for unification might actually save time in the long run. Chapter 144, Madara and Hashirama look like lovers I see. Madara Uchiha nodded, though the thought of Black Zetsu's sneaky survival tactics gave him a headache. In the past, Madara appreciated Black Zetsu's skills, thinking of him as an ally. Such talents had been a pleasant surprise and something he valued. Now, though, Black Zetsu had turned into a thorn in his side, an enemy. Madara found himself disgusted by the very abilities he once admired. Humans are fickle, after all. Alright, Madara. There's no need to rush these things. Hashirama said, noticing the shift in Madara's demeanor. He gave Madara a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Trust Kaido and the others. Black Zetsu will definitely fall into our trap sooner or later. When the time comes, we'll squeeze every last drop of usefulness out of him. After that, I'll hand him over to you to deal with however you see fit. Besides, Hashirama continued with a grin, we've got plenty of time ahead of us. Come on, let's take a stroll around Hidden Leaf Village together. It's been ages since we've done something like this. And let me tell you, The village has changed so much, it's practically unrecognizable. Without waiting for a response, Hashirama threw an arm around Madara's shoulder, infused a bit of chakra to help him regain some strength, and pulled him along. He nodded to Kaido and the others before cheerfully dragging Madara away. Hashirama, stop pulling me. I can walk on my own. Madara growled, clearly annoyed. And who said I wanted to go sightseeing in Hidden Leaf Village with you? What's there to see in that damned village anyway? Don't you know how much I hate it here? Madara's protests continued as Hashirama pulled him along. Ah, don't be so stubborn, Madara. Deep down, you still love Hidden Leaf Village, don't you? No need to act all tough, I know you too well. I know you the best. Ha ha ha. Hashirama chuckled. Madara. Uzumaki Mido. Naori Uchiha. In the end, despite his grumbling, Madara let Hashirama drag him into Hidden Leaf Village. For all his fiery personality, Madara seemed to have resigned himself to reality. Ha. It's true, Hashirama's the only one who can handle Madara. Kaito said, shaking his head in amazement at the scene. Thunk. Before Kaido could say more, Mido smacked him on the head, frowning. If you can't say something sensible, don't say anything at all. You're making it sound like they're lovers. Kaido rubbed his head, looking at Mido with a bewildered expression. His gaze seemed to ask, aren't they, though? Mido's eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand threateningly. Alright, I surrender. Kaido quickly raised his hands in mock defeat. Arguing with a woman, even one who's no longer young, was a losing battle, after all. PFFT. Naori, watching the entire exchange, couldn't help but laugh. You know, there's definitely something unusual about the bond between Hashirama and Madara. It's not your typical friendship, don't you think, Mido? Shut it, you! Mido snapped, her face darkening. She glared at Naori before abruptly changing the subject. Pulling out an old book, she said, didn't you two want information on Hikari Uchiha from the Senju archives? Well, here it is. What? Both Kaido and Naori were stunned. They immediately took the ancient text from Mido, eagerly flipping through its pages. It's true. Naori exclaimed. She's sealed in Mount Kaianmu. I remember that place, it used to be a Senju outpost, right? That's correct. Mido confirmed with a nod. The Senju and Sarutobi clans used the outpost to lay a trap. They lured Hikari Uchiha there, who was known as Uchiha Nanashi, and successfully ambushed her, sealing her away. So, what's the plan? Are you going to try to free her? Of course. Kaido and Naori exchanged a determined glance and nodded in unison. Alright. Mido said. We can go tomorrow afternoon. It's not far, only about 200 kilometers from here. We can teleport directly, so it shouldn't take long. But, Mido added, her expression serious, there's something you need to know. According to the records, Hikari Uchiha was betrayed by her clan. Combined with everything she endured before her sealing, it's highly likely she holds a deep grudge against the Uchiha. You'll need to tread carefully. She might not be willing to cooperate. Be prepared to change her perspective on the Uchiha, and maybe even life itself. Understood. Kaido and Naori replied, their expressions solemn. Kaito nodded thoughtfully. We'll figure something out. First, let's get her out of there and bring her back. Alright, then it's settled. Mido said, wrapping up the discussion. With that, Kaido headed off to train with Mikoto and the others. Meanwhile, on the Hidden Stones village front lines a few days earlier, Lord Tsuchikage, it's confirmed, Kazekage is dead. The Sand Village has suffered heavy losses, with at least 2,000 to 3,000 elite shinobi killed. Their camp is in disarray, and morale is low. The scout, Kitsuchi, reported. Although Chio and Debizo are holding things together, for now, there's internal division. Some want revenge against Hidden Leaf Village, but the majority seem inclined to negotiate for peace and withdraw their troops. We can take this opportunity while they're negotiating with Hidden Leaf Village to launch a surprise attack on them. Catch them completely off guard. We could recover the losses we suffered from Hidden Leaf Village by taking it out on the Sand Ninja. What do you think? As Kitsuchi returned from scouting the Sand Ninja's camp, he quickly reported everything he had learned to his father, Onoki, along with his suggestion. No. After listening, Onoki pondered for a moment before decisively rejecting the idea. We'll wait until they finish negotiating with Hidden Leaf Village and withdraw from the front lines to return to their village. Then we'll ambush them on their way back. Understood. And make sure not to drag Hidden Leaf Village into this matter. Onoki added. The last thing we need is Hidden Leaf Village taking this chance to extort us again. That's not a scenario I want to see. Once was more than enough humiliation, until they could counter the mass flying thunder god jutsu used by Hidden Leaf Village's forces, Onoki knew he had no choice but to tread carefully around them, lest they face even greater disgrace. Is that so? Kitsuchi frowned slightly. But if we wait until the Sand Ninja finalize their treaty with Hidden Leaf Village. You know how Hidden Leaf Village operates. Once they sign a treaty, they'll probably form an alliance with the Sand Ninja too. By then, attacking the Sand Ninja will be far more complicated, won't it? Wouldn't it make more sense to strike now, before they renew their alliance? That way, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't have any grounds to interfere, don't you think? Things aren't that simple. Onoki replied, shaking his head. If we attack the Sand Ninja while they're negotiating with Hidden Leaf Village, it'll be a blatant slap in Hidden Leaf Village's face. They'll definitely find an excuse to retaliate. But if we wait until their treaty and alliance are finalized, then attack the Sand Ninja, Hidden Leaf Village won't have a leg to stand on if they try to interfere. After all, we're Hidden Leaf Village's allies too. We've signed the same treaty. This would just be an internal matter between us and the Sand Ninja. Plus, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't gain much from stepping in, and they're unlikely to do so just for the Sand Ninja. You're absolutely right. Kitsuchi's face lit up with realization as he looked at his father with admiration. It was clear he still had much to learn. Alright, that's settled then. Start preparing. Onoki said with a wave of his hand, finalizing the decision. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, on the Sand Ninja's side, things were unfolding just as Onoki had predicted. In the end, they chose to negotiate with Hidden Leaf Village. The simple truth was that they couldn't afford to keep fighting. And they saw no hope of winning. Hidden Leaf Village, on the other hand, was just as eager to end the conflict, return home in triumph, and prepare for Kaido's ascension as the fourth Hokage. The negotiations progressed smoothly. Within 2 days, they had reached an agreement, signed a peace treaty, and even renewed their alliance. Of course, as the losing side, the Sand Ninja were required to pay reparations worth 10 billion. Despite their reluctance, Chio and the others ultimately agreed after assessing their dire situation and the unshakable resolve of Hidden Leaf Village. However, they made a small request, to pay in minerals and gold sand instead of money and other resources. Orochimaru saw no reason to refuse. Hidden Leaf Village had a high demand for minerals, making this a win-win situation. The Sand Ninja could settle their debt with fewer losses, and Hidden Leaf Village would gain a substantial amount of high-quality resources. Phew. It's finally done. Time to pack up and head back to the village. Tsunade said with a stretch after the treaties were signed. Yeah. Orochimaru nodded with a rare smile. It's finally over. I hear the preparations for Kaido's ascension are already underway in the village. We need to wrap things up here quickly and head back to Hidden Leaf Village. We can't afford to delay things on his end. Orochimaru was eager to return, not just for the village's affairs but also for his research. He could hardly wait to get back to his lab. At that moment, Jiraiya hesitated before speaking. Since the war's over, I was thinking. Maybe I won't head back to the village right away. I'd like to travel for a while, see the world a bit. What do you think? He was unsure how to face his teacher back in the village. By now, Jiraiya was well aware that his teacher and his clan had been exposed and were awaiting public trial after Kaido's ascension. Most of the frontline ninjas already knew about it too. He dreaded the possibility of being asked to plead on his teacher's behalf. At the same time, he couldn't bear the thought of witnessing his teacher's downfall. Part of him wanted to help, to plead for mercy. After all, Hiruzen was like both a teacher and a father to him. But after learning about the extent of his teacher's actions, the corruption, the resources embezzled from Hidden Leaf Village, he couldn't bring himself to ignore it either. In short, he was deeply conflicted. Chapter 145, The News Spread What? Tsunade and Orochimaru both turned to look at Jiraiya, their expressions tinged with regret. But they quickly grasped the reason behind his words. Before Tsunade could speak, Orochimaru's face turned serious as he addressed Jiraiya in a stern tone. Jiraiya, I understand why you're doing this. But even if it's for sensei's sake, or to protect your own future, I strongly advise against it. Running away solves nothing. It only makes problems worse. Though he often teased and ridiculed Jiraiya for being an idiot, they were still comrades. Their bond was deep. He didn't want Jiraiya to make the wrong choice, stray down the wrong path, and drift further away from him, Kaido, and Hidden Leaf Village, eventually ending up on the opposing side. If that happened, Jiraiya's fate would be sealed, and it wouldn't end well. From what Orochimaru knew of Kaido, it was clear the man had little regard for the third Hokage or the toads of Mount Myabaku with their cryptic prophecies and illusions of grandeur. Jiraiya's position was already dangerous. As a side note, Orochimaru had never been fond of the toads from Mount Myabaku, even before forming his contract with Kaido. Those toads, with their so-called child of prophecy nonsense, had Jiraiya completely wrapped around their fingers, wasting his entire life chasing after their vision. To Orochimaru, the concept of a child of prophecy or predicting the future was utter nonsense. The future? The future belongs to those who seize it with their own hands. The toads from Mount Mayabaku had their own agenda. It wasn't just about manipulating Jiraiya into free labor, they wanted to influence Hidden Leaf Village and, by extension, the world's trajectory through him. That level of interference was simply outrageous. Since when did humans need a bunch of toads dictating their destiny? It was absurd beyond belief. And after forming his contract with Kaido, gaining access to vast amounts of knowledge about the past and future, Orochimaru's disdain for the toads only deepened. In the futures he'd glimpsed, Jiraiya's fate was even worse, utterly miserable, completely manipulated, and broken. He spent his entire life chasing some non-existent child of prophecy, only to die because of it. In a future without Kaido, Jiraiya's end was already bleak. But with Kaido now a factor, Orochimaru could foresee an even harsher outcome if Jiraiya stubbornly aligned himself with the toads. Sooner or later, he'd end up directly opposing Kaido, a move that would undoubtedly lead to his demise. And it wouldn't be a pleasant end. Exactly. Tsunade chimed in, nodding firmly. Jiraiya, now is not the time to run away. Face reality with us and return to the village. As his students, we have a duty to witness our teacher's fate, no matter how it turns out. Tsunade had also caught on to Orochimaru's concerns and matched his serious tone. After all, she understood Kaido's intentions even better than Orochimaru. She'd even heard Kaido express his hope that Jiraiya wouldn't stray down the wrong path and end up as an enemy. That kind of warning was anything but a good sign. Orochimaru, Tsunade, you too. Jiraiya looked at them, bewildered and helpless. Their unusually serious demeanor left him at a loss. It was as if his decision to leave would result in catastrophic consequences. All he wanted was to avoid seeing his sensei's trial and inevitable downfall. Was that so wrong? Stop making excuses. Tsunade snapped. You're coming back with us, no arguments. If you try to run, we'll just drag you back. Oh, and don't think about sneaking off. She added with a smirk. I've already marked you with the Flying Thunder God seal. Run wherever you want. I'll find you in an instant. What? The Flying Thunder God seal? When? Where? Jiraiya's face turned pale as he frantically patted himself down, trying to locate the seal. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any trace of it. Defeated, he slumped and pleaded, do you really have to go that far? Can't you just remove the seal? I swear I won't run. It's not about whether you'll run or not. Tsunade said, folding her arms with a triumphant grin. With that seal in place, Jiraiya's life was practically in her hands. If she ever felt like checking in on him and teleported over, only to find him gathering research, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mere thought made Jiraiya shiver. Haha. Don't even think about it. Tsunade chuckled coldly, pointing two fingers from her eyes to his, signaling that she'd be watching him. Of course, she wasn't actually that petty. Nor had she really placed a Flying Thunder God seal on him, she hadn't even mastered the technique yet. But thanks to her teleportation abilities, she could easily lock onto Jiraiya's location anytime she wanted. Her threat was mainly to scare him into behaving. After all, peeping was an unforgivable sin. Haha. Orochimaru, enjoying the spectacle, couldn't help but laugh, fully embracing his role as an amused bystander. Fine. You win. Jiraiya growled, pointing a trembling finger at Tsunade. I'll go back with you, alright? As he spoke, he wore an aggrieved expression and grumbled, seriously. I've never seen such lousy teammates. They're all just out to sabotage me. I just feel going to Hidden Leaf Village would just ruin my mood, honestly. Of course, he had no intention of pleading for the third Hokage. After all, anyone with even a shred of conscience who had seen the evidence of the third's mistakes would know he didn't deserve any mercy, nor was there any way to justify it. Humphrey. Now that's more like it. Let's leave it at that. Pack your things, we're heading out first thing tomorrow morning. Tsunade crossed her arms and gave a smug smile, her tone leaving no room for argument. Yes, ma'am. Jiraiya responded weakly. Oh, by the way. Tsunade couldn't help but turn to Orochimaru and ask, we still need to leave a small number of ninjas here to guard the camp and keep an eye on the border, right? Have you arranged that? Of course. Orochimaru nodded confidently. I've already made all the necessary arrangements. 5 teams will remain here to monitor the movements of the Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village ninja. As for the Hidden Rain Village forces, they already been thoroughly defeated and wouldn't dare provoke Hidden Leaf Village again anytime soon. Good. That's settled, then. I'm heading to rest. Satisfied, Tsunade nodded and headed back to her tent. The next morning, she, along with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsukumo Hatake, Shikai Amanara, and others, led thousands of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas in a grand and powerful procession as they began their march. Meanwhile, the other villages, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Sand Village, finally received news about the upheaval within Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage's faction had been toppled, with him and his supporters arrested and awaiting trial. The revelation caused an uproar among the leadership of the four villages. At the Hidden Stones Village front-line camp, what the hell? I can't believe something this big happened in Hidden Leaf Village just a few days ago. That old geezer, Saratobe Hiruzen, got kicked off his perch, and even his clan's been suppressed. Pathetic. Couldn't he have at least resisted a bit more? Stirred up some chaos or even a civil war in Hidden Leaf Village? Onoki was practically fuming as he cursed out loud. If Hidden Leaf Village had descended into chaos, he wouldn't have been forced into such a passive and frustrating position in recent days. He might even have had the chance to lead Hidden Stones Village forces into the heart of the Fire Country and claim a large piece of it. Such a waste. A huge waste. Onoki shook his head in frustration, muttering to himself. What an opportunity. Completely squandered. By the way, I heard Uzumaki Mido's still alive? And she's even regained her youth and grown stronger? What's going on with that? And that Naori Uchiha, too. What's with all these weird things happening in Hidden Leaf Village recently? Do we have any more detailed intelligence on this from our spies in Hidden Leaf Village? Onoki's face was filled with confusion as he looked at the Hidden Stones Village intelligence chief standing before him. The intelligence chief sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, no. Whether it's Uzumaki Mido or Naori Uchiha regaining their youth and power, or the development of those mysterious Uchiha energy pills, none of our agents have managed to gather any concrete details. Even within Hidden Leaf Village, it seems like very few people know the full story. Saratobe Hiruzen himself didn't seem to know much either. Most likely, only a select few in Hidden Leaf Village, like Uzumaki Mido herself, understand the situation. Oh, and there's one more thing. Our spies report that Hidden Leaf Village seems to have resurrected the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Madara Uchiha. We haven't confirmed it yet, though. Onoki froze at the mention of these two names. His expression immediately shifted to one of panic and disbelief. What? You're telling me those two are back? Are you sure this isn't just a rumor? That's impossible. Could they have used that forbidden technique, Edo Tensei? What is Hidden Leaf Village planning? Onoki began pacing nervously, his mind racing. Why would Hidden Leaf Village resurrect Hashirama and Madara now? It didn't make sense. The village wasn't facing an existential crisis. In fact, Hidden Leaf Village had just forced Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village into peace agreements and reparations. Hidden Leaf Village was clearly thriving. This is bad. Onoki muttered under his breath. Chief, we don't have any further information for now. The intelligence officer replied, shaking his head. All we know is that the two have been spotted wandering around Hidden Leaf Village. Beyond that, we're in the dark. Then find out more. Onoki snapped, glaring at him. Gather every scrap of intel on Hidden Leaf Village's movements. I want detailed reports. Yes, sir. The intelligence officer saluted and left immediately. Onoki continued pacing, his unease growing. This information must be shared with the other three great villages, especially Hidden Clouds Village. We need to pressure Hidden Leaf Village to explain this madness. Maybe, if we work together, we can force them to undo this and send those two monsters back to the Pure Land where they belong. The mere thought of Hashirama and Madara roaming the world again sent shivers down his spine. As an old man, he didn't think he could handle such a terrifying reality. So, are we still planning to attack the Hidden Sand Village ninja? An Hidden Stones Village ninja standing nearby, asked cautiously. Of course we are. Onoki glared at him. Pressuring Hidden Leaf Village is just a political move. It doesn't pay the bills. Hurry up and get ready. With Hidden Leaf Village's main forces retreating, Hidden Sand Village won't be far behind. We don't have much time to set things up. This time, we'll rip a piece out of Hidden Sand Village and make up for our losses. Only then would he have something to report to the daimyo of the Land of Earth, and perhaps ease the internal tensions in Hidden Stones Village. They couldn't afford to feed so many idle ninjas indefinitely. Yes, sir. I'll make the final preparations. If all goes as planned, we can move out tonight. Chapter 146, The Reactions of Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Clouds Village at the Sand Village's frontline camp. Chio, Ebizo, Raza, and the others had just received the news. Damn it. Why didn't we get this information sooner? Chio growled, her face twisted with anger. It wouldn't have mattered, sister. Ebizo replied, shaking his head and trying to calm her down. Even if we had known earlier, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. Why not? because the internal strife in Hidden Leaf Village didn't lead to complete chaos or even significant damage. He explained. Everything was quickly suppressed by Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha working together. In fact, Hidden Leaf Village is now more stable and harder to deal with than it was under Hiruzen Sarutobi. This isn't good news for us. Hearing this, Chio forced herself to calm down, though her anger lingered. It's infuriating. Weren't there rumors a few years ago that Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha were close to death? She snapped. Not only are they alive, but they seem even stronger now. What kind of secrets is the Uchiha clan hiding? Her frustration boiled over. If it weren't for those two stubbornly holding the line, Chio was certain Hidden Leaf Village would have descended into chaos. After all, Denzo's attempts to frame and eliminate the Uchiha clan had backfired disastrously. If Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha hadn't stepped in to suppress Hiruzen Sarutobi and stabilize Hidden Leaf Village, a battle between the Uchiha clan and Hiruzen was inevitable, a life-and-death conflict with no room for compromise. But all of that had been ruined. Additionally, Ebizo continued, have you noticed? Based on the intel, Hidden Leaf Village seems to be preparing for the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. Yet, there hasn't been any official announcement about the candidate. It's as if they're waiting for something. I suspect they're waiting for Kaido Uchiha and the troops on the front lines to return triumphant. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Kaido Uchiha ends up being the next Hokage. What? The Sand Village leaders were stunned. One of them exclaimed, that can't be right. Kaido Uchiha is from the Uchiha clan. Would Hidden Leaf Village really allow someone from that clan to become Hokage? Besides, isn't he only 10 years old? How could someone that young lead? Would the people even accept him? Others exchanged skeptical glances, while Ebizo gave the doubter a sharp look. Do you even hear yourself? He said dryly. Have you forgotten that the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans have been allied for years now? The Uchiha's reputation in Hidden Leaf Village has already been rehabilitated. A Hokage from the Uchiha clan isn't unthinkable anymore. As for Kaido Uchiha, he's so strong that his age doesn't matter anymore. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After all, the ninja world respected strength above all else. This could be a real problem. Chio muttered, her brows furrowed. If Kaido Uchiha is as terrifyingly strong as they say and as radical as he seems, Hidden Leaf Village's stance towards other villages will change under his leadership. A more aggressive and invasive Hidden Leaf Village would spell trouble for weaker villages like ours. That's exactly what I've been worried about. Ebizo admitted with a sigh. But seeing everyone's faces darken with worry, he quickly added, still, it might not be as bad as we think. How so? Someone asked, eager for reassurance. Think about it. Ebizo said, a faint smile on his lips. Kaido Uchiha's strength is clearly still growing rapidly. If he doesn't become Hokage, he'll have all the time in the world to train and get even stronger. Who knows how terrifyingly powerful he could become. But if he becomes Hokage, he'll have to spend most of his time managing village affairs. That will inevitably slow down his training and stunt his growth. After a few years as Hokage, he'll miss the golden period for growth, and there'll be no going back. From this perspective, having him as Hokage might actually be the best case scenario for us. Otherwise, I shudder to think what he could achieve if he kept focusing on his training. It wouldn't just be a question of surpassing Senju Hashirama or Madara Uchiha. It'd only be a matter of time. A freak like that. One is already too much. Two were a nightmare. A third? The world can't handle that. True. Chio murmured, her eyes brightening slightly. The others also looked visibly relieved. After further discussions, they decided to retreat and return to the Sand Village the next day. Once the others had left, only Chio and Ebizo remained. Brother, do you really think becoming Hokage will hold back Kaido Uchiha's growth? Chio asked, her gaze piercing. Ebizo sighed, shaking his head. I fear that's just wishful thinking on our part. Kaido Uchiha isn't an idiot. His mother, Naori Uchiha, isn't either. Kaido Uchiha isn't an idiot, and neither is his mother, Naori Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Mido, and even the people of Hidden Leaf Village are full of smart individuals. Even if Kaido Uchiha doesn't realize this, someone will definitely point it out to him. So, thinking otherwise is just deceiving ourselves. He never underestimated the intelligence of others, especially those in Hidden Leaf Village. Because he knew one thing, the moment you believe you're the smartest person in the world, your days are numbered. Then why did you say that earlier? Chio asked, her brows furrowed in frustration. I had no choice. Ebizo gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Most of them were on the verge of breaking down. If I hadn't said that, how else could I stabilize and restore their confidence? Well, that makes sense. Chio nodded, though not entirely convinced. In her opinion, if these people couldn't even handle hearing such news, they were doomed to fail anyway. There was no point expecting them to achieve anything great in the future. Let's talk about the rumor that Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha have been resurrected by Hidden Leaf Village. Do you think it's true? And if it is, what's Hidden Leaf Village planning with this? Chio tapped her fingers on the table, her face dark with worry. They had avoided mentioning this news earlier out of fear it would push their already fragile group into complete despair. Who knows? Ebizo rubbed his temples, looking equally worn out. Whatever their intentions, there's nothing we can do about it right now. We need to focus on ourselves first. Stabilize the village, keep our heads down, and rebuild for a few years to recover. I'm sure the other major villages have received this news by now too. We'll just wait and see how they react. There's no way they'll sit back and let this slide. We'll wait for their response and act accordingly. This wasn't something a single village could handle alone. Also, according to our spies, Hidden Stone's village seems to have its sights set on us. I suspect they might ambush us on our way back. They probably want to take a piece out of us to make up for the losses they suffered against Hidden Leaf Village. What do you think we should do, sister? Talking about this gave Ebizo an even bigger headache. It was truly a case of misfortune piling on misfortune. Hidden Sand Village was already in terrible shape, with heavy losses from the last battle, and now Hidden Stone's village wanted to exploit their weakness. It was utterly infuriating. Those bastards. Chio exploded in anger. Does Onoki want to fight us to the death? If it weren't for him, the Kazekage and those thousands of ninjas wouldn't have died. He's already screwed us over once, and now he wants to do it again? Does he think we're that easy to bully? Fine, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? If it comes to it, we'll fight them to the bitter end. Even if we have to use everything we've got, I'll drag those Hidden Stones village nin down with us. Humphrey. Chio was absolutely livid. She had always known Onoki was shameless, but she didn't think he'd stoop this low. If they want to ambush us, then we'll turn it around on them. After all, the land of wind, especially the desert, is our home turf. This time, I'll make sure Onoki pays. I'll make him bleed and crush his spirits. Chio slammed her palm on the table, her face full of determination. Right now, her hatred wasn't directed at Hidden Leaf Village, it was all focused on Onoki, that old, conniving bastard. I feel the same way. Ebizo nodded in agreement. Sure, Hidden Stone's village nin were skilled in earth style, but in the desert, Sand nin had the upper hand. They couldn't beat Hidden Leaf Village and didn't dare pick another fight with them, but Hidden Stone's village? Why not? With that thought in mind, Ebizo and Chio didn't make a big fuss. Instead, they secretly gathered a trusted group of high-ranking officers in the camp to plan a counter-ambush. The next morning, the Sand nin began their retreat, following the plans Ebizo and Chio had laid out, using the Land of Wind's unique terrain to their advantage. Meanwhile, Hidden Stone's village's forces lay in wait for the perfect moment to strike. Over in Hidden Cloud's village, the third Raikage read the latest intel from Hidden Leaf Village, his brow furrowed so tightly it looked like a twisted knot. Are these reports confirmed? Yes. His advisor replied. It's been verified multiple times. These details are accurate. Saratobe Hiruzen actually stepped down? And he's imprisoned? The Raikage couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even his entire clan has been suppressed. Uzumaki Mito and Naori Uchiha. Those two women have guts. Bold moves, executed with precision. The advisor nodded. Indeed. They didn't waste any time making their intentions clear. What a shame. The third Raikage sighed, shaking his head. What a wasted opportunity to attack Hidden Leaf Village. Now that everything's settled, it would be foolish to make a move against them. Otherwise, we'd face Hidden Leaf Village's full retaliation. Especially with Uzumaki Mito, Naori Uchiha, and that kind of Uchiha displaying such extraordinary power. Picking a fight with Hidden Leaf Village now would be sheer stupidity. But they actually resurrected Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha. The impure world reincarnation technique, huh? Damn that Senju Dobirama for creating such a monstrous forbidden jutsu. Of course, his real frustration was that he didn't have access to such a jutsu himself. If he did, he'd be thrilled. This technique would be a game changer on the battlefield. The fact that Hidden Leaf Village hadn't used it in past wars was, in his opinion, a colossal waste. For victory, no means were off limits. Saratobe Hiruzen clearly didn't have the guts to go that far. So, the resurrection of Hashirama and Madara couldn't have been his doing, it had to be the work of Uzumaki Mito and the others. Maybe it's just to intimidate the other villages and ensure a smooth power transition in Hidden Leaf Village. The third Raikage speculated. Chapter 147, Revenge is best served with justice. It's not impossible. The third Raikage's advisor nodded affirmatively. Based on the current intelligence, The fourth Hokage is very likely to be Kaito Uchiha. Although the Uchiha clan's reputation in Hidden Leaf Village has improved a lot in recent years due to their contributions, like the development of ration pills and the reformation of the reserve forces, there are still many people unwilling to see an Uchiha become Hokage. Especially considering that the third Hokage was forced out of power by the combined efforts of the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans for various reasons. They might have this concern and wish to resurrect Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha to stabilize internal power transitions. It's somewhat understandable. However, engaging in forbidden practices like resurrecting the dead must be condemned and protested against. We should rally the other 3 major ninja villages and even the smaller ones to join us in pressuring Hidden Leaf Village. Whether or not Hidden Leaf Village agrees, we'll issue our protest first to demand they abandon this forbidden technique and seal it away to prevent further misuse in the future. If the pressure works, that would be ideal. Even if it doesn't, at least Hidden Leaf Village's reputation would take a hit among other villages. Agreed. The third Raikage, after some thought, nodded. You'll handle this matter. In my name, send a letter to the other 3 major ninja villages and the smaller ones to gauge their stance on this. If we can achieve consensus on this issue, we'll convene a 5-Kage summit, invite Hidden Leaf Village as Hokage, and pressure them to ban the Edo Tensei technique. Besides, I'm curious to see if this so-called Uchiha genius lives up to his reputation or if he's just overrated and taking advantage of the Rain Village's peculiar climate. If it turns out that Kaido Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village are paper tigers, the Raikage thought, maybe a declaration of war against Hidden Leaf Village would be in order, to rip a piece of Fire Country's wealth for themselves. The Raikage was eager for war. Cloud Village was at its peak readiness, itching for battle. Understood. I'll start preparations immediately. The advisor replied promptly. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village, Kaido Uchiha visited the prison within the Uchiha Police Forces building, where he met the third Hokage, Sarutobe Hiruzen, who had been stripped of his chakra. Long time no see, third Hokage. How are you holding up? Kaido greeted with a mocking smile. It's you? Hiruzen looked up, his pupils constricting in shock. His heart was in turmoil. This kid had ruined everything, every plan he and Denzo had meticulously laid out. He regretted not eliminating Kaido when he had the chance. But now, it was too late. Why are you here? To laugh at me? Hiruzen asked, suppressing his anger and keeping his expression neutral. Partly, yes. Kaido replied with a sly grin. After all, if you and Denzo hadn't been so greedy, trying to destroy me and the Uchiha clan, maybe you wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Unfortunately, your greed led you here. Oh, by the way, I'll be officially inaugurated as the 4th Hokage in a few days. I plan to lead Hidden Leaf Village to a new era of glory. Sadly, there's no place for relics like you in this new Hidden Leaf Village. You? The 4th Hokage? Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. Has Lady Mido gone mad? You're only 10 years old. How can you possibly lead Hidden Leaf Village? Do you want to destroy the village? Kaito scoffed, looking at him with disdain. Still clinging to your double standards, I see. You accuse me of destroying Hidden Leaf Village, yet you've spent your entire career hollowing out the village to benefit your clan and suppressing other clans and even civilian ninjas. And you have the nerve to call me a threat? Laughable. You're shameless, Sarutobe Hiruzen. Truly shameless. You. Hiruzen was livid, his face turning ashen. Before he could argue, Kaido's overwhelming aura exploded. Though restrained to avoid killing or knocking out the old man, the pressure was enough to force Hiruzen to his knees, humiliated and furious. Listen carefully. Kaito said coldly. Once I take over, the very next day, I will convene the entire village in the square before the Hokage Tower. There, you will be publicly tried for your crimes. There will be no room for your denials or excuses. And don't think death will spare you from punishment. I'll seal your chakra completely, and you'll spend the rest of your days cleaning streets and toilets in Hidden Leaf Village, forced to watch me rebuild this village into something truly great. Oh, and one more thing. Kaido added, smirking. I'll use Edo Tensei to bring back your dear friend Denzo so he can stand trial and suffer alongside you. Maybe I'll even let villagers take turns killing him for revenge. With that, Kaito withdrew his pressure and left, not sparing the Hokage a second glance. Hiruzen slumped to the ground, defeated, his mind in turmoil. It's over. Everything is over. He muttered. He realized there was no chance for him or Denzo to recover their reputations. Their crimes would ensure they were remembered with hatred for generations. Back at home, Kaito found his mother, Nari Uchiha, preparing dinner. Seeing him, she smiled knowingly. You went to see Sarutobe Hiruzen in prison, didn't you? Yeah, how'd you know? Observation hockey? Kaito asked, leaning against a doorframe. Exactly. Naori said, stirring the pot. I sensed it earlier. So, did you have fun provoking him? Of course. Kinda replied, then he chuckled with a sly smile. I haven't seen him since heading to the front lines, have I? Isn't it time I paid him a visit? Maybe shake things up a little? Who knew that old geezer could be so shameless? With dramatic flair, Kinda recounted the conversation from the prison to his mother. Coincidentally, Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato, who had just returned from training in the pirate world, overheard the story. That old man's really got no shame. To think he could justify draining the village dry just to benefit his own clan as if it were his right. Kushina exclaimed, her voice brimming with anger. Shameless to that degree? I've got to hand it to him. Maybe we should just end him. She added fiercely. Minato sighed and shook his head. I never imagined the third Hokage would turn out to be someone like this. You really can't judge a book by its cover. But killing him would be letting him off too easily. Minato continued. I think Kaito's suggestion is better. Seal away all his strength and make him sweep the streets, and clean the public toilets. Let him experience humility. Exactly. He needs to see Hidden Leaf Village rise to glory under Kaito's leadership while his Sarutobi clan fades into obscurity. That's the real punishment for him. Kushina said, her eyes burning with determination. Revenge is best served with a side of poetic justice. Mikoto added, her tone calm but firm. Minato had experienced the village's unfairness firsthand. His parents had died in service to the village, but the compensation his family received had been pitiful. Life had been hard, far harder than it should have been. It became clear that the benefits meant for families like his had been siphoned off by Sarutobi Hiruzen to support his own clan. Of course, Minato was angry with that. He might be good-natured, but he wasn't a pushover. Huh. Minato, I'm starting to see a whole new side of you. I think you have your cruel side too. Kushina said, startled by his cold pragmatism. It was like she was meeting a different person. This wasn't the cheerful, sunshine-like Minato she thought she knew. PFFT. Yeah, but Minato's right. We can't let the third get off so easily. Mikoto said with a mischievous grin. Cruel? Maybe. But I'm only a human. I've got feelings too, you know. Minato said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish laugh. Alright, dinner's ready. Everyone, come help set the table. Came a voice from the kitchen, Naori Uchiha calling out to them. Coming. Everyone washed their hands and helped set the table. Soon, they dug into the meal with enthusiasm. Even though the chefs at the pirate world bases are amazing, nothing beats your cooking, Aunt Naori. Kushina said between mouthfuls, giving her a thumbs up. Agreed. Mikoto and Minato chimed in, nodding vigorously. Naori smiled warmly. I'm glad you all enjoy it. Her daily efforts in preparing dinner were worth it when she saw their happy faces. Breakfast and lunch were usually quick affairs, especially with the pirate world bases supplying plenty of gourmet food. But dinner? Dinner was sacred, a time to bond as a family. Kushina and Mikoto were practically daughters-in-law to her already. Even Minato felt like another son. She loved these moments of togetherness. By the way, how's the triumphant army's progress? When will they reach Hidden Leaf Village? Naori asked Kaido during the meal. Recently, she had been swamped with preparations, Kaido's Hokage inauguration, the public trial of the third, and implementing reforms within Hidden Leaf Village's administration. It was endless work. Meanwhile, Kaido, the future Hokage, spent most of his time training. He did leave a shadow clone in the Hokage office to handle urgent matters and ensure the reforms stayed on track, but his personal growth remained a priority. 3 or 4 more days, I'd say. Don't worry. The more time we have, the better prepared we'll be. Kinda replied with a relaxed smile. True. Naori nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, outside Hidden Leaf Village, atop a large tree, Black Zetsu emerged from the trunk, his senses probing the village. Though many areas, such as the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki compounds, were protected by specialized barriers, he could still detect activity in the public zones. Damn it. It really is Madara. Hidden Leaf Villages revived him first. Black Zetsu muttered, his voice full of frustration. But why is he so weak? Looks like they've placed numerous seals on him to suppress his power. What do we do? Should we rescue Lord Madara? White Zetsu asked, his tone uncertain. Of course, we'll save him. Black Zetsu snapped. His strength is crucial for our plans and for opposing Naori and her allies. Without him, we're stuck. But, he continued, I suspect Hidden Leaf Village is letting Madara roam freely to bait us. It's likely a trap. We can't act recklessly. We'll need to keep monitoring Hidden Leaf Village and gather more intel before making any moves. Only then can we strike decisively and rescue him. Deep down, Black Zetsu hated that he needed Madara. The presence of overpowered individuals like Naori Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, and Kaido had completely disrupted his plans. After 1,000 years, why now of all times? Is this the work of Hagoromo, that meddling six-paths sage? He wondered bitterly. He couldn't shake the suspicion that this twist of fate was orchestrated by Hagoromo. After all, who else could rejuvenate Uzumaki Mido and Naori, restoring their youth and pushing their strength beyond Kage level? To Black Zetsu, it felt like a cruel cosmic joke. Chapter 148, Unsealing Hikari Uchiha. No problem. Leave it to us. We'll get all the intel sorted out as quickly as possible. By the way, can you tell me what it feels like to poop? With a nod of enthusiasm, White Zetsu made the promise, then asked with an earnest expression. Black Zetsu. Shut up. Stop asking such disgusting, pointless questions. Let's move. With an exasperated retort, Black Zetsu dragged White Zetsu along, sinking into the tree and disappearing underground. They sped away from Hidden Leaf Village through the underground network at top speed. What Black Zetsu didn't realize was that at that very moment, inside Hidden Leaf Village, Kaido Uchiha, Naori Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, and Kushina all glanced briefly toward where Black Zetsu was hiding. In the Hokage's office, Naori Uchiha turned to Kaido and asked, Kaido, are we really just going to let him go? Letting him continue with the Eye of the Moon plan and potentially reviving Kaguya? Indeed, Black Zetsu's movements had long been under observation. If they'd wanted to, Kaido and the others could have set up an inescapable trap to capture Black Zetsu in one fell swoop. But because of Kaido's new plan, they decided to hold back for now. Yeah, we're letting him go for now. Kaido nodded firmly. As I said, this approach will make it easier to unify the ninja world later, reducing the hostility of the other villages toward us and helping me build goodwill. Besides, Kaguya isn't necessarily impossible to subdue. The other members of the Otsutsuki clan are our real enemies. Kaguya is more like a window through which we can learn about them, so we can't lose that opportunity. On top of that, any future research into the Otsutsuki clan might benefit from studying Kaguya's genes. With her, dealing with the Otsutsuki will be much simpler. Fair enough. Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha both nodded in understanding. It was a sound strategy. Alright, time's up. Let's go resolve the issue with Hikari Uchiha. Mido stood up as she spoke. Got it. The three immediately set out, leaving shadow clones in the Hokage's office to handle ongoing tasks. Their real bodies locked onto the coordinates and teleported away. In the blink of an eye, the trio appeared atop a barren mountaintop. Kaido scanned the surroundings, extending his observation haki and spiritual sense to probe the area. His attention quickly locked onto a dense cluster of ceiling arrays buried over 5 meters underground. Found it. This is the place. Let's see what kind of ceiling array they've got here. Taking a few steps forward, Kaido lightly stomped the ground. Vroom. Instantly, an intricate web of sealing techniques connected to the underground formation. The array activated, revealing layer upon layer of densely packed, complex seals. Kaido couldn't help but take a deep breath. Damn, there must be hundreds of seals stacked here. How cautious were they? This is overkill. This isn't something just anyone could pull off. He muttered, examining the seals closely. It takes exceptional expertise in sealing techniques to set up something this sophisticated. Looks like the Senju and Sarutobi clans back in the day had some real experts in this area. At this point, Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha walked up to join him. Mido glanced at the array, her expression calm but thoughtful. These seals definitely carry the distinctive style of the Uzumaki clan. So either the two clans enlisted help from the Uzumaki clan's elders, or someone from my clan who married into the Senju was responsible for this. Even after centuries, certain core styles and techniques were unmistakable. Agreed. Kaido nodded. And I see some unique seals here that I've never come across in the books the Uzumaki clan gave me. Lost techniques, maybe? He turned to Mido with a teasing grin. Mido rolled her eyes. You know perfectly well that all the Uzumaki clan sealing texts were passed on to you. If you don't see them there, then yeah, they're probably lost techniques. It's not surprising. Even though our clan has maintained its traditions over the centuries, some seals are one-of-a-kind creations by geniuses or clan leaders. If they die unexpectedly, those techniques can easily vanish. Add in other unforeseen events, and well, it's not like this is unique to the Uzumaki clan. Every ninja clan deals with similar issues. Fair enough, fair enough. Just teasing. Kaido chuckled, then added, since these seals are lost techniques, we shouldn't rush to break them. Let's document everything first and analyze it later. He pulled out several scrolls and began quickly recording the array. Of course. Mido nodded and also retrieved blank scrolls and ink from her storage space, joining in the effort. No way was she going to rely on borrowing Kaido's notes later. Meanwhile, Naori Uchiha wandered off to explore the area. Over an hour later. All done. Me too. Both Kaido and Mito had finished recording the array. During the process, Kaido not only copied the sealing techniques but also mastered them and deciphered the method to break the seals. I've pretty much figured out how to break this cluster of sealing techniques. Should I give it a shot? Kaido asked Mito confidently. As expected of you. Uzumaki Mito paused for a moment, then shook her head with a hint of helplessness. Your talent for learning and comprehension is seriously enviable. And a bit depressing. Even I, someone who prides myself on being a sealing genius, am no match for you. Since you're so confident, go ahead. Let's just say I'm here for the show today. She added with a chuckle. At the very least, I've gained knowledge of some long-lost sealing techniques without doing much work. That's a win too, right? Alright. Kaito smiled, nodded, and called his mother back. Only then did he crouch down, pressing his palm against the ground. A multitude of sealing scripts flowed out from his hand, surging toward the seals in the cluster. In no time, Kaido effortlessly broke through one sealing formula after another. Within minutes, the entire cluster of seals disappeared. Crack, crack, crack. The ground split open, layers of soil crumbling away. From the depths emerged a long, rectangular box, heavily bound with countless chains engraved with seals and runes. Wow! Kaido whistled in amazement upon seeing the box and chains. Now, this is overkill, and expensive at that. This box and these chains. They're infused with a large amount of chakra conductive metal. Did the Senju and Sarutobi clans of centuries ago really have this much wealth to spare? Just refining these chains and the box could probably yield thousands of pounds of chakra conductive metal. This is a jackpot. Haha. Not that he particularly needed the money. The key point was that chakra conductive metal was incredibly rare, and the more it was mined, the scarcer it became. Definitely extravagant. Uzumaki Mito and Naori Uchiha couldn't help but nod in surprise. Still. Mito continued, a few centuries ago, chakra conductive metals might have been more abundant than they are now. Even so, using this much metal just to seal one person must have cost a fortune. It shows just how much of a headache this Hikari Uchiha must have been for the Senju and Sarutobi clans back then. Alright, enough chatter. Let's break the final seal. Got it. Kaito stepped forward, raised his hand, and pointed at a specific spot on the box. More sealing scripts flowed out from his fingertips, invading and dismantling the seals with ease. Once the seals were completely undone, Kaito used his mental energy to envelop the box and absorb the chakra conductive chains into his storage space. Then he leaped back several meters. Boom. The box lid shot up, flying dozens of meters into the air. From within the box, a shadow darted out. It was a girl, seemingly in her early teens, dressed in ancient Uchiha-styled clothing with the clan emblem prominently displayed. The design, however, was distinctly archaic. Uchiha. Uzumaki? Die. The girl's eyes burned with intense killing intent as she spotted Kaito, Naori, and Mito. Without hesitation, she formed hand seals and launched a fire-style jutsu at them. Her Sharingan spun, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted, igniting on the trio. Blood trickled from the corner of her eye as the deadly flame spread. Unfortunately for her, the next moment, Kaido and Naori activated their Susanoo, shielding themselves from the flames. The black flames of Amaterasu and the fire-style jutsu were deflected effortlessly. Mito, relying on her tailed beast cloak, also deflected the flames and redirected them elsewhere. None of the three sustained any injuries. Seeing this, the girl's eyes narrowed, and she prepared to launch another attack. But before she could act, dozens of golden chains shot out from beneath her feet, wrapping her up tightly before she even had time to react. She struggled, but soon realized her chakra had been sealed. Unable to summon her chakra, even her Mangekyo Sharingan was deactivated. Damn it. Let me go. You cursed Uchihas, you all deserve to die. The Uchiha clan allied with the Senju? That makes you even more disgusting. She struggled and cursed vehemently, her hatred overflowing. Oh boy, this is going to be troublesome. Kaito muttered, rubbing his temples. This personality and mindset are clearly problematic. Maybe we should seal her chakra entirely, take her back to the village, and re-educate her before completely lifting the seal? Hearing her relentless insults, Kaito felt a headache coming on. He had been overly optimistic earlier, thinking she might be reasonable. But the current situation clearly proved otherwise. That's probably the best option. Uzumaki Mito and Naori Uchiha agreed. Without hesitation, Kaito stepped forward, ignoring the girl's furious glare and threats. He pressed his hand against her abdomen. A surge of sealing scripts poured out from his palm, quickly spreading across her body. Sealing Jutsu, Chakra Seal. The scripts glowed and converged toward Kaito's hand, forming a special sealing mark on the girl's abdomen. As Kaito withdrew his hand, the seal solidified, glowing faintly. "It's done," Kaito said, nodding at Uzumaki Mido. Mido retracted the adamantine chains binding the girl. Chapter 149, The Mangekyo Sharingan Jutsu's Die. The next moment, Hikari Uchiha pounced at Kaito like a crazed cat, wrapping her limbs around him. Her hands reached for his throat, and her mouth aimed to bite his nose. Her attack was wild and chaotic, leaving Kaito both amused and exasperated. With a swift move, he grabbed her and pried her off his body, tossing her aside effortlessly. Hikari collapsed onto the floor, momentarily drained of energy. She glared at Kaito with defiant, hate-filled eyes, as though she wanted to devour him. Her behavior gave Kaito a headache. He turned to his mother. "Mom, I can't deal with this. Can you step in?" "Ha." Naori Uchiha chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Finally something you can't handle, huh? Leave it to me." She approached, took Hikari from Kaito's hands, and activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. With a single genjutsu, Hikari fell into a deep sleep. "I'll take her back first," Naori said as she lifted Hikari into her arms. She glanced at Kaito. "Clean up this mess and come back soon." She nodded to Uzumaki Mido before teleporting away with Hikari. "I'm leaving too," Mido said, vanishing shortly after. Kaito walked forward, storing a long chakra metal box into his spatial storage. He retrieved the fallen lid and stored that as well. After thoroughly inspecting the area to ensure nothing was left behind, he teleported back to the Uchiha residence in Hidden Leaf Village. When he arrived, Naori had just stepped out of a guest room. "How is she?" Kaito asked immediately. "I just got back too," Naori replied, rolling her eyes. "Let her sleep for now. Once she wakes up, I'll start educating her properly. But she'll be fine," she added with a reassuring smile. "All right," Kaito said nonchalantly. With no immediate tasks, he took out a vial containing Kagami Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan and began analyzing the mysteries of its eye techniques with his mental energy. "How's your research coming along?" Naori asked, intrigued as she walked over. "I'm making progress," Kaito replied with a nod. "Give me some more time, and I should be able to figure out a way to produce Mangekyo Sharingan techniques. Once I crack this method, it'll be much easier to develop techniques for other Mangekyo Sharingan users in the future. By the way," he continued, "several of Hikari's techniques were forcibly transplanted into her by Uchiha ancestors centuries ago. Studying her Sharingan might also provide valuable insights and speed up my research. That said, mastering these Mangekyo techniques will probably come with significant limitations," Kaito added thoughtfully. "At the very least, it'll require possessing a Sharingan with a level of ocular power 3 times that of a standard 3 Tomoe Sharingan. The eye and chakra pathways also need to be strong enough to handle the strain. Otherwise, the burden will be too much to bear." "That makes sense." Naori nodded in understanding. "Even so, this is already a significant breakthrough. It can serve as a transitional technique for our clan members before they awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." "Exactly," Kaito agreed. "That was my intention from the start." After all, he had been reluctant to awaken his own Mangekyo Sharingan, fearing it would damage his eye's potential. As a result, he had been unable to use Mangekyo techniques. If this new method allowed people to learn those techniques without such sacrifices, it would solve a major problem. With his current level of ocular power and the strength of his chakra pathways, using Mangekyo techniques would no longer pose any difficulty. "By the way," Naori said, her expression thoughtful. "How's your research on prematurely activating Susanoo? Is it applicable to others? If it is," she continued, "it could solve the problem for clan members who take a long time to awaken their eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Some might even master Susanoo's power earlier than expected." "I'm almost done," Kaito replied confidently. "I'll give you the training method later. It's definitely something anyone can learn." He explained further, "To put it simply, you need to develop the Sharingan to a certain level, increase your mental energy, and grasp the right techniques. I've already organized everything into a comprehensive guide. With this method, any clan member who has awakened a 3 Tomoe Sharingan and reached the 3rd stage of Sharingan meditation can learn to use Susanoo ahead of time. Here, take it." Kaito retrieved a scroll from his spatial storage and handed it to his mother. "Distribute it to the clan members who meet the requirements, and encourage everyone to work on their meditation techniques." However, Naori waved her hand, refusing the scroll. "No, you should handle this personally," she said with a sly smile. "Think of it as a chance to improve your reputation." Haven't you been worried about not being able to win over some of the stubborn old-timers and the middle-aged folks? This is an excellent opportunity. Once they learn about this training method, they'll definitely be grateful to you. Who knows, maybe more of our clan members will meet the requirements for the contract. Naori Uchiha genuinely hoped Kaido could bind all their clan members to the contract as soon as possible. Not only would this further strengthen the Uchiha's power, but it would also ensure the loyalty of all their people. No need to worry about anyone being tricked or manipulated by Black Zetsu, like Obito was. Yeah, that makes sense. In that case, let's hold a clan meeting in a few days and announce this news. At that time, I'll put the Susanoo training method in the clan's merit library so that qualified members can exchange for it. Hearing this, Kaido was momentarily surprised, then nodded in agreement. Alright, do as you see fit. Naori Uchiha had no objections, of course. Over the next few days, Kaido was busy handling village affairs and training, barely catching a break. To make things harder, Naori had to spend a lot of time counseling and training Hikari Uchiha, leaving Kaido with even more on his plate. Fortunately, the situation with Hikari was improving. At least now, she no longer attacked members of the Uchiha, Senju, or Uzumaki clans at random. She had also come to terms with the fact that the Warring States era was long over and that things were different now. She no longer needed to serve as a weapon of war. Sadly, her personality and mindset still had significant issues. Fixing that wasn't something that could be done quickly. Maybe I could create a Genjutsu world, a type of illusion technique, to quickly reshape her values and fix her emotional and personality flaws. As Kaido worked through the paperwork, he suddenly thought of Hikari and mused to himself. What kind of Genjutsu world? Beside him, Uzumaki Mido asked curiously. Well. Kaido gave a wry smile and explained, I'm thinking about how to quickly fix Hikari's emotional and personality deficiencies and help her build proper values. Otherwise, my mother won't have the time to help me with this anytime soon. So, I came up with this idea for a Genjutsu technique. He then explained his general concept to Uzumaki Mido. After hearing it, Mido raised an eyebrow. This Genjutsu of yours doesn't sound simple. It kind of reminds me of a simplified version of Infinite Tsukaimi. But it's clearly different, even from normal Tsukaimi. Exactly. Kaito nodded with a smile. That's precisely what it is. Normal Tsukaimi created a straightforward illusion space, while Infinite Tsukaimi could weave a complete illusion world. But a technique like that would require extremely high levels of mental strength and imagination. Mido shook her head but then looked at Kaido and seemed to realize something. Although, for you, that probably isn't a problem. So, what's the difficulty with creating this Genjutsu? It's Tsukaimi. Kaido said thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. I need to first create a training method for mastering Tsukaimi, one of the Mengekyo Sharingan abilities. Then I can use that as a foundation to develop this Genjutsu world. Tsukaimi? Mido frowned slightly. Doesn't that mean you'll have to study and understand the ability from Hikari's eyes? After all, neither Kagami Uchiha nor Naori had Tsukaimi as their Mengekyo Sharingan abilities, right? In fact, no one truly knew what Naori's Mengekyo Sharingan abilities were. The only known information was that they involved time and quality in some way. It was strong, undeniably strong. Her ability to create the forbidden Sharingan Jutsu, Izanami, was clearly related to it. Yes, I understand. Kaito nodded. That's why I'll have to wait. I'll approach her once her mind is more stable. First, I need to develop the initial training method for a Mengekyo Sharingan ability and figure out the key principles. In terms of practicality, he found that Kagami's Mengekyo ability was actually more useful. It was a technique similar to Izanagi, an ultimate survival skill. Unfortunately, despite having such a powerful ability, Kagami was outsmarted and killed by Denzo. It all came down to his naivety and misplaced trust in Denzo and his group. Otherwise, they could never have succeeded, let alone obtained his Mengekyo Sharingan. In this way, Kagami was much like his grandson, Shizue Uchiha. Like grandfather, like grandson, both far too naive. Well, that's all Uchiha business. Do whatever you want. Uzumaki Mido shook her head. Anyway, the Senju and Uzumaki can't learn that stuff. As she spoke, she looked regretful. If the Senju and Uzumaki could learn Mengekyo Sharingan techniques, it would be a huge boost in strength for them, too. Who says they can't? Kaido raised an eyebrow and said, did you forget that our three clans have started intermarrying? Currently, there are over a dozen married couples across the three clans. Among them, there are 3 couples where Senju or Uzumaki married Uchiha women. In the future, there will be more people in your clans awakening the Sharingan. When that happens, they'll naturally benefit from these techniques. Chapter 150, Let's Revive Tobirama Well. That's true. Uzumaki Maito nodded with a smile after hearing this, but as she thought about the marriage alliances, her face darkened. She complained, speaking of marriage alliances, why does it feel like it's so hard for the Senju and Uzumaki to marry Uchiha women? Look at this, there are already 12 marriages where Uchiha men married women from Senju and Uzumaki, but combined, we only have 3 marriages with Uchiha women. That's totally unbalanced. At this rate, it feels like your clans are going to marry off all our women while leaving us with almost no one to say I do to. Kaito was speechless for a moment and then replied, there's really nothing I can do about that. Honestly, it's just that the current generation of Senju and Uzumaki, especially Senju, is lacking in both numbers and quality. They don't catch the eyes of our Uchiha ladies. What can I do about it? It's not like I can force them to marry someone from your clans, right? Arranged marriages are outdated. We should promote freedom of choice in marriage. I think you should reflect on this and consider improving how you educate and train your clan members. Maybe reform your clan schools to match the Uchiha standards. Kaido chuckled, continuing, don't think that just because the village school system is being reformed, you can ignore your own clan schools. Village schools take time to fully develop, and they complement but can't replace clan education. If your young men from Senju and Uzumaki become more outstanding, why wouldn't they attract Uchiha women? Even the kind-hearted Senju and studious Uzumaki have their own appeal. Of course, deep down, Kaido was quite happy about his clan marrying more women from theirs. One in, one out, how could this not tip the balance further? This. Uzumaki Maito felt a bit embarrassed because Kaido's words weren't wrong. The Senju, let alone excelling, didn't even have enough young people in this generation. Sigh. I'll discuss education reform with Ashina soon and try to learn from your clan's approach. We'll start reforming as soon as possible. I'm even planning to copy your merit-based system. By the way, could we get a larger share of the high-grade medicines and pills your clan produces? Maybe with a discount, too? Otherwise, even the best cook can't work without ingredients. Don't you think so? She looked at Kaido hopefully. Nowadays, everyone knew that a few years ago, Kaido and his clan had obtained an entire city of gold from Skypiea. They were swimming in wealth. Add in their profits from selling medicine and their miraculous shell-like products, and the Uchiha clan had a massive inflow of resources every month. The Uchiha were living large now, making both the Senju and Uzumaki clans envious. Well, that's no problem. We're allies, after all. When it comes to supplies, you guys have been cooperative during contract missions. It's only fair to help out a bit. Just talk to my mom about the specifics. She's in charge of those things. Kaido said with a smile, agreeing easily. Thank you so much. Uzumaki Maito beamed and quickly expressed her gratitude. Then she remembered something and said, oh, right, speaking of the Senju's lack of people, I've discussed this with Hashirama and Tsunade. We're planning to revoke the policy that forces clansmen to blend into Hidden Lee Village's civilian population. We're also going to recall any Senju members and descendants who are willing to return. What do you think about this? Since Kaido was essentially the 4th Hokage already, such a decision naturally had to go through him to avoid upsetting him. What's there to disagree about? I'm all for it. Kaido laughed. The Uchiha have never been afraid of a strong Senju. In fact, as allies, we'd love for you to grow stronger. Honestly, I always thought that policy was stupid from the start. I don't know what the 2nd Hokage was thinking when he came up with such a brain-dead plan. Kaido shook his head. On one hand, you could call the 2nd Hokage clueless. After all, he had resolved many issues during Hidden Lee Village's early days when neither the 1st Hokage nor Madara Uchiha could be counted on. But on the other hand, you could also say he was too clever for his own good. His anti-Uchiha policies, the Senju integration plan, the way he educated his successors, and his decision to cover their retreat by sacrificing himself as Hokage, all had questionable outcomes. Sigh. You can't entirely blame him. Maito sighed. Back then, he had good intentions and wanted the best for Hidden Lee Village. He hoped to integrate the major clans into the village over time, creating a unified whole and breaking down the barriers between clans. At the same time, he wanted to avoid the Senju dominating everything and turning the village into Senju Village. From Hidden Lee Village's perspective, as Hokage, his approach was actually correct. The only issue is that he died too early. None of these plans were completed before his sudden death. Plus, he trusted his 4 disciples too much, and they ultimately led to the current situation. Senju Dobirama was always a visionary. Hey. Maybe. Kaido laughed dryly. In the end, Senju Village never happened, but Sarutobi Village almost did. What do you think? Should we revive the 2nd Hokage now and let him witness the chaos he caused? I'd love to see his reaction. The thought of Tobirama's face when he discovered everything was enough to spark vivid imaginations. Oh? Uzumaki Mido raised an eyebrow slightly. Aren't you worried he might oppose your position as the fourth Hokage if he comes back? Worried? Not in the slightest. Kaito scoffed, his expression full of disdain. The only reason I didn't revive him earlier was because I didn't want the hassle, not because I was afraid he'd block my path to becoming Hokage. Besides, at this point, my position is set in stone. Not even Tobirama or Hashirama could change that now. Eh? Stop you from what? Just then, Hashirama pushed the door open and walked in with Madara Uchiha by his side, confusion etched on his face. Kaito's grin turned mischievous as he repeated the earlier conversation for the two newcomers. When they finished listening, Hashirama and Madara exchanged a glance, rubbing their chins with identical strange expressions. Tobirama and I wouldn't be able to stop you from becoming the fourth Hokage now, Hashirama admitted. And honestly, there's no reason to. You're doing a fine job. Then, turning to Madara, he added with a sly smile, Madara, don't you think it'd be fascinating to see Tobirama's reaction to all this? To see him realize the current state of the Uchiha clan and what his four disciples have done? Clearly, Hashirama wasn't one to shy away from some good old-fashioned drama, not even when it involved his own brother. His remark also hinted at his disapproval of Tobirama's later policies and the disciples he chose. It was those very policies and people that turned Hidden Leaf Village into a mess. Thankfully, Kaito appeared out of nowhere to set things right. Without him, who knows what Hidden Leaf Village would have become. Frankly, the village could have been wiped out entirely. Oh? Madara raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms, an amused look on his face. That does sound interesting. Should we give it a try? Yeah. Let's do it. Hashirama's mischievous grin widened. Mido shot him an exasperated glare as he quickly straightened up, pretending to be serious as he cleared his throat and turned to Kaito. Well then, Kaito, since you're interested, let's revive Tobirama now. I've got plenty of unresolved grievances to settle with him. And while we're at it, how about reviving Denzo too? Hashirama suggested, his expression darkening. That conniving dog, just letting him die so easily is too merciful. I'd like to kill him a few more times to vent my anger. Can I? Kaito blinked, momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Of course. I was planning to revive Denzo in the next few days anyway, so the villagers could get some closure. Hashirama didn't disappoint, he was as decisive as ever, and he never shied away from stirring the pot. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Hashirama's excitement was palpable. Alright, but... Kaito grinned. Let's head to training ground number 2 in the Uchiha district. The more spectators, the better. He created a shadow clone to handle his ongoing duties while his main body placed a hand on both Hashirama's and Madara's shoulders. Whoosh! They disappeared in an instant. Back in the room, Kaito's shadow clone noticed Mido also creating a shadow clone before teleporting her main body away. Lady Mido, where did your real body go? The clone asked, puzzled. What do you think? To watch the show, of course. Mido's clone replied with a chuckle. Fair enough. The clone sighed and silently offered a moment of sympathy for Tobirama. Uchiha District, training ground number 2. The next moment, Kaito, Hashirama, and Madara appeared in the middle of the field. Huh? Lord Kaito? Lord Madara? And the first Hokage? The elite Uchiha guard members training there froze in surprise. What were these three doing here together? Over the past few days, news had spread about Madara's revival and the partial sealing of his powers. Some of the older generations revered him, but most harbored fear. The younger generation knew less about him, so their reactions were more normal but still in awe in front of the legend. Ironically, Hashirama's presence excited and inspired the younger Uchiha far more than Madara's, something that had initially annoyed the latter. Lord Kaito, first Hokage, Lord Madara, what brings you here? Shichidayu Uchiha stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Kaito and nodding at the other two. Spread out and form a circle around us. You're welcome to watch. Kaito said with a cheerful smile. Oh, and invite anyone else who might be interested. The more, the merrier. Huh? Shichidai blinked, momentarily stunned, then glanced at Hashirama and Madara before leaving to see. Hashirama was so excited. Madara's grin was so wide it was impossible to hide. Chapter 151, The Drama Unfold. Alright. Got it. I'll handle it right away. Shichidayu Uchiha had a strange feeling, but he had a pretty good idea about what was going on in these people's minds. He quickly went to explain things to the Uchihas present and sent out over 10 members to call for others in the clan who might be interested in watching the scene. Oh, and there were a few contract holders who, after receiving a signal from Shichidai, left to head to the teleportation hall. They were planning to bring back the folks training in the pirate world. Seeing all this, it was obvious, Lord Kaido, the first Hokage, and Lord Madara were up to something. An opportunity to sit back and watch this kind of drama? No way anyone was missing out. Meanwhile, Kaito began setting up the Edo Tensei Jutsu ritual. Before long, 2 ritual formations were ready to go. At this moment, Uzumaki Mido arrived, accompanied by Naori Uchiha and Hikari Uchiha. Madara sensed Hikari Uchiha's ocular power and immediately looked over with a hint of surprise. Hikari Uchiha noticed his gaze and turned to meet his eyes, frowning slightly as she spoke in a flat tone. "What are you staring at?" Madara raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh? Don't you recognize me?" This Uchiha girl felt off to him. Her ocular power was strong, no doubt about it, she clearly had the Mangekyo Sharingan. But he had never heard Black Zetsu mention someone like her. Either Black Zetsu had kept this from him, or there was some other secret, or maybe she was new. Still, Madara thought, Black Zetsu shouldn't have hidden something like this from him in the past. But what was truly bizarre was the way the girl looked at him. It was like she was staring at a random stranger, with zero recognition. That was strange. Madara had visited the Uchiha clan grounds several times lately, and there shouldn't be many Uchihas who didn't know who he was. "Why should I know you?" Hikari frowned at Madara's question, shooting him a puzzled look before turning away, clearly uninterested in engaging further. Madara was left feeling awkward. Unable to hold back, he turned to Hashirama. "Hey, Hashirama, do you know this girl?" "Huh? What?" Hashirama, distracted, pulled his gaze back and glanced between Madara and Hikari. Realization dawned on his face. "Oh. You mean Hikari? I've heard about her from Mido. Apparently, she's a weapon your Uchiha clan created a few hundred years ago. A weapon specifically made to target the Senju. She was later abandoned by the Uchihas, sealed away, and left to rot. She was only recently freed by Kaido and the others. Poor kid, honestly. Actually, Kaido and the rest only discovered her existence because they stumbled upon something in your library. I was there when they found it, you know. You really didn't know anything about her? A weapon sealed away centuries ago?" Madara's eyes narrowed as he listened, a flicker of recognition sparking in his memory. Then, he clapped his hands. "Ah, I remember now. It's her." He shot another glance at Hikari before turning away, muttering, "I did come across some records about her, but back then, I didn't pay much attention to it. I was more focused on trying to find her exact location in Senju or Saratobi archives. It was such a hassle that I gave up. Who would have thought she'd still be alive, and that Kaido and his group would be the ones to free her? Interesting. No wonder her ocular power felt so strong. It was even more potent than most Mangekyo Sharingans, though not quite at the level of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Knowing she was Hikari explained everything. According to the records, the Uchihas had transplanted several Mangekyo abilities into her, and her own ocular power was already extraordinary, boosting her strength significantly. If I'd known this back then, I would have found her seal and brainwashed her into being my pawn. Such a wasted opportunity. Madara thought, a little regretful. Hikari's mental state was obviously unstable, which made sense. She was raised as a war weapon, after all. But for the Madara of the past, someone like her would have been perfect? Now, though? There was no point. Madara had realized the Moon's Eye plan was nothing more than a joke. With no way to escape this situation, he figured he might as well sit back, play cards with Hashirama, and witness how Kaito would reform Hidden Leaf Village, unite the ninja world, and bring lasting peace. That didn't sound too bad, honestly. As the two chatted, more Uchihas gathered, completely surrounding the training grounds. Seeing the crowd was big enough, Kaito raised a hand and pulled out 2 white zetsus from his dimensional space, placing them inside the formations. This caught Madara's eye. That spatial technique again? It seems Kaito, Mido, and even many others from the 3 clans have access to this ability. And it all comes from Kaito. What's the principle behind this? Storing even living things? Incredible. He was curious but knew no one would tell him, so he could only let it go. Edo Tensei, Reanimation Jutsu. Kaito formed a hand seal, raising one foot to stop lightly. The 2 ritual formations lit up instantly. Sheets of paper-like material emerged from the ground, wrapping around the white zetsus. Ah! The white zetsus screamed and struggled but soon disappeared completely. In their place stood Senju Dobirama and Shimura Denzo. Whoa, this is the Edo Tensei? Creepy. Totally. But why's Kaito reviving Dobirama and Denzo? Who knows? Lord Kaido even had someone specifically call us over, so there's probably some drama incoming. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. The gathered Uchihas began chatting excitedly. At this moment, Kaito formed another hand seal and shouted, "Activate." In the next instant, Dobirama and Denzo seemed to come to life. Their eyes slowly opened as they regained consciousness. Obirama glanced around, confused, and his expression quickly darkened when he realized he was surrounded by powerful members of the Uchiha clan. Where am I? Was I resurrected? And someone used my impure world reincarnation technique? Obirama's face turned grim as he extended his senses to confirm his location. The Uchiha clan's territory. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? His frustration deepened when he spotted familiar faces among the spectators: Senju Hashirama, Madara Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, and even Nari Uchiha. Big brother? Sister-in-law? Madara? And Nari? Obirama's voice wavered with disbelief. The sheer absurdity of the scene left him frozen in confusion, unsure of what to say or do. But before he could process it further, Denzo spoke up, yelling furiously. I've been resurrected? With the Edo Tensei? Denzo's voice rose in anger as he glared at Kaito. Kaito Uchiha. This is your doing, isn't it? You brought me back to life. After killing me? What are you scheming here in the Uchiha compound? Whatever it is, it won't work. Hiruzen will avenge me. Prepare to die. Denzo charged at Kaito in a rage, his killing intent unmistakable. Shut up already. Kaito shot Denzo a cold glare, activating a seal within his body. Instantly, Denzo froze in place, unable to move or speak. His furious, hate-filled eyes stared daggers at Kaito, but his body remained immobilized. Just as noisy as ever, huh, Denzo? So you were killed by Uchiha? Kaito raised an eyebrow as Tobirama, ever serious, demanded answers. Young Uchiha brat. Obirama said sternly. Are you the one who brought us back? What's your goal here? And what was that nonsense Denzo was shouting about? Did you kill him? What do you intend to do to Hidden Leaf Village? As he spoke, Tobirama subtly began forming hand signs behind his back, clearly planning to break free of the Edo Tensei's control. Watching this unfold, both Hashirama and Madara exchanged amused smirks, finding the scene highly entertaining. You won't get away with it. Obirama snapped, but his defiance only made Kaito sneer. Don't even bother, Tobirama. Kaito said dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. It won't work. With a thought, Kaito activated another seal within Tobirama's body. Immediately, Tobirama felt his chakra drain away, leaving him as powerless as a regular person. His strength, his abilities, all of it was sealed. What? Tobirama's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled, glaring at Kaito. You! What did you do to me? What's your real purpose for bringing me back? His attention shifted to the spectators, his voice rising. Big brother. Sister-in-law. What's going on here? Why are you just standing there watching? Explain this madness. Hashirama, unable to contain his laughter any longer, stepped forward and clapped Tobirama on the shoulder. Relax, Tobirama. No one here is under any sort of control. Hidden Leaf Village hasn't fallen, and the Uchiha haven't taken over. Hashirama said, a teasing smile on his face. But your bias against the Uchiha is as strong as ever. That's exactly why Hiruzen and Denzo made such a mess of Hidden Leaf Village in the first place. Honestly, Tobirama, all of this is your fault. Tobirama froze, stunned by his brother's words. What? What are you talking about, big brother? Despite his confusion, one thing became clear, Hidden Leaf Village hadn't been destroyed. But if that was the case, why was Denzo dead? And why was Madara resurrected too? Tobirama's head spun with questions. His brother words, the strange situation, and the younger-looking versions of Mido and Nori, it all felt surreal. Is this some kind of elaborate genjutsu? Tobirama muttered, still trying to make sense of the bizarre scenario unfolding around him. Chapter 152, watching Tobirama get beat up by Madara Senju. Tobirama took a deep breath, barely calming himself down. Looking at his older brother and sister-in-law, he asked seriously, can you tell me what's really going on? What's the purpose of reviving me by this little Uchiha brat? And what exactly did Denzo and Hiruzen do? I need the full story, every detail about what happened after I died. He had a bad feeling about all this. He needed answers, and he needed them now. Sure. Hashirama hesitated briefly but then nodded. His expression turned serious as he began recounting everything that had happened in the years since Tobirama's death. Uzumaki Mido joined in, and together they painted a bleak picture of the past. They detailed how Tobirama's trusted students conspired to suppress and undermine both the Senju and Uchiha clans. They explained how those students manipulated events to consolidate power for their own families, systematically targeting other ninja clans and even colluding with enemies on the battlefield. Sin after sin was laid bare, with nothing hidden. The more Tobirama listened, the angrier he became. His trust in Denzo and Hiruzen was shattered. Damn it. They're the disgrace. I didn't teach them to be like this. I thought Hiruzen had a kind heart, that he'd make a good Hokage. But instead, he turned out to be the most insidious and ruthless of them all. Denzo might be bad, but at least he's openly sinister. Hiruzen hides behind a mask of virtue. Good. Very good. What outstanding students I've had. Tobirama roared in fury, his voice echoing with frustration. He had never expected things to turn out like this. When he heard about the current state of the Senju clan, his heart ached even more. Yes, he had once decided to integrate the branch families of the Senju into Hidden Leaf Village's civilian population. But that was to strengthen Hidden Leaf Village, to eliminate clan rivalries, and to prepare for a future where all ninja clans could coexist peacefully. However, he never intended for the main family or the core lineage to be absorbed into obscurity. And he certainly never imagined that the Senju would be nearly eradicated. But his good disciples had done just that, targeting his family mercilessly until they were almost wiped out. Even the Uzumaki clan wasn't spared, coming perilously close to extinction. Meanwhile, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had grown stronger than ever. Those bastards deserved to die. I trusted the wrong people. And what about Kagami? Kagami Uchiha. I sent him to balance out Hiruzen and Denzo, to guide the Uchiha into Hidden Leaf Village's fold. Is this how balance was achieved? Tobirama's anger flared, but his bitterness quickly turned toward the Uchiha when he saw how strong they had become, surpassing their power during his time. Meanwhile, the Senju were a shadow of their former selves. PFFT. Kaido, standing nearby, snorted in disdain. He pulled out a test tube containing a pair of Sharingan and sneered, "Looking for these? They're Kagami's eyes. Your good disciple Denzo took them." He paused before adding coldly, "What's wrong? Planning to blame the Uchiha for everything again? Do you even have the right to do that?" At those words, Tobirama froze, his eyes widening. He stared at Denzo, then at the test tube in Kaido's hand. Feeling the familiar chakra emanating from the Sharingan, he realized the truth. Those were indeed Kagami's eyes. He turned to Hashirama and Mito in disbelief. "Is this true? What do you think?" Mito glared at him. "I already mentioned this before, didn't I? And don't you know Kagami's nature? With his kind and trusting personality, how could he possibly outmaneuver Hiruzen and Denzo? Especially when you were the one who planted the idea of the Uchiha threat in their minds?" Tobirama was speechless, silenced by Mito's scolding. In the end, he could only sigh heavily and admit his mistake. Looking at Kaido, he lowered his head slightly. "Kid, I was wrong before. I'm sorry. I admit I was prejudiced and overly wary of the Uchiha in the past. It stemmed from old grudges, and I couldn't entirely overcome them. But as Hokage, my actions were meant to integrate the Uchiha into Hidden Leaf Village for the village's benefit. I had no selfish motives, and I swear that's the truth. I never expected Hiruzen and Denzo to become what they are today." Sigh. But no matter what he said now, it was too late. Ha! Before Kaido could respond, Uchiha Madara couldn't hold back his laughter. "No selfish motives? Give me a break, Tobirama. From the moment you created the police force and assigned it to the Uchiha, you've been scheming against us. You're the one who instilled the Uchiha threat narrative in your students. Their actions reflect your teachings. And now you're here, admitting your mistakes and playing the victim? How pathetic. And don't even get me started on grudges. If anyone has a right to hate, it's the Uchiha. Who was it that ambushed me and caused my brother's death? Who ensured the Uchiha were sidelined in Hidden Leaf Village, denied even a single Hokage position? Back then, we agreed the clans would take turns leading the village. Did you honor that agreement? No. All you ever wanted was to suppress the Uchiha and force us into submission. And now you have the audacity to say you wanted us to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village? What a joke." Tobirama's face turned dark with anger as Madara's words cut deeper and deeper. "Oh?" Madara wasn't done. Seeing Tobirama's expression, he sneered, "What? Want to fight me? Want to kill me? If it weren't for my power being sealed, I'd kill you right now." Tobirama's eyes narrowed, and without warning, he lunged at Madara. Boom. The two men crashed to the ground, wrestling fiercely. But Tobirama's abilities had been completely sealed, leaving him no more than an experienced civilian in combat. Madara, on the other hand, could still use a small amount of chakra. It wasn't long before Madara gained the upper hand, beating Tobirama mercilessly. Meanwhile, everyone else, Kaido, the Uchihas, even Hashirama and Mito, stood by, watching the spectacle with interest. After all, this was a rare battle between Madara Uchiha and Senju Tobirama. Who would want to miss it? Even Denzo, immobilized on the sidelines, strained to watch as much as he could. Humans, it seemed, were naturally drawn to drama. After a good 10 minutes of watching Tobirama get pummeled, his body repeatedly smashed and reformed, Hashirama finally stepped in to break it up. "Alright, that's enough, Madara," he said, pulling the two apart. "Haha. That felt great." Madara stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. His tone oozed satisfaction. Clearly, beating up Tobirama had been cathartic for him. "You." Tobirama, battered and bruised, glared at his brother. "Big brother, you're too much. You just stood there watching me get beaten? You even enjoyed it? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Hashirama, ever straightforward, nodded without hesitation. "Yup. I did it on purpose. In fact, I feel like even this isn't enough. I'm planning to personally give you a good beating later to vent my frustrations. You let your students ruin Hidden Leaf Village and destroy the Senju. Do you know how much damage they caused? Do you have any idea? If it weren't for the Uchiha clan stepping in, the Senju might already have been wiped out completely by now. And the Uzumaki clan too. All of this mess, your good disciples doing. So tell me, don't you think you deserve to be punished?" The first Hokage's tone grew increasingly stern as he spoke, and by the end, he was glaring furiously at Tobirama. Well. Tobirama, who had been angry, now deflated, mumbling and unsure how to defend himself. After all, everything the first said was true. "So, you brought me back to life just to mock me and beat me up? No serious purpose behind this?" Unable to argue, Tobirama decided to slyly change the subject. "Of course not." The first shook his head. "It's because Kaido is about to become the fourth Hokage, and we'll soon be holding a public trial for the monkey and Denzo. It's the perfect time for you to witness it firsthand. Plus, Kaito values your research skills. He's planning to have you guide the newly established Research and Development Department to help advance Hidden Leaf Village's progress. I think it's a good idea. Everyone should play to their strengths." Even the first Hokage had been assigned tasks related to Hidden Leaf Village's reconstruction. Although it felt like a hassle, he agreed for the sake of the village. Besides, he suspected that if he refused, Kaito would find a way to convince Mido to make him agree. "Wait, what?" Tobirama's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at his brother, then at Kaido Uchiha standing nearby. "The Kaido you're talking about? It's this brat who brought me back? He's an Uchiha." Tobirama trailed off. "What's wrong? Can't continue your sentence? Is it because you still think Uchiha isn't worthy?" Naori Uchiha, who had been silent, crossed her arms and smiled at Tobirama. The oppressive aura and killing intent she exuded instinctively made Tobirama take 2 steps back, hiding behind the first. Looking at Naori, Tobirama mumbled awkwardly, No. If it's a decision made by the village, a dead man like me has no say in it. I trust the villagers' judgment." Ultimately, Tobirama gave in. But inwardly, he was grumbling, how did this woman not only regain her youth but also become so much stronger? She feels like Big Brother did back in the day. Terrifying. He had no idea what changes had occurred within the Uchiha clan over the past few years. Based on what his brother and sister-in-law had told him, everything seemed to have started a little over 3 years ago with the Uchiha. Without them, the Senju might have truly disappeared, the Uzumaki clan wiped out, and his sister-in-law likely dead. The Uchiha would not have fared any better. Hidden Leaf Village would have been entirely under the control of the monkey, hollowed out to benefit only the Saratobi clan. The thought of such a future sent shivers down Tobirama's spine. And the core of it all is this brat, Kaido Uchiha. Tobirama thought to himself. He was no fool, he could clearly see that Kaido was the linchpin of the changes. So maybe it's worth staying in Hidden Leaf Village for a while. He considered. Watching closely will let me see what direction this brat takes the village in. And if he screws up, I'll have a good reason to persuade Big Brother and sister-in-law to change their minds and put someone more suitable in charge. With this in mind, Tobirama added, Fine, I'll also agree to work in the research department. Hey. Naori snorted. Agreeing is the least you can do. I know you've got ulterior motives. But I don't care. My son Kaido doesn't care either. Just focus on doing your job well. After all, Tobirama was going to be working under her son now. He'd already bowed his head, so there was no need to press the matter further. Wait, Kaido. Your son? Tobirama froze, looking between Kaido and Naori in disbelief. That's right. Naori smiled proudly. What, didn't expect it? Well, how about it? Isn't my son amazing? Yeah, he's impressive. Forcing a strained smile, Tobirama screamed internally, what the hell? How is this even fair? This brat is her son? No wonder she regained her youth and got stronger. But wait. Then why did sister-in-law also regain her youth and grow stronger? Glancing at Mido, Tobirama saw her giving him a mysterious smile, sending chills down his spine. He had a bad feeling, like there were still secrets big brother and sister-in-law hadn't shared with him. Alright, let's move this discussion to my office, Kaito said, drawing everyone's attention. And as for Denzo, you can all deal with him as you see fit to blow off some steam. Just don't use any sealing jutsu on him. With that, Kaito motioned for the first Hokage, Mido, Madara, Nori, and Tobirama to follow him, disappearing via Flying Thunder God. Denzo was left behind, his movements freed but his chakra still sealed. His body was now as frail as an ordinary human's. Thank you, Lord Kaito. What are we waiting for? That's Shimura Denzo, the scumbag. Let's get him. How about we toss him into a cesspit for a soak? Tempting, but that might be too messy for later. Let's check with Lord Kaito first. True, he revived him for a reason. Let's hold back for now. Yeah, fair enough. Chapter 153, Senju Tobirama's approval. Damn Uchiha. I hate them. Denzo let out a sorrowful roar, his voice echoing through the training ground, as he was overwhelmed by the grinning Uchiha attackers charging at him from all sides. Feeling the power within him sealed, his movements slowed and his resistance faltered, leaving him defenseless. In moments, he was quickly swallowed by the merciless Uchiha onslaught. Thus began his tragic, inhumane path of desperate survival, a journey born from sheer desperation and rage. And this was only the start of his life's misfortune, the first step into a dark and unforgiving fate. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, as soon as Tobirama Senju arrived, he couldn't hold back and said, "You brat, you actually managed to learn my Flying Thunder God Jutsu? And your mastery of it seems to be quite high too? Did someone teach you this?" He didn't believe for a second it was the monkeys, Saratobi and the others. If not them, then it could only be. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at his sister-in-law. The level of proficiency this brat showed was something impossible to achieve without considerable time and effort. It was indeed me, Uzumaki Mito admitted when she felt his gaze. She spread her hands and explained, "It was part of a deal to restore my vitality and extend my life." What? Do you find it unacceptable? Or do you think I'm not qualified to do this? No, no. Tobirama quickly shook his head, denying it vehemently. Who else would be more qualified? Sister-in-law, you must be joking. This deal was an excellent choice. If she hadn't made the deal and passed away, the Senju clan would have completely fallen by now. But still, this brat had managed to master his signature technique to such an extent, it left Tobirama feeling a bit unsettled. This wasn't just any jutsu, it was the ultimate technique he had specifically developed to counter the Uchiha. After all, it was the very technique he used to kill Uchiha. Izuna back in the day. Is there a reason you brought us here? Madara Uchiha asked bluntly, his face as stoic as ever. The others also turned their attention to Kaito. Kaito shrugged and replied, "No big reason. I just thought, since you're all revived now, it'd be a good opportunity to discuss Hidden Leaf Village's first 5-year plan. We've already gone through several rounds of discussions with the village leadership and Jonin representatives. I believe it's quite thorough. Still, an outsider's perspective is valuable, so I wanted to hear your input." Saying this, Kaito picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Madara and the others. "Oh? The first 5-year plan?" Madara and Tobirama both seemed intrigued and reached out to grab the document. But as each of them tugged at one end, they both paused and turned expressionless gazes at each other. The tug of war was so amusing. Alright. I'll make another copy for you." Kaito, exasperated, smacked his forehead and grabbed another document to hand over. Tobirama immediately relaxed, only to have the file in his hands snatched away by Madara. Madara walked over to a nearby sofa, sat down, and began flipping through it with Hashirama. The sight made Tobirama grit his teeth in frustration. Damn. Madara was bad enough, but even his own brother was acting like this. Anyone watching might think the two were actual siblings. Despite his annoyance, Tobirama was used to this behavior and decided to ignore them entirely. He took the second document from Kaito and began reading. After a long while, Tobirama finally finished reading. He took a sharp breath and looked at Kaito in shock. "Kid, this plan of yours is pretty bold. Just the expansion of the Ninja Academy alone is already on this scale. Your ambitions aren't just about developing Hidden Leaf Village, are they? You're aiming to unify the ninja world, and perhaps even take control of the daimyo's authority in the future?" While none of this was explicitly stated in the document, Tobirama could see the hints everywhere. The expansion of the academy and the addition of targeted courses, especially ideological education and governance training, stood out. There were even plans for schools for civilians. All of this screamed preparation for a larger, unified structure. Moreover, the plan clearly outlined Hidden Leaf Village's future industrial and commercial development, aiming for self-sufficiency. Military, economic, and political development, all integrated and progressing together. This was entirely different from Hidden Leaf Village's traditional positioning. Additionally, the reconstruction and expansion plan indicated Kaito's intent to attract a massive influx of external population, drastically increasing Hidden Leaf Village's demographic base. If everything went according to plan, Hidden Leaf Village's population would balloon to at least 3 million in 5 years. Does it really say that? I don't see anything like that in the document. How did you figure that out? Hashirama, curious, turned to Tobirama. Madara, watching from the side, looked exasperated. As expected, Hashirama's sensitivity to such matters was still painfully low. Oh? Kaito raised an eyebrow at Tobirama. You figured it out that quickly? Tobirama smirked coldly. It's obvious. Practically every line screams your intentions. How could I not see it? Still, I'm surprised you're willing to decentralize the Hokage's power, delegating administrative and mission-related responsibilities. That takes guts. I'll admit, I had major doubts about you being Hokage. It wasn't just because you're from the Uchiha clan, but also because you're only 10 years old. I thought that no matter how talented you were, you'd still lack the maturity and strategic mindset needed for leadership. But now, I see I was shallow and underestimated you. Just based on this plan, you're more than qualified to be Hokage, possibly even more qualified than I ever was. So, I officially acknowledge you as the 4th Hokage. I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll accomplish next. Senju Tobirama's words were heartfelt and sincere. The plan presented by Kaito covered many aspects that even seasoned strategists hadn't considered in the past. Tobirama was confident that if this plan could be executed firmly and successfully, within 5 years, Hidden Leaf Village would be unbeatable in the ninja world, a true foundation for unifying it entirely. Haha, thanks for the compliment. Kaito chuckled. But for now, let's focus. Does anyone have any opinions on this plan? Making improvements while we still have time is crucial. He added with a calm smile. Tobirama's acknowledgement didn't hold much sway for Kaito personally. But he couldn't deny that it was rare for someone like Tobirama, who harbored a deep dislike for the Uchiha clan, to recognize him, a not yet official Hokage. It was a rare and pleasant feeling. Of course. Tobirama replied, and they immediately delved into discussing the finer details of the plan. Soon, others joined in the discussion, including Uzumaki Mido, Madara Uchiha, Senju Hashirama, and even more key figures. Together, they refined the plan. Although the plan was already quite comprehensive, every now and then, Tobirama and the others proposed constructive suggestions, further perfecting it. 3 days later, Tsunade and the returning forces finally marched back victorious. Kaito and his group personally greeted them at the village gates to celebrate their triumphant return. At the same time, it was announced that the next day, Kaito would officially assume the role of Hokage, with a ceremony to mark the occasion. Ah! We're finally back. Tsunade stretched her arms lazily on their way to the Hokage's office. Can I finally relax now? You wish. Orochimaru teased with a sly smile. Tomorrow is Kaito's day. After that, Hidden Leaf Village will officially start its reforms under his leadership. Reforms will surely include the ninja hospital, so you, as the village's top medical ninja, better not slack off. What are you even thinking? Ugh, no way. Tsunade groaned, her face instantly souring. I think the hospital is perfectly fine as it is. Why mess with it? Don't complain to me about it. Orochimaru replied, shaking his head in amusement. Take it up with Kaito and try to convince him, though I doubt you'll succeed. You've admitted yourself, haven't you? When it comes to medical expertise, Kaito might even surpass you. If he thinks reforms are necessary, then they are. We'll just have to follow along. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed mischievously as he added, by the way, I noticed something interesting earlier. Lord Tobirama seems to have been revived. Looks like my research division will be gaining a legendary new member. Can't wait. Tobirama, a master of forbidden techniques, in his research division. Orochimaru couldn't contain his excitement, imagining the breakthroughs they could achieve. Kaito was incredibly considerate, wasn't he? Huh? Really? Tsunade stopped mid-thought, recalling Orochimaru's words. Now that you mention it, he was there. Weird, though. With my granduncle's temper and his hatred for the Uchiha, I can't believe he didn't oppose Kaito becoming Hokage. Seems like we missed a lot while we were away. She mused aloud, half amazed, half relieved. If even my granduncle is convinced, Kaito must have pulled off something amazing. Not that she was complaining. She already thought Kaito was the perfect choice for the 4th Hokage. If Tobirama was on board, all the better. She'd been worried he'd cause trouble, But that wasn't the case. Nearby, Jiraiya looked pensive after hearing about Tobirama's revival. If Lord Tobirama is back, then he must know about all the crimes Sensei and Denzo committed over the years. He is also likely aware of the village's decisions about them. And if he hasn't opposed any of it, it means they have no chance of redemption, huh? I just hope Kaito spares Sensei's life. Jiraiya muttered quietly, his expression heavy. After all, despite everything, Hiruzen had done a lot for the village in his time, keeping it together after Tobirama's death, and pushing back enemy villages. Jiraiya couldn't ignore those contributions. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged glances, both momentarily silent. Guess we'll find out soon enough. Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Kaido already announced a public trial for the day after tomorrow. He even revived Denzo specifically for it. Don't get your hopes up, though. She added with a wry smirk. If it were up to me, I'd say the old man should just be executed. Clean and simple. Otherwise, living might be worse for him than dying, more humiliating, at least. Kaido has no mercy for his enemies. That guy's ruthless when it comes to revenge. Her words hung in the air, chilling yet confident. Chapter 154, Rejecting Mount Myabaku exactly. Orochimaru nodded meaningfully at Jiraiya after hearing his words. Sometimes, living is far more painful than dying. Jiraiya, you're still too young. But since even the second Hokage and the others have acknowledged it, you'd better not do anything foolish moving forward. Don't go against Kaido. Otherwise, I don't want to one day see you defect from the village and have to personally hunt you down. And trust me, I won't hold back. Orochimaru's words were a warning, a preemptive strike to ensure Jiraiya wouldn't act recklessly and create an irreparable situation. As one of his few true comrades, Orochimaru genuinely cared about him. I understand. Jiraiya's face darkened as he hesitated, unsure how to respond. After a long silence, seeing the concerned looks in Orochimaru and Tsunade's eyes, he finally made up his mind. Nodding firmly, he said, "All right, I get it. I won't make you worry. Let's leave everything to the trial in 2 days. All I can do for the old man now is take care of his family." It was the least he could do to repay the third Hokage's kindness. As for opposing the village or defecting, that wasn't what Jiraiya wanted. This was his home. His comrades, his bonds, and all the memories he cherished were here. Leaving Hidden Leaf Village, where would he even go? He didn't want to become a wandering stray dog. Sigh. I wonder where the child of prophecy the great Toad Sage spoke of is. Who is it? If they'd just show up already and lead the shinobi world to peace, that'd be great. Wars and conflicts. They're so tiresome. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, however, both Tsunade and Orochimaru's expressions shifted. Tsunade frowned deeply and gave Jiraiya a stern look. Jiraiya. You're still clinging to that so-called prophecy from the great Toad Sage? That so-called child of prophecy? Have you ever considered that the great Toad might be deceiving you, using you, brainwashing you? Do you really think destiny is so easy to predict? Even if that Toad can truly see glimpses of the future, destiny is ever-changing. If everything is already predestined, then what's the point of living? How despairing would that be? In any case, I don't believe in any prophecies or children of prophecy. And if such a child exists, in my view, it could only be Kaido. No one else. Mark my words, Kaido will bring lasting peace to the shinobi world. Tsunade firmly believed in her stance. Jiraiya's blind faith in the great Toad Sage worried her. It was bound to lead to trouble. No, I have to take this seriously. Maybe I should discuss it with Kaido and see if he has a way to deal with this in advance. She thought, feeling increasingly uneasy. Using Hidden Leaf Village as a playground for manipulation? Absolutely outrageous. Tsunade, you. Hearing Tsunade criticize the great Toad Sage and his prophecy, Jiraiya's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. He opened his mouth, ready to retort. But Orochimaru cut him off. Jiraiya, I think Tsunade has a point. Destiny, even if it exists, is unreliable and elusive. Those who chase destiny often end up being toyed with by it. In my view, destiny is never fixed. It's always in flux. Every decision we make could influence and alter the future. Maybe the great Toad Sage really can glimpse some future scenes, but those are just possibilities. They're not set in stone. In fact, the moment he prophesied about that future, destiny likely already shifted. After all, before you knew about the prophecy, you wouldn't have acted to influence it. But the second you learned about it, every action you took started changing that so-called predestined future. Isn't that right? Jiraiya froze, stunned by Orochimaru's reasoning. Indeed, if he was actively seeking the child of prophecy to fulfill a foretold destiny, wasn't he already altering the course of events? Yet the great Toad Sage never warned him about this. Instead, the sage encouraged him to search for the child of prophecy and guide the shinobi world toward peace. It sounded noble, but was it truly right? By doing so, wasn't he forcing his own interference with destiny? The more Jiraiya thought about it, the deeper his frown grew. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind about Mount Myabaku and the great Toad Sage's intentions. He recalled Tsunoda's earlier words. What had once felt harsh and insulting now seemed to hold a certain truth. After all, Tsunoda's words came from a place of concern. Why else would she risk angering him by saying such things? What should I do? Jiraiya asked, his face filled with confusion and uncertainty. Should he keep chasing destiny and searching for the child of prophecy? That felt wrong, like tampering with fate. But if he didn't, would the child of prophecy emerge on their own? Would they grow strong enough to lead the world to peace? Just be yourself. Focus on becoming stronger and supporting Kaido in strengthening Hidden Leaf Village. Trust in Kaido, he'll bring peace to the shinobi world. Remember, he's the choice of not just me and Tsunoda but also the first Hokage, second Hokage, and countless others in Hidden Leaf Village. Isn't that enough? Orochimaru patted Jiraiya on the shoulder before walking ahead. Do what's best for you. Don't be foolish. In this world, there's no such thing as love or hate without reason. That old toad from Mount Myabaku chose you for a purpose. You're not just some random guy picked by chance. It's obvious they're using you to influence Hidden Leaf Village and its future decisions. Honestly, even without Mount Myabaku, you'd still become a strong ninja. Your talent has always been extraordinary. Hearing this, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. Tsunoda, without a word, walked ahead, leaving Jiraiya standing there in a daze for a few seconds. Then, clenching his teeth, he ran to catch up. Wait for me, he shouted. It didn't take long for Jiraiya to catch up with Orochimaru and Tsunoda. He wore a serious expression as he said, I heard what you said. I can't make up my mind just yet, but I promise I'll think it through. But trust me on this, I'll always stand firmly with Hidden Leaf Village. I swear it. Haha. That's more like it. Exactly. Hearing this, Orochimaru and Tsunoda both smiled knowingly. It was a good start, wasn't it? They could tell Jiraiya's blind trust in Mount Myabaku had begun to waver. Soon, the three arrived at the Hokage's building. Here, they met up with Kaido, Uzumaki Mido, and Senju Tobirama. As soon as they entered, Tobirama's eyes landed on Tsunoda. A rare smile crossed his usually stern face. You've grown up, Tsunoda. Stronger, more reliable, it's good to see. Second Grandpa. Tsunoda waved and smiled back, though she modestly added, honestly, it's mostly thanks to Kaito's guidance. Without him, I wouldn't have developed this quickly or reached my current potential and strength. Hearing this, Tobirama's face darkened slightly. Why does everyone keep mentioning that brat? He thought to himself. Not just Tsunoda, over the past few days, every Senju and Uzumaki he had spoken to had showered Kaido Uchiha with gratitude. Some even seemed ready to treat Kaido like a family member. This left Tobirama feeling conflicted and a little annoyed. Was the mighty Senju and Uzumaki alliance really so dependent on that Uchiha kid? It was absurd. But he couldn't deny it. Because it was true. Damn Saratobi. Damn Denzo. This is all your fault. Tobirama silently cursed. His frustration with Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo only grew, along with his disdain for Utatane Koharu and Mitakato Hamura. I should have appointed Kagami Uchiha or even Akimeki Torafu as the third Hokage instead of Saratobi. One mistake, and now it's a lifetime of regret. He thought bitterly. Tsunoda, meanwhile, noticed her granduncle's dark expression and chuckled inwardly. He's still salty about the Uchiha, she thought. But what did that have to do with her? Could she admit she was doing this on purpose? If her granduncle hadn't mentored people like Saratobi and Denzo, who brought Hidden Leaf Village to ruin, would the Senju clan be in such a mess? Would she have had to work this hard? Let Tobirama stew in his own regret for a while. It served him right. Oblivious to Tsunoda's rebellious thoughts, Tobirama turned his attention to Orochimaru, who was watching him with an unsettlingly excited expression. So, you're Orochimaru? Tobirama said, scrutinizing him. I've heard about your talents in research. After this, meet me at the research department. I want to discuss some things with you. The department is still being organized, so if you have any ideas, share them now so we can make adjustments. Tobirama knew Kaido kept him around not just to mock him but to take advantage of his expertise. He didn't mind. A task assigned to him would be carried out with utmost seriousness. He had heard from Kaido that Orochimaru's research skills were outstanding, but he wanted to see for himself. Let's hope you don't disappoint me. Tobirama muttered. Of course, second Hokage. I'd be honored. Orochimaru replied, licking his lips eagerly. Tobirama, seeing that unsettling habit, frowned. Something's off with this guy, he thought, a faint chill running down his spine. Finally, Tobirama turned to Jiraiya, frowning slightly. And you're Jiraiya. I've heard rumors about your questionable habits. Lurking around hot springs, for example? Who taught you such disgraceful behavior? Eh? Jiraiya froze, suddenly aware that everyone in the room was staring at him. Okay, fine. It was my teacher, Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya blurted, waving his hands defensively. He's the one who corrupted me. I didn't want to turn out like this. You wouldn't believe it, he even created a jutsu called telescope jutsu so he could spy on the village from his office. It's a giant crystal ball that lets him peep on almost anything, including hot springs and people's homes. I've caught him doing it countless times. And every time I confronted him, he dragged me into it to shut me up. That's how I ended up like this. If you don't believe me, ask Tsunade or Orochimaru. They've seen it too. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at Jiraiya, stunned. Wow. Someone muttered. Jiraiya's desperate attempt to deflect blame was so extreme it left everyone speechless. Chapter 155, Tobirama beats up Jiraiya. What? As expected, Senju Tobirama's face turned stormy the moment he heard Jiraiya's words. He was furious, practically seething. Unable to hold back, he glanced at Tsunade and Orochimaru for confirmation and demanded, is what he said true? Is this all something the monkey taught him? And what's this about the monkey having a spying jutsu with a telescope? Huh. Probably. Tsunade and Orochimaru nodded enthusiastically, for reasons unknown. Deep down, they likely enjoyed throwing the third Hokage under the bus. They were probably just there for the drama, eagerly anticipating the scene of the second Hokage thrashing their teacher. They seemed to think it would be quite a spectacle. Of course, things were already heading downhill for Jiraiya. While Jiraiya's explanation had a hint of exaggeration and blame shifting, there was no denying that the third Hokage bore significant responsibility for how Jiraiya turned out. But that didn't stop everyone from looking down on Jiraiya with disdain. Because, let's be honest, he wasn't some innocent victim. He was a notorious pervert with a penchant for peeping. If he hadn't had that tendency in the first place, how could he have been influenced so easily? Take Orochimaru, for instance. He was also a student of the third, but he didn't develop this habit. In the end, the problem was Jiraiya himself. Hearing this, Kaido and the others also looked at Jiraiya with contempt. This guy. He really would go to any lengths to clear his name, even throwing his own teacher under the bus. Shameless. Well. Tobirama sneered coldly. Just as Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he might have dodged the bullet, Tobirama stepped forward. He grabbed Jiraiya by the shoulder, his face twisted in a sinister grin. And you, brat. Did you think I'm that gullible? That easy to fool? Blaming everything on your teacher, huh? Such strong filial piety you have there. He said sarcastically. If you didn't have it in you already, how could you turn out like this? Sure, your teacher might share some blame, but your own pervy nature and lack of self-control are the main issues here. Still trying to fool me? Come here. With that, Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and vanished from the office, dragging Jiraiya along. Let's go. This is gonna be good. Kaito immediately got up and called out to the others. Moments later, he grabbed Madara Uchiha and Hashirama and followed after them. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uzumaki Mido, and the others exchanged glances before hurrying after them as well. In the next instant, on a patch of empty ground, Tobirama reappeared with Jiraiya in tow. Without wasting a word, he started beating the daylights out of the hapless pervert. Kaido and the rest, who had followed close behind, stood off to the side and watched the show. Yes, they literally watched while eating snacks. To add to the atmosphere, Kaido even pulled out some fresh fruits and set them on a table, inviting everyone to snack while they enjoyed the spectacle. Ow! Ah! Not the face. Second Hokage-sama, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Arg. Please spare me. I won't do it again. Despite Jiraiya's endless begging, Tobirama didn't stop. He pummeled Jiraiya for what felt like half an hour, leaving him with a blackened blue face and a swollen body that looked twice its normal size. But Tobirama was careful not to cause any lasting damage. Jiraiya's injuries were superficial, he'd recover in about 10 days or so. Still, Tobirama had used chakra and some special techniques to ensure the pain and bruises lingered for a good 2 weeks. It was a calculated move to make Jiraiya learn his lesson. Remember this, if you dare engage in your peeping nonsense again, it won't stop here. Tobirama warned coldly. Next time, I won't hesitate to completely destroy your strength, or even your dear third leg. I'll make sure you lose that ability entirely." Hearing this, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't even muster the strength to cry out. The murderous intent coming from Tobirama was real. Jiraiya was convinced that the second Hokage would absolutely make good on his threat if it came to that. Terrified, Jiraiya quickly raised his hand in a solemn vow. "I understand, second Hokage-sama. I swear, I'll never do it again. Never. Otherwise. May I die a horrible death. Ow." As he spoke, moving his arm pulled on his injuries, making him suck in a sharp breath. But he didn't dare make any sudden movements. "Humphrey. Remember your words. I'll be watching you," Tobirama said with a sharp glare before vanishing back to the Hokage's office with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. As the dust settled, Uzumaki Mido and the others also dispersed. Meanwhile, Kaido approached with Tsunade and Orochimaru, a mischievous smile on their faces. Kaido crouched down and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. "Arg." Jiraiya screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and Kaido sneered, "I really don't know what to say about you." He continued, "I hope you learn your lesson this time. Stop being so shameless. Otherwise, even if Tobirama doesn't act, I'll have someone castrate you myself. That way, you won't have the urge to ruin other families' wives and daughters." Hearing this, Jiraiya shuddered, his face full of terror. He swallowed hard, utterly frightened. Kaito chuckled and gave Jiraiya's shoulder another hard pat. Despite Jiraiya's attempts to suppress his screams, his face contorted in pain. Kaito looked down on him and said, "You're a grown man with hands, feet, and money. If you're really into that sort of thing, why not go to the proper places and pay for it? Why spy on innocent families? Isn't that pathetic? Do better for yourself." With that, Kaito teleported away, leaving Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya behind. "Serves you right." Tsunade sneered at Jiraiya for a few seconds before teleporting away as well, making Jiraiya feel even more dejected. At that moment, he figured he'd completely lost any chance of winning Tsunade over. Sigh. Orochimaru sighed as he stepped forward, crouching down to imitate Kaito by patting Jiraiya on the shoulder. "Ah!" Jiraiya winced in pain, angrily shoving Orochimaru away. "Orochi, what the hell are you doing? Don't you know how much this hurts? They can do this to me because I can't fight back, but you? Do you really think I won't retaliate? If you try that again, I'll really lose my temper." At this point, his whole body was aching unbearably. He knew it would take at least 2 weeks before he could sleep properly again. "Huh?" Orochimaru clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Seeing that you still have the strength to yell at me, I'm relieved." He stood up and looked down at Jiraiya. "I've told you before, stop doing these despicable things. Think about it, most of the customers at the hot springs are wives and daughters of people from our village. Doing stuff like this is asking for trouble. Imagine if it were your future wife, daughter, or even your late mother who visited the hot springs and got spied on by some pervert. How would you feel? Put yourself in their shoes. Anyway, I'm out." With that, Orochimaru teleported away, leaving Jiraiya in silence. Orochimaru's words hit him like a deafening gong, striking a nerve he hadn't felt before. In the past, he would have brushed off such advice without a second thought. But after getting beaten so badly today, fear and shame had finally set in. For the first time, Jiraiya felt deeply ashamed of himself. "I've decided," he muttered to himself. "No more of this nonsense in the village. If I really have to do it, I'll go outside the village, maybe even to another country. At least that way, I won't harm my own people." If Kaido and the others heard this, they'd probably give him a good beating and say, "Some people just never change, huh? This guy's hopeless." Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression changed. Wait a second. Orochimaru just teleported too, and he was alone? When did he learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Jiraiya was utterly shocked. It felt like the world had turned upside down. Everyone seemed to be mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, a supposed high-difficulty forbidden jutsu that required special time-space aptitude. How did it become so widespread? Kaido, Tsunade, Lady Mido, Lady Neri, Lord Tobirama, Minato, Kushina, Mikoto. The list was almost in double digits now. I wonder if I have the talent for it. Jiraiya began fantasizing about it, but the pain in his body quickly reminded him of reality. He needed to head to the hospital. Wobbling to his feet, he stumbled toward the ninja hospital. Meanwhile, back at the Hokage's office, Tobirama paced back and forth, getting angrier the more he thought about it. This isn't enough. Just teaching Jiraiya a lesson isn't enough. He fumed. His scumbag teacher is equally guilty. Even if I can't kill him yet, I'll beat him half to death to vent my anger. Just as he prepared to teleport away, Kaido and the others returned. Hearing his plan, Uzumaki Mido stopped him. Don't rush into it. Let's wait until after the public trial in 2 days. After the trial, you can deal with him however you like. This way, no one can accuse us of using private justice. Besides, it's been decided. We won't take his life, but his powers will be sealed or outright destroyed. He'll spend the rest of his days sweeping streets and cleaning public restrooms to atone for his crimes. At the same time, he'll be forced to witness Hidden Leaf Village's resurgence under Kaito's leadership. Denzo will also share this fate with Hiruzen. Even if Hiruzen dies during this period, Kaito plans to resurrect him with the Edo Tensei so he can keep sweeping streets and cleaning parks. He'll live to see Hidden Leaf Village unite the ninja world and watch the Sarutobi clan's inevitable downfall. That's the true punishment. Thinking he can escape it all with death? Not a chance. Alright. Obirama nodded reluctantly, still simmering with rage but agreeing for the sake of the bigger picture. Chapter 156, The Fourth Hokage. Early the next morning. The large square inches front of the Hokage's office was packed to the brim, with not even space for air to pass through. Even the surrounding rooftops and streets were crowded with people. The sight of countless moving figures created a lively atmosphere. Under these circumstances, Kaito, accompanied by Tsunade, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and others, ascended the high platform. Surveying the crowd, he amplified his voice with chakra and announced loudly, "People of Hidden Leaf Village, from this day forward, I, Kaito Uchiha, am your fourth Hokage. I promise to do my utmost to bring Hidden Leaf Village wealth and prosperity, ensuring that everyone can build the life they dream of here." Oh! As the crowd erupted into deafening cheers, Kaito turned and walked off the platform. Next, Nara Shikayama took the stage to speak on Kaito's behalf, presenting several plans for reforms and developments in Hidden Leaf Village. The key points included reforms to the Ninja Academy and the village's urban planning. This served as a heads-up to the villagers, giving them an idea of what to expect and preparing them to cooperate with the upcoming changes. Afterward, the crowd gradually dispersed, buzzing with discussions. The fourth Hokage truly lives up to his reputation as a genius of the Uchiha clan. Taking down nearly 10,000 enemy ninjas by himself, killing Hanzo and the third Kazekage, what an incredible force. Absolutely. He is even planning a major expansion of Hidden Leaf Village, complete with new urban designs. It looks like he is aiming to bring in more people to strengthen the village. That's a good thing. Is it, though? With more people, won't there be more competition for the village's resources? Won't it make life harder and jobs scarcer for us? Foolish and short-sighted. More people mean more work opportunities. And don't forget, the Uchiha clan is loaded. True. Just from selling pills and those miraculous shellfish, the Uchiha clan has been raking in wealth. Money isn't an issue for them. Now that Kaito Uchiha is Hokage, he won't let us suffer. Exactly. Kaito-sama seems like someone with big plans. If the villagers aren't well off, who'd want to join Hidden Leaf Village? Of course, there will be benefits for us too. Come on, don't be so shallow. Forget about the village expansion or bringing in more people. Isn't the most important thing right now the reforms to the Ninja Academy and the establishment of ordinary schools? Agreed. With the academy reforms, our kids have a better chance of becoming ninjas. Plus, the changes seem designed to help kids from civilian families like ours, not to mention, the ordinary schools are crucial too. Kids without ninja talent can still get an education, learn skills, and find better jobs in the future, right? Exactly. Honestly, I don't even want my kids going to the Ninja Academy. Being a ninja is too dangerous. Ordinary schools are a much better choice. Same here. Being a ninja is brutal. My neighbor's husband and son both died on missions, it's just too risky. But ninjas make more money. There's always a trade-off. The villagers' discussions grew louder, with opinions varying widely. While some supported the new policies, others voiced concerns. When personal interests were involved, it was impossible to have everyone agree. Fortunately, most villagers had a positive attitude toward the reforms. Those who opposed them chose to wait and see for now. Not that they had much choice. After all, these were orders from the Hokage. The opinions of ordinary people, while heard, didn't carry much weight. Ultimately, everything depended on the Hokage's will. In the world ranking, civilians and shinobi were not on the same level. At least, that was the reality in ninja villages. Compared to civilians, most ninjas, whether from clans or ordinary backgrounds, supported the reforms. Because the changes were beneficial to them. Meanwhile, Kaito wasted no time. He convened a meeting with all the Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village. At the meeting, he announced the first 5-year plan for Hidden Leaf Village. He also finalized adjustments to the village's power structure and confirmed key appointments. With the majority's approval, everything passed swiftly. Soon, the departments began working tirelessly to implement the changes. First Hokage, the upcoming expansion and renovation of Hidden Leaf Village will be quite the undertaking. We'll be relying on you. If not for your wood style and earth style, the first phase alone would take who knows how much time and effort. Please, we're counting on you. After the meeting, Kaito stayed behind with the senior leadership for a private discussion. With a serious expression, he grasped Hashirama's hand and earnestly made his request. Hashirama. He knew it. He knew Kaito hadn't revived him out of pure goodwill. Rely on me? Don't think I didn't see the detailed expansion plans. The scale of the project was overwhelming. Even with his unlimited chakra, working non-stop, it would take him several months to complete. This was practically exploitation, using him like a workhorse. Feeling a mix of resignation and frustration, Hashirama looked at Kaito and asked with a strained smile, "Can I refuse?" Ha ha ha. Before Kaito could respond, Madara burst out laughing. Hashirama. You too? Serves you right for always messing with me. Now you're the one being exploited. I knew it. That brat Kaito is as ruthless as ever. Even Dobirama got roped into working in the research division, stuck doing experiments day and night. Did you really think you'd escape? Ignoring Hashirama's pained expression, Madara gave Kaito a thumbs up. Kid, well done. That's the way to do it. Madara. Hashirama couldn't hold back anymore. He roared at Madara and lunged toward him, ready to beat him up. Alright. I'll stop. No need to get so worked up. Madara quickly held out his hands to block Hashirama, placating him. This is all for Hidden Leaf Village's sake. Deep down, I think you're actually enjoying this. Luckily, Hashirama didn't actually lose his temper. Otherwise, with Madara's power currently sealed down to a Chunin's level, Hashirama would have wiped the floor with him in seconds. Huh? Suddenly, Hashirama had an idea. His eyes lit up as he turned to Kaito. Hey, Kaito. Expanding and renovating Hidden Leaf Village shouldn't fall entirely on my shoulders. Madara can help too. After all, he fused with my cells and gained wood style. Plus, his earth style skills are top-notch. He'd make a perfect assistant, don't you think? What? Madara was stunned. Glaring at Hashirama, he growled, Hashirama, how could you? But deep down, Madara began plotting. This might actually be my chance to escape. If they want me to fully unleash my wood style, they'd have to unseal some of my power. Besides, expanding Hidden Leaf Village might disrupt or even break the current barrier formations. And if I get assigned to construction outside the village, the opportunities to escape will multiply. Still, one glaring issue remained: how would he disable the countless seals placed on him? If he couldn't block Kaito and the others from teleporting to him via the Flying Thunder God technique, and prevent them from bringing him back, it would all be for nothing. Madara wasn't confident about breaking the complex seal groups inside him. The first time he sensed and examined the seals within his body, his scalp tingled from sheer dread. There were simply too many. They crisscrossed and interconnected, forming an intricate whole. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire system. He didn't believe he could undo it. Could he rely on Black Zetsu? Madara wasn't sure if even that 1,000-year-old schemer had the skills for this. If Black Zetsu failed, and Madara was recaptured, the consequences would be grim. And Kaito Uchiha wasn't the type to let things slide. One misstep could even lead to a worse fate. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration crossed Madara's mind. Infinite Tsukahime was a mistake, a trap. Why should I even bother trying to escape? Why not just stay in Hidden Leaf Village and witness its growth alongside Hashirama? Watching Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan thrive together, bringing peace to the ninja world, wouldn't that be better? He began to think that his current life wasn't so bad. At the very least, Kaito hadn't placed too many restrictions on his freedom. He could roam around Hidden Leaf Village at will. The only downside was that part of his strength had been sealed. In fact, I could even stand on Kaito's side, redeeming myself in exchange for better treatment. Maybe I could discuss using myself as bait to lure out Black Zetsu? As these thoughts raced through Madara's mind, Kaito considered Hashirama's suggestion and stroked his chin. That's not a bad idea. What do you think, Madara? Do you want to take this opportunity to try escaping? It could be a great chance. Madara sneered inwardly. Ha. As if I'd believe you. The more relaxed Kaito seemed, the more confident he was in his own abilities. Madara's chances of escape felt even slimmer. So, he shook his head. Forget about escaping. After your previous advice and my own reflection these past days, I've decided to give up on the Infinite Tsukahime plan. I know it's not feasible. Honestly, I'm quite content here in Hidden Leaf Village. I get to drink, play cards, and hang out with Hashirama every day. I get to watch Hidden Leaf Village evolve step by step and see the Uchiha clan grow stronger. It's enough for me. I look forward to the day when you achieve true peace." In short, he had given up. Oh? Kaido and the others were visibly surprised by Madara's sudden change of heart. Could he really have come around so quickly? Or was this an act? But Madara continued, changing the subject. "If you're planning to listen to Hashirama and make me some kind of laborer, using my wood style and earth style for construction, forget it. I refuse. It was too exhausting." Besides, Kaito was being completely unreasonable. They were supposed to be esteemed ancestors. Wasn't this going a bit too far? This wasn't just about respecting one's predecessors, it was outright exploitation. "Come on, Madara." Hashirama immediately grabbed Madara's arm and pleaded, "Aren't we close friends, practically brothers? This is something we should do together. Besides, it's a continuation of our dream, isn't it?" If he had to work hard, dragging Madara down with him was clearly the best option. Madara twitched in irritation. "Enough, Hashirama." At this point, Kaito spoke to Madara. "Madara, I don't care if you've genuinely changed your mind or are just pretending. It makes no difference to me. I'm confident in my methods. You're welcome to try escaping. But I agree with Hashirama's suggestion. I'd almost forgotten you know wood style too. So, you'll join Hashirama in the construction projects. I'll even restore all of your strength for this task. But at the same time, I'll add new seals to ensure you can't harm Hidden Leaf Village's villagers. And if you refuse, I can always control your body to use your jutsu for the construction anyway. At this point, your opinion doesn't matter." He chuckled darkly. "Thanks for the reminder, Hashirama." "You." Madara's face turned pale. He stared at Kaito, at a loss for words. Because he knew Kaito could absolutely do it. Thankfully, an idea came to him, and he quickly said, "If you promise not to make me work on these construction projects, I'll help you capture Black Zetsu. Aren't you all worried about him stirring up trouble behind the scenes? This is the perfect opportunity. Trust me, he doesn't know that I've discovered his true identity. He'll definitely take the bait." "No." Kaito shook his head decisively. "Wait, what?" Madara was dumbfounded. "Why not? Kaito wasn't like this before." "Because." Kaito smiled. "After some thought and discussions with my mother and other advisors, we've decided it's better to let Black Zetsu stir up trouble in the ninja world. In fact, if he captures the tailed beasts and revives Kaguya, it'll ultimately benefit Hidden Leaf Village's plans to unite the ninja world. On the other hand, capturing him now would eliminate a common enemy. The other 4 great ninja villages would then focus all their attention and resources on Hidden Leaf Village's growth. To stop Hidden Leaf Village from rising, they'd likely unite and attack us. While I'm not afraid and confident we could unify the ninja world even in such a scenario, I don't want a broken world, nor do I wish for unnecessary deaths. So for now, Black Zetsu stays. In fact, I'll even secretly help him succeed in some of his plans." With his growth rate, Kaito was confident he'd soon be invincible, even against Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths. There was no need to worry about things spiraling out of control. "What? You?" Madara's face twisted in shock. "You're seriously planning this? Even using Black Zetsu? You can scheme this much? Amazing. I'm starting to believe you really can unite the ninja world and bring peace." For the first time, Madara looked at Kaito with genuine admiration. This kid's planning was meticulous and far-sighted. If only they'd had this level of strategy back in the day, the ninja world might have been unified and peaceful long ago. "Wait, why didn't anyone tell me about that?" Hashirama spoke up, confused. "No one told you because you're too straightforward, big brother." At that moment, Tobirama entered the room with a smirk. "You'd probably oppose the plan or mess it up." "That's not true." Hashirama protested. "This sounds like a great plan. Why wouldn't I agree? It achieves our goal of uniting the ninja world at the smallest cost. Why would I oppose it?" He wasn't that foolish. Chapter 157, A ninja shouldn't be like a mercenario? Senju Tobirama raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at his older brother with some surprise. "I didn't expect your perspective to change so much, big brother." "Well, it's not bad. Keep it up." After that, he ignored Hashirama and handed a list and some documents to Kaito. "Here, 4th Hokage. These are the research projects Orochimaru and I have organized over the past couple of days, along with the required funds, resources, and equipment. Take a look and see if there's any issue. If there aren't any problems, please approve them as soon as possible so we can get started on the research." Time waits for no one, and Tobirama was bursting with excitement, eager to dive into this work. By developing new technologies, he hoped to make Hidden Leaf Village stronger and wealthier faster. "Got it." Kaito nodded and took the documents, quickly flipping through them. After scanning the contents, he He grabbed a pen and began marking and circling specific items. Once he finished, he handed the documents back to Tobirama. Focus on the items I've marked as priority research projects and try to complete them as soon as possible, Kaito said. These will be instrumental for the village's development and can even be used for international trade to generate huge profits. Actually, some home appliances are already being researched by the Hidden Cloud Village. We can't afford to fall behind, we need to surpass them. Got it? As for the genetic and KK Genkai research, you can work on that in parallel, but this year's primary focus should be on home appliance development. I'll make time to visit and help personally. Worst case, I'll send a shadow clone over to assist. For funding and resources, just take this approval note to the finance department. He added, writing a quick authorization and stamping it with his Hokage seal before handing it over to Tobirama. Understood. Tobirama accepted the files and approval note, shot a quick glance at Hashirama and Madara, then turned and left swiftly. Once Tobirama was gone, Kaido turned to Hashirama and Madara. You two shouldn't waste any time either. Hashirama, take Madara to the engineering department and start laying out the project plans. Let's get this on the schedule ASAP. I've assigned a good number of people to assist you, including ninjas skilled in Earth style. This project needs to move quickly. The expansion and renovation of Hidden Leaf Village were central to the success of Kaido's first 5-year plan. He believed the combination of Hashirama and Madara's wood style would make rapid progress possible. Not to mention, he had also dispatched a significant number of ninjas to the engineering department for this. This wasn't just about speeding up the work, it was also intentional. He was purposefully guiding ninjas to adapt to contributing to basic infrastructure tasks. Gradually, he wanted to expand their horizons, moving them away from being confined to missions like escorting, battling, or scavenging for items. Tasks like building infrastructure, managing water resources, constructing roads, and even farming could be turned into missions for lower-level ninjas who couldn't handle high-stakes assignments. This would also address issues of livelihood and work for them, keeping them from needlessly risking their lives. After all, there was no rule that ninjas couldn't be involved in infrastructure or agriculture. Ninjas shouldn't be narrowly defined as killers or mercenaries. Such a definition would only lead to short-lived careers, dependency, and an inability to achieve peace. To boost Hashirama's enthusiasm, Kaido shared his vision and philosophy with him and Madara. Both were stunned. It hadn't occurred to them that there was such depth to this approach. Even more, they hadn't realized Kaido was already working on fundamentally altering the role of ninjas to create a peaceful and fulfilling life for them. I think your idea is fantastic, Kaido. Hashirama said, his tone filled with admiration. Honestly, none of us, not even me or Madara, had considered this angle before. Agreed. Madara nodded, crossing his arms. If we look at it this way, merely uniting the ninja world wouldn't be enough to ensure peace. Only by redefining the role of ninjas, making the profession disappear or evolve, and fully integrating them into the daily lives of ordinary people, can we truly achieve a peaceful and happy life for them. Since you have such a vision, Hashirama and I will help you get started. Madara added. Of course, he wasn't thrilled about becoming a workhorse for someone else. But at this point, he didn't have much of a choice. If he had to go through this, he might as well delegate tasks to other ninjas under the guise of training and reshaping their mindset. Ha! I'm glad you think that way, Kaito said, laughing heartily. He pointed a finger at Madara and released a beam of light that entered Madara's body. Immediately, Madara felt some of his sealed power returning. While it only restored him to a standard Kage-level strength, it was enough to give him some hope. For anything beyond that, Kaito would need to release the Edo Tensei technique, find him a better body, and offer a high-quality sacrifice. There you go. I've temporarily lifted part of the seal, so your strength is restored for now. Work hard, and I'll reward you accordingly. If you can truly impress me, restoring your peak powers, or even bringing you back to life for real, isn't out of the question. Go ahead. With a grin, Kaito waved dismissively at Madara Uchiha, spinning promises. Humphrey. Truly bringing me back to life? Hearing such lofty words, Madara wasn't moved. Instead, he sneered internally. He knew Kaido harbored secrets, and mysterious ones at that. But he didn't believe Kaido could so easily accomplish a true resurrection. That wasn't a simple trick, it was the power of the gods. Unless one day Kaido unlocked the Rinnegan, or took his own Rinnegan, it wasn't possible. Even then, there would still be a heavy price for reviving someone. For someone of Madara's caliber, Kaido might burn through his own life force entirely just to bring him back to his prime. Madara didn't think Kaido was that generous, or that foolish. Kaido, on the other hand, could pretty much guess what Madara was thinking. He knew Madara didn't believe him. But he didn't care. Once Kaido broke the limits of Edo Tensei and created a true resurrection technique, Reviving Hashirama first, Madara would naturally believe him. By then, Madara's attitude would change on its own. Besides, unless Madara agreed to a contract with him, Kaito wasn't planning to revive him anyway. On the other hand, Hashirama's favorability was just 2 points away from meeting the threshold. Kaito was looking forward to seeing how the contract with Hashirama would unfold. This would be the first contract with a living dead. "Let's go, Madara." Hashirama called out to Madara, leaving the Hokage's office together. Whoosh! Just then, Uzumaki Mito suddenly teleported into the room. Glancing at Hashirama as he left, she stepped in front of Kaito and said, "Kaito, now that you've taken over as the 4th Hokage, how do you plan to deal with the daimyo? Should we send someone to inform them? Maybe ask for some funding while we're at it? The village is about to undergo major reforms and large-scale construction. We'll need money everywhere. It's not like we can expect the Uchiha clan to foot the entire bill. Even with land contracts and construction projects, it doesn't seem fair. If we rely too heavily on them, the entire village's real estate might end up in the hands of the Uchiha. That wouldn't be good for the village's development." "Oh?" Kaito raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Informing the daimyo is fine. Let them know we're planning big things. As for the construction projects, it's not just the Uchiha clan who can contribute funds, manpower, or resources. Other ninja clans in the village, as well as merchants, wealthy individuals, even the daimyo and the Fire Country's rich nobles, can all get involved and invest. Then, based on their contributions, we can distribute profits accordingly. This way, we can bring the village's clans, merchants, and even the Fire Country's elites into alignment with our goals. It'll make them part of our unified front and greatly reduce the difficulty of absorbing the Fire Country in the future. What do you think?" Kaito wasn't incapable of taking everything for himself. However, doing so would significantly slow Hidden Leaf Village's growth, hinder the eventual unification of the Fire Country, and delay progress. That wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to unify the ninja world as quickly and efficiently as possible, win hearts, and form more contracts to send people to the pirate world. The goal? Expanding his influence there. After all, the pirate world was far larger than the ninja world, by 100-fold or more. Even if the entire ninja world's population moved over, there was no way they could dominate the pirate world on their own. And since the ninja world was his base, the more people he could contract here, the better, and the faster, the better. He would shape the ninja world first into something far more meaningful, an organized force focused on building and protecting, not just mercenaries chasing profit as mere tools for hire. Kaito was determined to reshape the world, correcting its flaws and creating a better, brighter future. Huh? Mito's eyes lit up as she processed his plan. "You're right. We can involve all the wealthy villagers. Actually, we could publicly raise funds from the entire population, offering shares in return. Let everyone take part in the expansion. With that, the villagers would also benefit from the growth. And getting the daimyo and Fire Country nobles to invest is a brilliant move. Once we show our strength and sincerity, this approach could even work in other nations when we expand in the future. Their resistance might not be so fierce." Brilliant. This plan achieves so many goals at once. Alright, let's do it this way. Though the Senju and Uzumaki clans weren't as wealthy as the Uchiha at the moment, their foundations were still solid. They could certainly contribute a substantial amount to secure shares in the project. This would ensure the Senju and Uzumaki clans' future interests. As for losses? Given Kaito's plans and Hidden Leaf Village's current military strength, especially with the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans thriving, not to mention the resources from the pirate world, losses were unlikely. This plan was built on Hidden Leaf Village's power and its capacity to produce and export goods. For Hidden Leaf Village, there was no downside. Chapter 158, Economic Development Infiltration Plan. All right. Kaito nodded firmly after hearing Uzumaki Mito's words. He said, "First, I'll draft a general framework for the plan. Then, I'll gather the village's senior leaders to discuss it and refine it. Once we've hammered out the details, we'll convene a larger assembly with all the Jonin and clan representatives to finalize the plan further. After that, we'll make the announcement public within Hidden Leaf Village, allowing the clans, families, and even civilians to buy shares. When the internal buy-in is complete, we'll invite reputable merchants from the daimyo and the remnants of conquered nations to discuss external investments. The first 3 steps should take about 1 or 2 months to complete." He continued. "During these 2 months, I'll focus on developing a portion of home appliances and setting up mass production lines. Combined with an expanded Uchiha pharmacy network, these products will help us impress the daimyo, the elites of the Fire Nation, and wealthy merchants. At the same time, we can establish a trade and sales network. This will allow us to build a distribution network for Hidden Leaf Village's household appliances and the Uchiha clan's pharmaceuticals. From there, we'll infiltrate the entire ninja world on an economic level. By then, Hidden Leaf Village will grow wealthier and more prosperous. With improved law and order, safety will no longer be a concern, and more people will want to settle here. If we manage to attract enough people, we won't have to worry about unoccupied houses in our expanded residential areas," he said confidently. "For those who can't afford housing but want to join, we can offer installment plans and loan options. That being the case, we'll also need to reform the banking system and financial policies." There's so much to do." Kaito sighed, rubbing his temples as the weight of responsibility pressed on him. Although he had only just become Hokage, today had already been exhausting. "I can't let myself get trapped in these administrative matters forever," he muttered. "I need to quickly finalize the major plans, delegate tasks, and free up my time for training." After all, he couldn't let himself stagnate amidst all the paperwork. Uzumaki Mido and the others listened to Kaido's clear and logical development plan, their eyes lighting up with admiration. "This plan is excellent," Uzumaki Mido praised, nodding in approval. "But how do you intend to reform the financial system?" she asked curiously. "Simple, we'll issue our own currency," Kaido replied with a confident smile. "With the Uchiha clan's reserves of gold, we can establish a robust backing for our currency issuance. However, this will inevitably disrupt the interests of the powerful nations in the ninja world," he added with a thoughtful frown. "We can't rush into it. We'll need to wait until we've further solidified our strength and infiltrated the Fire Nation, and even other major nations, gaining control over critical parts of their economies. Only then will we be in a position to act. Otherwise, the aristocrats won't let us succeed easily. If pushed too far, they might rally the other 4 great ninja villages to attack Hidden Leaf Village. Don't underestimate the leaders of the 5 great nations. They're no fools." Kaido's tone grew serious. "In fact, they're shrewd, very shrewd. Why else do you think they managed to turn ninjas, who hold absolute military power, into mere tools of assassination, mercenaries, and killers for hire? This entire system of manipulation was orchestrated by those aristocrats in the shadows. Because they control the majority of the resources, wealth, and population, they've been able to enforce strategies that limit and guide the ninja silently. And most ninjas, uneducated and without proper training and strategic thinking, couldn't see through their schemes. They fell into the trap easily. For over 1,000 years, this cycle has locked ninjas into the roles of assassins and mercenaries, defining their place in society. What I aim to do now is guide Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas and villagers to rethink their understanding of the ninja profession. Through this, we'll change the entire ninja world. Incorporating ninjas into the education and engineering departments, as well as the agriculture department, is all part of this vision." "That's exactly what I wanted to hear," Uzumaki Mido exclaimed, nodding in satisfaction. "When you first mentioned currency reform, I was worried you might act recklessly," she admitted. "But now, I see you've thought it through thoroughly. Honestly, you're far more cautious and knowledgeable in this area than I am. Perhaps when we've bound the Fire Nation and a significant portion of the ninja world's elites through shared economic interests, we can finally implement Hidden Leaf Village as currency reform." Recently, Uzumaki Mido had been growing and learning rapidly since she began wielding partial authority in Hidden Leaf Village. She'd even self-studied the educational materials on governance, strategic planning, and power structures written by Kaido. Her efforts were paying off, and her understanding had deepened significantly. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Madara Uchiha exchanged confused glances, completely lost in the conversation. Unable to follow, they quietly left the room. Of course, their actions didn't escape the notice of Kaido and Uzumaki Mido, who shared a knowing smile. Outside Hokage Tower the next day, the plaza outside the Hokage Tower buzzed with energy. Crowds of villagers and ninjas gathered, murmuring excitedly. "Hey, isn't that Denzo, the leader of the Root Division? That bastard who loved abducting talented ninjas from clans and civilian families for his twisted experiments? It's him. But didn't the 4th Hokage kill him during the war when he tried to betray him? How's he back? Look closer at his eyes and face, notice the dark eyes and the cracks on his skin? He's clearly been resurrected using Edo Tensei. You're right. Looks like the Hokage brought him back on purpose, to give us a chance for revenge. Ha ha ha, amazing. I always felt Denzo got off too easy when he died. I'd love to kill him 1,000 times over. Same here. That bastard took my son away, and I never heard from him again. He deserves nothing less than a slow, agonizing death. Look over there, it's the 3rd Hokage. He's looking so frail now. Yeah, but let's not forget, he did contribute to Hidden Leaf Village. Contribute? Please. Whatever good he did is overshadowed by his crimes. Agreed. Most of his achievements were just his duties as Hokage. But his sins? Those were purely for his own benefit, at the expense of the village and its people. Exactly. The third Hokage must not be let off lightly. And not just him, his Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan backing him must be held accountable too. I agree. You all have no idea how much better life has been without the Sarutobi and Shimura clans running wild, extorting, bullying, and exploiting us. What? The Sarutobi and Shimura clans were involved in that kind of shady stuff? Of course. They had the Hokage and Denzo as their shields. Acting arrogant and untouchable was just normal for them. Eating at restaurants, buying things on credit, and then not paying, this was everyday stuff for them. At this moment, on the raised platform, both Denzo and the third Hokage had already been brought in. Denzo was tied to a wooden pillar, his entire chakra sealed off, unable to move. Surrounded by countless villagers and hearing their angry shouts and curses, Denzo was seething with hatred. His gaze was filled with venom as he glared at the crowd. If he still had his power, he wouldn't hesitate to slaughter every single one of these lowly peasants. To him, these insignificant worms had no right to speak ill of him. How dare they? They all deserved to die. The third Hokage, on the other hand, looked increasingly despondent and pale. He had never imagined that in just 10 days since his capture, the tides of public opinion in Hidden Leaf Village would shift so drastically. The villagers' views of him and the Sarutobi clan had turned completely sour. And the worst part? Most of what they said was true. It wasn't some narrative fabricated by Kaido and the others to stir up hatred. Looking back, it was clear how arrogant and oppressive the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had become over the years, trampling over countless commoners. In the past, he hadn't noticed or addressed it for two main reasons. First, he was too busy. He wanted to control everything and hold all the power, but naturally, he became consumed by endless responsibilities, neglecting what the clans were up to. Second, as Hokage, people feared him and Denzo. Even if villagers were angry, they dared not voice their grievances and kept everything buried deep within. Denzo and the clan members weren't foolish, either. They wouldn't openly commit these acts in his presence, everything was done behind his back. Now that both he and Denzo had fallen, a new Hokage had taken over, and the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were under scrutiny, it was only natural for the villagers to speak out. That's it. It's over. Not just for me, but for the entire Sarutobi clan. From now on, the Sarutobi clan's situation in Hidden Leaf Village will probably be even worse than what the Uchiha faced years ago. I can only hope Jiraiya and the others will show some mercy and lend the Sarutobi clan a hand. As he thought this, the third Hokage couldn't help but recall what had happened the previous day when he was visited in prison. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya had came to see him. At the time, he was sitting in his cell, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood outside. Orochimaru didn't say much. He simply gave him a deep look and left a single parting remark, "Sensei, during tomorrow's trial, be honest and take responsibility. Shift as much blame onto Denzo as you can. As for your plan, I'll try to ensure some bloodline survives. That's all I'll say." With that, Orochimaru turned and walked away. The third Hokage was left heartbroken, while Jiraiya stood there, staring at him silently. After a while, Jiraiya sat down on the ground outside the cell and, in a voice filled with bitterness, began to complain, "Old man, why? Why did you do so much to harm the village, to hollow it out, to oppress the clans? Couldn't we have just lived in harmony and developed together? Why did you pretend to be one person on the surface but act so differently in the shadows? I always thought the you I saw on the surface was the real you. I really respected that version of you. But now I see, the one in the shadows, that's the real you. What I can't forgive the most is that you ordered Denzo to conspire with Hanzo to go after the Uchiha clan, your own comrades. How could you do that while serving as Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village? What happened to the will of fire in your heart?" Jiraiya rambled on, venting his frustrations. But throughout it all, the third Hokage remained silent, simply gazing at Jiraiya, offering no explanation. Because deep down, he knew there was nothing to explain. He had done those things. That was the truth. When Jiraiya finally finished recounting all their past memories and prepared to leave, the third Hokage spoke in a hoarse voice, "Jiraiya, for the sake of all I've done for you in the past, please. Take care of the Sarutobi clan. I'm begging you." Jiraiya stopped, stood still for a moment, and then, after a pause, replied softly, "Fine." With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 159, The Public Trial of Hiruzen and Denzo. Jiraiya hadn't told the third Hokage one crucial thing: Kaido and the others weren't planning to kill him outright. Instead, they intended to make him sweep streets and clean public toilets. As for the Sarutobi clan, They wouldn't face outright extermination either. Instead, their punishment would vary based on the severity of their crimes and their loyalty to Kaido. They'd be assigned missions of varying danger levels, gradually wearing down their remaining forces until the clan either dissolved or completely vanished. Not a single resource would go to waste. The third had always claimed that the Sarutobi clan was a commoner's clan. Well, Kaido was about to grant his wish, reducing the clan to its original status as simple commoners. The Shimura clan, however, had it worse. All adults would be sent on the most dangerous, grueling, and undesirable missions, ensuring their numbers dwindled quickly. As for the children, they'd be brainwashed in the restructured Root Division, trained as disposable soldiers for similarly perilous missions. Their punishment was total annihilation. The Midokado and Uchiha clans got off comparatively lightly. Not only did they defect to Kaido's side at the last minute, but their sins were far fewer than those of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Their punishment consisted of a fine 5 times the amount they'd embezzled, some dangerous mission assignments, and a permanent ban from the political center of the village. Though these were small clans to begin with, such penalties were enough to leave them struggling for the next 20 or 30 years, with no real prospects for the future. Jiraiya kept silent about these plans, knowing the third might break down completely if he heard them. As for the possibility of suicide, even if Hiruzen had the resolve, Kaido's team had already prepared for it. Seals had been placed inside his body to prevent such an outcome. Back to the present. The time had come. Kaido ascended the stage alongside Tobirama, Hashirama, Mito, and Shikayama Nara. They began publicly reading out the crimes committed by Denzo and the third Hokage. Every word echoed clearly, ensuring that the gathered villagers could hear every detail of their sins. Hiruzen stayed silent throughout, while Denzo struggled against his bindings, clearly wanting to speak in his defense. Unfortunately for him, his mouth had been sealed shut. Kaido had no intention of letting him spew lies. When the list of crimes was finished, Tobirama stepped forward, his expression stern, and declared, "After thorough deliberation, we've decided on the following punishments. Denzo will face 3 days of infinite death. During this time, he will remain bound here, and any villager with a grudge or hatred toward him is free to take revenge by killing him. Don't worry, he has been granted immortality. No matter how many times he dies, he will revive shortly after, giving everyone their chance." His voice carried over the crowd, and immediately, whispers turned to gasps, then cheers. Villagers began to look at Denzo with eyes filled with malice and bloodlust, many itching to act. Denzo and Hiruzen stared at Tobirama in disbelief. Their expressions seemed to ask, "Sensei, are you serious? We were your students. How can you be this cruel?" But Tobirama ignored their silent pleas and continued, his face cold and unyielding. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former third Hokage, his punishment is as follows: from this day forward, he will have his powers permanently sealed and spend the rest of his life sweeping the main road from the Hidden Leaf Village gates to the Hokage Tower. He will also take on cleaning duties for parts of Hidden Leaf Village Park. This punishment is eternal. Even if he dies, we will use the Edo Tensei to bring him back so he can continue his work. And 3 days from now, Denzo will join him in this duty, sweeping streets and cleaning toilets alongside him." The crowd fell silent for a moment, processing the verdict. Then, what a perfect punishment. Agreed. It's exactly what they deserve. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Cheers erupted as more villagers voiced their support. Despite the harshness of the sentence, killing their pride more effectively than their bodies, everyone seemed thrilled. The villagers' hatred had reached its peak after Shikayama Nara, representing Kaido, had read out every misdeed of Denzo and Hiruzen. Hearing the details had united the people, turning them into a single force of anger and vengeance. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Denzo stared at Tobirama, their faces pale and disbelieving. They had expected punishment, but not this level of humiliation. Even death would have been more merciful. Hiruzen finally managed to croak out, "Sensei, you." "Ha. What about me?" Tobirama turned to Hiruzen, his face cold as he stared him down. "Do you think this outcome isn't justified? When I handed over the Hokage position to you in good faith, I even sacrificed myself to clear the way for you younger ones. I hope you'd carry on my will, protect Hidden Leaf Village, and help it thrive, making it better than ever. And what did you do in return? You've been greedily hoarding the village's resources, strengthening your own clans. At the same time, you suppressed countless other clans within the village. And you had the audacity to treat my Senju clan as your greatest enemy. You exploited our straightforward nature, sending our people to the most dangerous battlefields and assigning them the riskiest missions. You had them die one by one on the battlefield or in perilous tasks. Not stopping there, you even restarted the Cruelwood-style experiments, deceitfully recruiting many Senju youths, even children, into the program. They were treated as nothing more than experimental fodder, all of them dying in those experiments. Even with all that, you weren't satisfied. Though you paused the experiments for a few years, recently, you've been plotting to restart them. You plan to use the remaining Senju, including those with diluted bloodlines hidden among civilians, for your experiments again. Even Nawaki and Tsunade were part of your plans. If it hadn't been for Kaito suddenly stepping in, saving Mito and rescuing the Uzumaki clan, altering the entire course of Hidden Leaf Village's future, you'd have gone through with all of it. If that had happened, my Senju clan would have been completely wiped out, uprooted, and eradicated, wouldn't it? This is my family. You dared to treat the clan of your teacher, your benefactor, with such betrayal, cruelty, and injustice. And now you can't even handle this punishment? Humphrey. Let me tell you something, this is far from over. The clans supporting you, those that have profited from your actions and run rampant in Hidden Leaf Village, will face the harshest punishments too. Even though our new Hokage is merciful and won't completely destroy your clans, don't think you'll escape justice. You two ungrateful, treacherous scoundrels, just wait and see. Humphrey. With a cold snort, Tobirama turned and left, leaving Hiruzen and Denzo standing there in stunned silence, speechless. Because everything he said was true. They had hidden these deeds, or rather, were preparing to act on them. Even Nawaki and Tsunade had been part of their detailed plans. If not for Kaito's intervention, they might have already carried them out. Huh? It's really like this? These two are so cruel. At that moment, the villagers below, overhearing these revelations, erupted into an uproar. Expressions of disbelief and outrage spread across their faces as they began to discuss. So this is the true face of the third Hokage and Denzo. If they could treat the clan of their teacher, someone who did so much for them, with such cruelty, what about us? Unforgivable. Such vile behavior. No wonder the fourth Hokage had to step in and take them down by force. Thankfully, they've been dealt with. Otherwise, I can't imagine what Hidden Leaf Village would have become under their continued rule, what kind of miserable end awaited us. Hey! You guys didn't know? Many of the smaller ninja clans saw through them a long time ago. Over the past decade, several small clans have disappeared entirely. All thanks to those two. Exactly. But in the past, their power was so overwhelming that us small clans, and even ninjas from civilian backgrounds, didn't dare speak the truth. Otherwise, we'd never have seen the next sunrise. This is the downside of having small clans become Hokage. The Sarutobi clan wasn't even that big to begin with. At best, they were considered a mid-sized clan because of their numbers. But when it came to heritage, bloodlines, or strength, they weren't top tier during the Warring States period. Maybe that's why, when Hiruzen became Hokage, he frantically suppressed other clans and secretly embezzled village resources to build up his own. Exactly. That's why the Hokage should either come from a civilian background or rotate among the major clans. That would be better for small clans and civilians like us. Agreed. The Senju and Uchiha, the two founding clans of Hidden Leaf Village, were actually the best choices. The Senju are straightforward by nature, and with their rich heritage, they wouldn't need to suppress others to assert their power. They'd promote better development for everyone. Didn't the village flourish under the first and second Hokage? True. And the Uchiha would have been a great choice too. Back then, we were misled by the third Hokage and Denzo into thinking the Uchiha were arrogant and cold. In reality, anyone who truly interacted with the Uchiha would know, they're just outwardly proud but warm-hearted inside. They disdain lying, scheming, and bullying the weak. They're strong, honest, and make the best allies. Exactly. Plus, with their recent reforms within the clan and the police force, they've become even better, not as arrogant anymore. Yeah, I heard that the reforms were suggested by Lord Kaito when he was only 6, carried them out. They even established an academy to train Uchiha clan members. Kaito-sama is amazing. Right? When I was 6, I was still playing in the mud. No wonder Kaito-sama became Hokage at 10. I hope he can bring true prosperity, peace, and strength to Hidden Leaf Village. He definitely will. Didn't you see the content of his first 5-year plan for Hidden Leaf Village? The future looks bright. Absolutely. The villagers began to praise Kaito, the Uchiha, and the Senju, while expressing disdain for Hiruzen and Denzo. Chapter 160, The Suffering of Denzo and Hiruzen. When Narashikayama announced the end of the public trial, the higher-ups left, taking Sarutobi. Hiruzen with them. Only Denzo, tied up and left behind, remained. Kill him. Kill Denzo. Don't fight me for it. The first kill is mine. I'll take the second. I'm avenging my son and grandson. Denzo, prepare to face justice. The next moment, the crowd of civilians and ninjas surged toward the high platform where Denzo was bound. Each wielded their weapons, charging at him with ferocity. Seeing this unfold, Denzo didn't show fear. Instead, he cursed loudly. "You damn commoners! You're all worthless and should die. It's an honor for your parents and children to sacrifice their lives for me, for Hidden Leaf Village. How dare you complain? Huh? I can't talk?" It was only after a couple of insults that Denzo realized the seals on his mouth and body had somehow been undone. He could now move freely. Unfortunately, his strength was still sealed, leaving him powerless, no better than a regular civilian. Worse, he was still tied to the pillar like a helpless chicken. What happened next was no surprise. Hearing his insults, the ninja in the front row soared. "Kill him. I'm ending you. Die, you heartless bastard." In the blink of an eye, they tore Denzo apart limb by limb. And yet, when his body regenerated, they continued the slaughter. Over and over, they hacked at him, leaving Denzo to endure a never-ending cycle of resurrection and brutal execution for 3 straight days. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, at the window, Kaido stood beside the third Hokage, Hiruzen, observing Denzo's fate in the distant plaza. Kaido glanced at Hiruzen and smirked. "Well, third? Do you feel the villagers' anger yet? Should I send you over there too? What do you think will happen if you join Denzo? Do you reckon those grieving ninjas and villagers might tear you apart as well?" Hiruzen's face twisted with fear as he stammered, "And no, that won't be necessary. Denzo's sins far outweigh mine. Besides, he can handle it better than I can. Let him bear this. As for me, I'll just stay out of it." "Haha." Kaido burst out laughing, making Hiruzen's discomfort even more evident. The two of them turned away from the window and walked back inside. As they did, Tobirama gave Hiruzen a frosty glare. Crossing his arms, he snorted coldly. "Humphrey. Hiruzen. Don't ever call yourself my disciple again. As of today, I'm severing all ties with you. Not just you, Denzo, Koharu, and Hamura too. You're all the same." Tobirama had lost all hope in his former students. The bond of teacher and disciple was shattered, leaving nothing but bitterness. "If not for them, would my clan have fallen to such a state?" He could never forget the day he was resurrected and returned to find his clan reduced to its current condition. Especially the elders, they greeted him with sorrowful questions that cut deep. Senju Tetsuma had asked him outright, "Tobirama, how could you have been so blind to choose those 4 beasts as your disciples? How could you sacrifice yourself and leave the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Do you realize that your decision nearly destroyed the Senju clan? Even though things have slightly improved in recent years, it's only because of help from the Uchiha, our former enemies. Aren't you supposed to be the smartest, most astute among us? And yet, this..." The words were less a rebuke and more a sorrowful lament. Tobirama didn't feel anger, only deep regret and sadness. It was all his fault. Now, even without Kaido pressuring him, Tobirama no longer desired to return to the Pure Land. He had no intention of resisting his current circumstances. He wanted to work for Hidden Leaf Village and the Senju, striving to restore their former glory. Maybe, just maybe, he could atone for his mistakes this way. He didn't even dare to return to the Senju clan compound anymore. What face could he show them? One could imagine how such sentiments affected Tobirama's attitude toward Hiruzen and the others. "Sensei." Hiruzen's face turned pale. He tried to speak but hesitated. Without the title of Tobirama's disciple, Hiruzen's future would become even harder. Don't call me sensei. I can't bear it anymore." Before Hiruzen could continue, Tobirama coldly cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Disciples like you are a burden I don't need. Go live your life on your own. That's all there is to it." Turning to Kaido, Tobirama nodded. "I'll head to the research division now. The refrigerator has been adjusted based on the samples, and the washing machine is nearly complete. A few more days, and we'll finalize the designs and start building production lines. The factory construction and assembly lines will need support from the village. Thanks to the appliances from the pirate world, refrigerators, washing machines, ovens, air conditioners, and more, Tobirama and Orochimaru had made significant progress in their research and modifications. While those appliances relied on electricity in the pirate world, Hidden Leaf Village's infrastructure wasn't advanced enough for mass electricity production. Besides, it wasn't practical for ninja use. At Kaido's suggestion, they had developed a ninja-compatible version of these appliances. These appliances would consume chakra as energy instead of electricity. Their inner mechanisms combined sealing techniques with ninjutsu, creating a unique blend of functionality and innovation. "Sounds good." Kaito nodded in satisfaction. "The land was leveled and planned out yesterday. Head over to the engineering department. I've already arranged for my mother to assist you. Right now, the department is mostly run by her and Lady Mido. Hashirama and Madara are just lending a hand, mainly doing physical labor. Urban planning is a massive project that requires strategic thinking. Kaido didn't trust anyone else with it, so his mother and Mito were taking charge of the task. Alright, I'll get to it. The second Hokage nodded, ready to leave. Suddenly, he paused, turned back, and said to Kaido, "Since Sarutobi Hiruzen is now a criminal, his Hokage face on the mountainside is no longer appropriate. Fourth Hokage, you should have it removed. That spot can be used to carve your face instead. I've discussed this with Big Brother, and he agrees with the decision. That's settled then. I'll be off now." Without waiting for Kaido's response, the second Hokage left decisively, not even sparing a glance at the third Hokage. It was clear that from this moment, he no longer considered Hiruzen an ally. Hiruzen stood there, his face pale. He reached out, his lips moving, but no words came out. What could he even say? But removing his face from the Hokage monument, wasn't that too harsh? He had been Hokage for over a decade. Even if he didn't accomplish much, he had worked hard. His gaze shifted to Kaido, hoping for some mercy. Unfortunately, Kaido had no intention of entertaining him. He found Hiruzen's presence an eyesore. Enough of this. Senior Sakamo, please escort the former third Hokage to begin his sentence. Have him report to the cleaning division and start his new role immediately. His seals are already in place, so there's no need to worry about any trouble. Kaido instructed the newly appointed head of the Anbu, Sakamo Hatake. Yes, Lord Hokage. Sakamo responded promptly. He approached the defeated Hiruzen, grabbed his arm without hesitation, and dragged him out of the Hokage office. Meanwhile, Kaido focused on his work, refining plans for residential and commercial development. He prepared to convene a meeting with the senior members of Hidden Leaf Village the next day to discuss these projects further. A few minutes later, Sakamo returned to report. Lord Hokage, the criminal Sarutobi Hiruzen has been assigned to the cleaning division and has officially begun his duties. Good. Kaido nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the Anbu. The reorganization and training of the Anbu will be under your charge. The Anbu will undergo significant expansion and reform. Its responsibilities and functions will also be adjusted. In the future, the Anbu will become Hidden Leaf Village's elite special forces unit. I trust you to handle this important task. You've served as a squad leader in the Anbu before, and your reputation, strength, and leadership are more than sufficient for this role. Thank you for your trust, Lord Hokage. I won't let you down. Sakamo replied earnestly, grateful for the opportunity. He hadn't expected Kaido to appoint him as the head of the Anbu. He had assumed the role would go to someone from the Uchiha clan, given the favoritism of previous administrations. Good. I believe in you. Kaido said with a smile. Oh, and I almost forgot about the swordsmanship training. Let's schedule it for tomorrow afternoon. I'll take some time to exchange techniques with you. I'll learn your swordsmanship style, and in return, I'll teach you mine. It was better to handle this sooner rather than later. Once he mastered it, he could assign Sakamo to teach the Uchiha clan's shinobi sword techniques. Sakamo was momentarily stunned before his face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Lord Hokage. He didn't hesitate or offer to waive the exchange, as that wasn't his straightforward style. Besides, he had long been eager to learn Kaido's unique swordsmanship. Though a ninja, Sakamo was, at heart, a proud and unyielding swordsman. Alright, it's settled then. Kaido said with a smile. Oh, by the way, during our training tomorrow, there's another important matter I want to discuss with you. Kaido added. It's about your future, so be prepared. Got it. Sakamo responded before swiftly departing. As Kaido resumed working on documents and business plans, Tsunade burst into the office, slamming the door open. With her arms crossed, she grinned at him. Wow, Kaido. Our Hokage is really looking the part now. Kaido sighed, looking up at her with exasperation. Come on, Tsunade. Stop teasing me. Being Hokage is no big deal. In the pirate world, it's like being the head of a slightly larger village. And could you be gentler with the door? I thought it was about to break. Honestly, I'm starting to understand why the third Hokage used to get so frustrated with you. Chapter 161, The Great Toad Sage's New Prophecy. Hee. Tsunade chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Alright. I'll be more careful next time. It's just a door, no need to be so stingy. Hearing this, Kaido rolled his eyes dramatically. So, why are you here now? Shouldn't you be overseeing the medical department at the ninja hospital, working on its expansion and reform? Or perhaps managing the establishment of branch hospitals and clinics across the village's surrounding districts? Don't you have more important things to do than showing up here? With Hidden Leaf Village expanding and growing in scale, The medical system naturally needed to be upgraded too. It wouldn't make sense to have everyone run all the way to the main ninja hospital for every little thing. In emergencies, time is critical, and for minor ailments, it's unnecessary to travel far. This made building regional hospitals and clinics a necessity. After all, Kaido's vision was to turn Hidden Leaf Village into a metropolis with millions, possibly tens of millions, of residents. Proper planning had to start from the very beginning. Improving and expanding the medical system wasn't just about addressing current needs, it was also preparation for the eventual integration of the Land of Fire, and maybe even the entire ninja world, under a unified empire. This required accumulating experience and training talent. Branch hospitals and clinics wouldn't need to be massive or staffed by elite medical ninjas. Ordinary medical ninjas and even interns would suffice. This approach would later align with reforms in the Ninja Academy, which would offer specialized training. Future ninja academies would have medical ninja classes and electives, and even general schools would include medical studies to train ordinary doctors and nurses. After all, in a world where most people are non-ninja civilians, relying solely on medical ninjas for healthcare would be impractical. I'm here because of all that. Tsunade rolled her eyes back at him, leaning on the table with both hands. I heard your Uchiha clan has its own exclusive hospital. And the head doctor there is Dr. Kira, a top-tier physician. I'm in dire need of someone like her. Can you let her help me out? Also, couldn't some of the medical ninjas trained at your Uchiha hospital be reassigned to support the village's main ninja hospital? Right now, I don't have enough medical ninjas, and the goals you've set are way too ambitious. I can't handle this alone. Since you're the Hokage now, there's no way anyone would dare refuse treatment to someone from the Uchiha clan at the village hospital, or try to sabotage their care. So why does your clan even need such a big private hospital? Just keep a few medical ninjas for yourselves, and that should be enough, right? Besides, I heard you've contracted some doctors from Drum Island's pharmaceutical factories. Can't you bring some of them here to Hidden Leaf Village to help with the ninja hospital or teach at the academy? If Drum Island runs short of people, you can always recruit more, can't you? Leaving contracted personnel there seems like a waste. In short, she was here to recruit talent. Otherwise, she couldn't handle such a massive medical reform effort on her own. Ah, I see. Kaito scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, I admit it was my oversight before. 90% of the staff at the Uchiha hospital can be transferred to the village's medical department. I'll also bring over 40 doctors from the pirate world. They've already been learning chakra and medical ninjutsu, and their progress is impressive. There's no need to worry about whether they can adapt, they're skilled enough to strengthen the village's ninja hospital. But as for Dr. Kira, you'll have to persuade her yourself. I can only authorize the transfer. Whether she agrees to help you is entirely up to her. Although Kira was one of Kaido's contracted personnel and had a strong favorable impression of him, she still had her own personality and independent thoughts. Her loyalty didn't mean she'd agree to everything blindly. Eh? Is that so? Tsunade's initial excitement faded into a pout. Not even you can guarantee it? Fine, I'll go ask her myself. I just hope she'll do me this favor. Tsunade had worked closely with Kira over the past few years, exchanging medical techniques and sharing knowledge. Kira's expertise far exceeded hers, and with her recent studies in Kaido's traditional medical system and ninja medical techniques, her skills had grown even more profound. Her proficiency in medical ninjutsu now rivaled Tsunade's. After all, someone like Kira was a natural-born genius. Haha. Just use the hospital's full library of medical research and experimental data as bait to lure her in. I bet she won't refuse. In the past, when Kaido wasn't in power, he couldn't grant access to the village hospital's resources, as the third Hokage had imposed restrictions. Even Tsunade had been limited. Kira had only gained some knowledge through private exchanges with Tsunade, which was a mere fraction of Hidden Leaf Village's vast repository of medical knowledge. Ah. You're right. Tsunade's eyes lit up. I almost forgot. The old man's era is over, and I'm inviting her to officially join the village hospital. Of course, she can have access to all that. This will work for sure. Alright, no more wasting time. I'm off. Don't forget to transfer those 40 doctors from the pirate world soon. Oh, and give me a signed transfer order for the Uchiha hospital staff. Got it. Kaido shook his head with a smile, quickly filling out the transfer order and stamping it with his seal. Tsunade snatched it eagerly. Thanks. Bye. With a flicker, Tsunade vanished. Mount Mayabaku, in the cave of the great toad sage in the depths of the cave, Gamamaru suddenly jolted awake. His dream had revealed glimpses of the future, and what he saw left him deeply restless. His expression shifted between doubt and fear as he quickly summoned Shima and Fukasaku. Master Gamamaru, is something wrong? You seemed urgent. Shima asked as soon as she arrived. Did you have another prophecy? Is it bad news again? Fukasaku followed, his tone heavy with concern. Something like that. Gamamaru nodded grimly. I saw the future. And everything has changed. Changed? How? The child of prophecy no longer exists. And the shinobi world is about to face tremendous upheaval, Gamamaru said, his voice shaky. There will be a massive war, with countless casualties. But in the end, the shinobi world will be unified. What? Unified? Shima and Fukasaku exclaimed in unison, their shock evident. Who's responsible for this unification? Is it good or bad? And what does it mean for us? Fukasaku pressed urgently. I don't know who it is. Gamamaru admitted, shaking his head. But the one who unifies the shinobi world will come from Hidden Leaf Village. I saw Hidden Leaf Village claiming control over everything. Beyond that, the vision was fragmented and unclear. Just bits and pieces, like scattered reflections in broken water. He paused, visibly distressed. And after that, nothing. Everything was enveloped in thick fog, impenetrable to my foresight. It's as if my ability to predict the future has been completely nullified. From now on, the future is a mystery even to me. And what about Mount Mayabaku? How does this affect us? Shima asked, her voice trembling. Gamamaru's face grew even graver. In one vision, I saw Mount Mayabaku in ruins, littered with corpses. But it's unclear. The image was too hazy to be certain. That's why I called you both here. I feel a deep sense of danger approaching. Something monumental has changed in the shinobi world, and it feels unstoppable. What? Shima and Fukasaku gasped, their faces pale. Are you certain Mount Mayabaku's destruction is linked to this unification of the shinobi world? Could it be that Hidden Leaf Village will turn against us? Because of Jiraiya? Fukasaku speculated. Shima frowned. We've always supported Jiraiya. Why would Hidden Leaf Village target us? Unless it's because of your prophecies, Master Gamamaru. Shima said sharply, her tone accusatory, your constant meddling, feeding cryptic visions to Jiraiya, might have put us on Hidden Leaf Village's bad side. Did you ever think your so-called guidance could backfire like this? Enough, Shima. Fukasaku interjected, trying to calm her. Master Gamamaru is our elder, even if he's a little eccentric. Gamamaru rolled his eyes. Spare me the dramatics. Yes, I've influenced Jiraiya to steer the shinobi world's course. I admit it. It wasn't just for Mount Mayabaku's benefit, I had a promise to keep to the Sage of Six Paths. But I never intended to bring harm to anyone. He sighed, a rare flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. All I ever wanted was to guide the shinobi world toward balance and survival. Do you remember how I advised the Sage of Six Paths to seal away his mother, Kaguya? That wasn't about power, it was about stopping the divine tree from draining the world's life force. Without that intervention, the shinobi world would have been destroyed long ago. Shima squinted suspiciously. So, what was this promise you made to the Sage of Six Paths? It was simple. Gamamaru replied. To watch over the shinobi world and intervene when necessary, ensuring its survival. But the sage had his own motives, too. He was preparing for a greater enemy, something even beyond this world. Shima's expression turned cold. And you used Jiraiya for this? You made him believe in your visions, only to set him on a path that could put us all at risk? I didn't force him. Gamamaru said defensively. Jiraiya chose to believe in the prophecy. Still, it makes sense now. Shima said with a sigh. If Jiraiya's path leads to conflict with Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Leaf Village eventually unites the shinobi world, then Mount Mayabaku would inevitably become collateral damage. Fukasaku nodded solemnly. It's possible. If Hidden Leaf Village sees Mount Mayabaku as a threat, or if they blame us for opposing them, they could destroy us out of spite. Gamamaru rubbed his temples. I didn't foresee this level of chaos. Based on the original prophecy, Mount Mayabaku was supposed to benefit from our involvement. We'd complete the sage's task and gain greater prestige. But now, everything is off course. So, what's your plan? Shima asked, her tone softer but still wary. Are you going to stop meddling with Jiraiya? Maybe even apologize to Hidden Leaf Village? Gamamaru sighed deeply. Yes. Summon Jiraiya here. I'll explain everything to him. And after that, I'll need you two to visit Hidden Leaf Village. Speak with their leadership. Apologize if necessary. Offer them the Mount Mayabaku summoning contract as a gesture of goodwill. Let them choose their own summoners. Shima and Fukasaku exchanged surprised looks. Is that really necessary? Fukasaku asked hesitantly. It is. Gamamaru said firmly. We need to show Hidden Leaf Village that we mean no harm. And if it takes swallowing our pride to ensure our survival, then so be it. The two elders nodded reluctantly. All right. Shima said. For Mount Mayabaku's future. We'll do it. Chapter 162, Jiraiya's acceptance. Is that so? We understand. Let's summon little Jiraiya right away. Shima and Fukasaku listened intently, nodded solemnly, and immediately agreed. Then, they performed a reverse summoning technique right there in the hall. Boom. In an instant, a cloud of smoke appeared and dispersed. Jiraiya materialized in the hall, holding a bowl of ramen. Ah! What the? Before Jiraiya could process what was happening, he shoved another bite of ramen into his mouth. But with no chair beneath him for support, he toppled backward, spilling the ramen broth all over himself. Dazed, he sat on the ground, looking around with a blank expression. Seeing Fukasaku, Shima, and a giant great toad sage, he muttered in confusion, Shima-sama? Fukasaku-sama? And great toad sage? Did you guys summon me here? Couldn't you have given me a heads up? Is something important going on? Don't tell me. The great toad sage has a new prophecy? At the mention of a prophecy, Jiraiya quickly got up, brushed off the ramen broth and noodles on him, and stood with a serious expression. Exactly. Fukasaku and Shima nodded, wasting no time relaying the great toad sage's latest prophecy to Jiraiya. As he listened, Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply. The future has changed? The child of prophecy no longer exists? The shinobi world will be unified? And its Hidden Leaf village doing the unification? The future had changed? Each revelation hit Jiraiya like a hammer. His scalp tingled, and his heart filled with confusion. He couldn't help but recall what Tsunade and Orochimaru had said to him just days before. For the first time, Jiraiya began to doubt the great toad sage's prophecies. For years, he had dedicated himself to the pursuit of the child of prophecy, treating it as his life's mission. And now, they were telling him that the child of prophecy no longer existed? That the future had completely changed and couldn't be seen anymore? It felt like he had been played. So, you summoned me just to tell me all this? What exactly is your purpose? Jiraiya asked, his voice laced with frustration. Unknowingly, his tone had shifted, reflecting his shaken faith and growing discontent. Clearly, his long-standing trust in Mount Myabaku and its sages had been thoroughly shaken. But Fukasaku and Shima were ancient, wise toads who had lived for centuries, some say millennia. They immediately noticed the subtle shift in Jiraiya's attitude. The toads exchanged glances. Finally, Shima spoke honestly to Jiraiya, explaining their earlier decision. At that moment, the great toad sage himself apologized, bowing slightly. I'm sorry, little Jiraiya. My past prophecies caused you great distress and burdened you unnecessarily. I formally apologize to you here and now. From this day forward, you are free. There's no need to chase after the so-called child of prophecy or be bound by prophecies at all. Just stay in Hidden Leaf Village and help it grow. That is the right path. In addition, to express my apologies to you and Hidden Leaf Village, I will send Fukasaku and Shima to accompany you to meet your Hokage. They will apologize on my behalf. And as compensation, Mount Myabaku will hand over the summoning contract scroll to Hidden Leaf Village. Your village can choose the most suitable individuals to become contractors. That's all. With that, the great toad sage closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. This. Jiraiya was stunned. His resentment eased considerably, but now he felt at a loss for what to say. He looked at Fukasaku and Shima in confusion. Come with us. Fukasaku said, gesturing to Jiraiya. Together, the two toads and Jiraiya left the cave and stepped outside. Has something happened in Hidden Leaf Village recently? I overheard some news. They said the third Hokage was deposed, is that true? Shima couldn't help but ask Jiraiya. She had a feeling that this upheaval might be related to the variable the great toad sage had mentioned. Yeah. Jiraiya replied awkwardly, nodding. He then gave them the rough summary of the recent events in Hidden Leaf Village. So, that's how it is. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged knowing looks, their suspicions confirmed. They were certain now, the variable must be the fourth Hokage, Kaido Uchiha. If not him, who else could it be? At just 10 years old, he had defeated Hanzo the Salamander and the third Kazekage in an instant, effortlessly annihilating nearly 10,000 enemy ninjas. His talent was monstrous. If given more time to grow, who knew how terrifyingly powerful he would become? In that moment, they fully understood why the great toad sage was so wary of this variable and why he chose to mend relations with Hidden Leaf Village, even at the cost of abandoning the Sage of Six Paths. They had reasons to suspect that in the future, Kaido's strength and accomplishments might very well surpass those of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, neither the Sage of Six Paths nor his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, had ever caused the great toad sage's prophetic dreams to be ineffective. Since that's the case, there's no time to waste. Let's go to Hidden Leaf Village with you right away. We'll seek an audience with the fourth Hokage, congratulate him on his appointment, and offer him our apologies and compensation from Mount Mayabaku. We'll also clarify the misunderstanding and express our goodwill." Shima made her decision without hesitation and turned to Jiraiya. Huh? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by their rush. He wasn't clueless. By now, he fully understood why the Great Toad Sage and the other sages from Mount Mayabaku were so eager to reconcile with Hidden Leaf Village and Kaido and even offer compensation. Clearly, it was because of their previous manipulative actions, tricking Jiraiya into searching for the so-called Child of Prophecy. They felt guilty about it. Moreover, under Kaito's leadership, Hidden Leaf Village had an extremely high chance of uniting the entire shinobi world and becoming invincible. If they didn't resolve this misunderstanding and make amends now, and Hidden Leaf Village eventually did unify the shinobi world, Kaido, given his personality, might very well retaliate against Mount Mayabaku. At that point, the sacred land of Mount Mayabaku would likely face a bloody reckoning. In fact, if Shima and the others hadn't came to Jiraiya today to explain everything and use a new prophecy to win him over, he might have ended up opposing Hidden Leaf Village and Kaido in the future. If that happened, Mount Mayabaku would undoubtedly be completely destroyed by Kaido. Though Tsunade and Orochimaru's words had shaken Jiraiya's beliefs a little, it was only a temporary wavering. If there had been a new prophecy to mislead him, he would likely have fallen for it, because that was just the kind of person he was. Stubborn and idealistic, Jiraiya valued loyalty above all else. Mount Mayabaku had played a crucial role in his rise, allowing him to catch up to and even surpass Tsunade and Orochimaru for a time. Not to mention, Shima and Fukasaku had always treated him like family, giving him a warmth he hadn't felt elsewhere. "I don't have any objections," Jiraiya finally said. Taking everything into account, Jiraiya chose to forgive them. He forgave the Great Toad Sage for misleading him. "Let's get going, then. I believe with your apologies and compensation, the misunderstandings should be resolved. I'll also help smooth things over," Jiraiya added. "Additionally, I suggest offering Hidden Leaf Village access to the Sage Mode training methods of Mount Mayabaku as a gesture of goodwill," Jiraiya proposed. "Although the training is extremely demanding, it's a sign of sincerity. I'm sure Kaito would be interested in this. With his talent, he'll undoubtedly master the complete Sage Mode," he added. "Teaching Sage Mode, huh?" Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances before nodding. "Alright, we'll include that. But keep in mind, Sage Mode isn't easy to master. When the time comes, remind your Hokage to heed our advice. Training at Mount Mayabaku with our guidance and the toad oil would be much safer and more effective," they explained. "Of course," Jiraiya said with a smile, nodding. "Let's head out then?" "Yes. I'll undo the reverse summoning now. Once you're back, summon us both," Shima instructed. "Got it." Jiraiya agreed. In the next moment, Shima released the reverse summoning jutsu, and Jiraiya disappeared from Mount Mayabaku, reappearing in the newly opened Akiraku Ramen shop in Hidden Leaf Village. "Whoa. You're back, customer? I saw you disappear just now and thought something had happened, so I called the security team. Are you alright?" The young owner, still just a boy, asked in concern, pointing to a few security members at the door. "Haha, I'm fine," Jiraiya said with a laugh, scratching the back of his head. He pulled out his wallet, paid for his meal, and apologized. "Sorry, I kind of made the bowl disappear too. Here's money for the ramen and the bowl. I've got to run." With that, Jiraiya walked out of Akiraku Ramen. "Jiraiya-sama. We've reported your situation to the Hokage." One of the security members, a Hyuga clan member, said with a slight bow. "The Hokage has instructed us to wait here and inform you to head to the Hokage's office immediately." Ever since the suppression of the Saratobi and Shimura clans, significant changes had been made within the security forces. The positions once occupied by members of the Uchiha clan were reassigned, and the Uchiha reopened recruitment for the security team. High-paying, low-risk jobs like this naturally attracted applicants from all backgrounds, including prominent clans like the Hyuga. This particular Hyuga was from a branch family. Main family members wouldn't take such jobs. "Oh?" Jiraiya blinked, then nodded. "Understood. I'll head to the Hokage's office right away. Thanks for your hard work." With that, Jiraiya disappeared, dashing toward the Hokage's building. The security members wrapped up their tasks and departed. Chapter 163, Mount Mayabaku offers. It didn't take long for Jiraiya to arrive at the Hokage's office. He pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, the room was bustling. Not only was Kaido present, but Uzumaki Mido, Nari Uchiha, the first and second Hokage, Madara Uchiha, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Nara clan, and Hyuga clan representatives were all gathered. "You're back. Got summoned to Mount Mayabaku earlier, right? Did they say anything interesting? Or maybe the Great Toad Sage has another one of his famous prophecies?" Kaito was the first to speak, glancing at Jiraiya with a faint smirk. He was curious to see if the Great Toad Sage was stirring up trouble again. At the same time, Kaito was also keeping an eye out for any potential interference from the Sage of Six Paths. He had a hunch that the Great Toad Sage might still have some kind of connection to the Sage. After all, the Great Toad Sage could very well be one of the Sage of Six Paths' tools for monitoring the ninja world. Then again, it didn't matter much even if that wasn't the case. Huh? How did you know? Jiraiya blinked in surprise, the words tumbling out of his mouth before he could think. So, there really is a new prophecy, huh? Everyone in the room exchanged curious glances at this revelation. The first Hokage leaned forward with interest. What's the new prophecy? Let's hear it. Yeah, I'm curious about the Great Toad's ability to make predictions. I had no idea something like that existed. The second Hokage added. Madara Uchiha scoffed, crossing his arms with a smirk. Back when we were alive, none of us ever heard about such a thing. If we had, I'd have gone straight to him for answers. Could have avoided some mistakes back then. Still. Madara laughed disdainfully. It's probably just some parlor trick to make himself seem important. The future is always unpredictable. If someone could truly foresee it, wouldn't they be invincible? And yet, I don't see this so-called Great Toad Sage ruling the world. Hearing this, Mito and the others instinctively glanced at Kaito. Well, they couldn't exactly deny it. Kaito himself seemed to know a suspicious amount about both the past and the future. The Great Toad Sage's prophecies are decent, I guess. Jiraiya said, trying to defend his mentor. Then he got down to business and started recounting his visit to Mount Myabaku, summarizing the key points for Kaito and the others. Oh? Kaito raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. A vision of Hidden Leaf Village uniting the ninja world in the future? Looks like the Great Toad Sage does have some insight after all. As far as Kaito was concerned, Hidden Leaf Village's dominance was inevitable. Even if other villages learned of this goal and tried to form alliances to attack Hidden Leaf Village, it wouldn't make a difference. With the current strength of Hidden Leaf Village, especially with Kaito, Nari Uchiha, Uzumaki Mito, Madara, and the first Hokage on their side, no coalition could stop them. At most, it would cause some temporary setbacks, but the endgame was already set in stone. By the way, Kaito recalled another detail Jiraiya mentioned earlier. Apparently, Fukasaku and Shima, the two elder toads, were planning to visit Hidden Leaf Village in person to apologize. They also intended to present the summoning contract and sage training techniques as compensation. With an amused smile, Kaito turned to Jiraiya. Seems like the Great Toad Sage foresaw something pretty bad for Mount Myabaku's future, huh? Did they not tell you everything? Or are you holding back? Jiraiya froze, his expression shifting awkwardly. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Let me guess. Kaito continued, his tone almost playful. The vision showed that if they didn't apologize and compensate us, or if they kept trying to manipulate you, things would go south between us. Maybe they saw a future where Hidden Leaf Village's foreign policies and actions put you and Mount Myabaku at odds with us. And if that happened, well, knowing my temperament, I'd probably erase you and Mount Myabaku completely. He smirked. That's what the Great Toad Sage saw, right? That's why they're scrambling to make peace now. Kaito's deductions were spot on, and Jiraiya couldn't hide his astonishment. Swallowing hard, Jiraiya nodded. Why yeah. That's more or less what happened. As expected of you, Hokage-sama. You figured it all out so easily. He added nervously. It seems you're the variable the Great Toad Sage warned about. No wonder they're afraid of you. So, will you meet them? Accept their apology? Jiraiya's tone was cautious, almost pleading. Deep down, he hoped Kaito would agree. A reconciliation between Mount Myabaku and Hidden Leaf Village would spare him a lot of stress. Sure, the Great Toad Sage had misled him for years, but Jiraiya had also gained immense benefits from them, sage training, for one. He wasn't too bitter. Yet. Thoughts, everyone? Kaito glanced around the room instead of giving an immediate answer. This is your call. Mito said first. Agreed. Whether to accept or not is up to you. Nari Uchiha added. Same here. You're the Hokage, decide as you see fit. The others chimed in. Alright then. Kaito said with a nod. Turning back to Jiraiya, he added, bring them here. I'll meet them. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya bowed deeply, grateful, but his manner was slightly awkward. The brat from back then is the Hokage now. How time flies. He thought. Without hesitation, he bit his finger, then swiped the blood across the palm of his other hand. Pressing his hand to the ground, he activated the summoning jutsu. Boom. 2 puffs of smoke appeared and quickly dissipated, revealing 2 small toads, Shima and Fukasaku, in the room. Seeing the tiny toads, Madara, Uchiha and the others couldn't hide their disappointment. Ha ha ha, that's it? These are the so-called great toad sages who can predict the future? Ridiculous. Madara sneered. Fukasaku. Shima. Hearing this, the two toads were instantly angered, ready to retort and defend Mount Mayabaku's honor. But when they saw who spoke, Madara, Uchiha, they quickly shut their mouths. They weren't about to pick a fight with this guy. Years ago, during one of their rare visits to the ninja world to buy supplies, they'd caught sight of Madara in action. This guy was a walking disaster. If they dared to talk back, who knew if he'd summon Susanoo and flatten them into toad pancakes? These two aren't the great toad sage. Jiraiya hurriedly explained. They're Fukasaku and Shima, two senior sages of Mount Mayabaku. As for the great toad sage, well, he's too old. Nearly 1,000 years. He doesn't move around much anymore. And his size? Way too big for this place. Currently, all matters of Mount Mayabaku are managed by these two sages, so they've been sent as representatives. It's definitely not a sign of disrespect. Shima and Fukasaku nodded in agreement, then bowed to Kaido. Shima and Fukasaku of Mount Mayabaku greet Lord Hokage. We're here on behalf of the Great Toad Sage to apologize for any past misunderstandings and offenses involving Jiraiya. We hope to strengthen the bond between Mount Mayabaku and Hidden Leaf Village. To show our sincerity, we are willing to offer Hidden Leaf Village the summoning contract of Mount Mayabaku, so your village can choose worthy candidates to sign the contract and receive our guidance. Additionally, we'd like to share the training method for Sage Mode. That said, we must clarify something beforehand. Sage Mode training is extremely dangerous. It's best conducted at Mount Mayabaku with the aid of our special toad oil and under our guidance. That's the safest way. Moreover, not everyone is suited for Sage Mode. It requires a certain level of natural talent. We believe Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru are already aware of this. They glanced at Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were present as well. Hearing this, Madara and the others exchanged glances, their reactions mixed. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the two toads and said, yes, it does require talent. It's mainly about mindset. You need to completely calm your mind and blend into nature. As for chakra levels or control, those are secondary concerns. Orochimaru and I are too smart for our own good. Our thoughts are always racing, so we can't quiet our minds enough to sync with nature. That's why we couldn't learn it. But that was then. She added smugly. Thanks to Kaido, this won't be a problem much longer. Tsunade grinned and shot a challenging look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I'll master Sage Mode within a year. Perfect Sage Mode, mind you. Let's see how cocky you'll be then. And when I do, I'll use it to thrash you, 10 times over. She clenched her fist, clearly holding a grudge. She'd never forgotten how Jiraiya used his Sage Mode to tease and taunt her and Orochimaru over the years. Tsunade, can we not compare? Jiraiya said with a bitter smile, trying to avoid the challenge. At the same time, he glanced at Kaido, silently wondering if Tsunade was telling the truth. Could Kaido really help her and Orochimaru master Sage Mode? If so, could he get Kaido's help to perfect his own Sage Mode? His current version wasn't perfect, leaving him with obvious toad-like features whenever he entered Sage Mode. It hurt his image more than he cared to admit, which was why he avoided using it unless absolutely necessary. If Kaido could help Tsunade, it wasn't impossible. After all, Kaido was a genius, a mysterious, almost otherworldly genius. Even techniques like the Flying Thunder God, which Tsunade and others weren't suited for, had been mastered under Kaito's guidance. Not a chance, Jiraiya. Tsunade said with a sly smile, cracking her knuckles. This time, I'm going to pay you back for all those years of teasing. Tsunade's not the only one. Orochimaru chimed in, licking his lips and narrowing his eyes at Jiraiya with a mischievous grin. Chapter 164, Hashirama's Big Brain Strategy, Madara's Bigger Rage No Way. At that moment, Tobirama couldn't help but give Jiraiya a skeptical once-over before saying, you all keep saying that mastering Sage Mode requires a high level of mental fortitude. I know that much. When I was researching Sage Mode back then, I noticed the same thing. My brother was able to learn it so effortlessly not just because of his sage body and his incredible affinity and control over natural energy, but also because of his pure heart, his childlike innocence. But Jiraiya, this pervert, how does he qualify for such high mental purity? Don't tell me he's got the same kind of pure heart as my brother, right? If he does, then my mind's officially blown. Never seen a pure heart this perverted before. Ha ha ha, true. Hearing that, Hashirama, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and even Mido couldn't hold back their laughter. They all cast critical glances at Jiraiya, scrutinizing him. Jiraiya's face turned bright red, feeling awkward and completely out of place. His reputation was ruined. At least among the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village, it was utterly destroyed. The perverted label? Yeah, no way he's washing that off. Not that it isn't accurate, he is that kind of guy. Sure, these days, he's been forced to turn over a new leaf within Hidden Leaf Village and a land of fire, but the dirt from his past? That's eternal. At that moment, Fukasaku and Shima exchanged an uncomfortable glance before Fukasaku spoke up. Actually, Jiraiya does have a pure heart, in a way. Originally, his nature was quite simple and free of too much distraction. But, well, as you've said, he picked up the bad habit of being a pervert, and that's been a huge obstacle for him. That's why, despite training in Sage Mode for so many years, he still hasn't been able to master the perfect Sage Mode. He has to stay completely still for a long time to enter Sage Mode, focusing deeply. And once he's in Sage Mode, the moment he moves, he can't continuously absorb and combine natural energy into Sage Chakra anymore. Unless Shima and I stand on his shoulders and help him maintain the flow of natural energy, his Sage Mode collapses during battle. Even then, his Sage Mode is flawed, it has obvious side effects. And all of this is the result of his impure heart, thanks to his perversion. If not for that, Jiraiya would have had unparalleled talent in Sage Arts. Jiraiya felt the weight of embarrassment crushing him. It was like being publicly executed again. No lies detected. Shima chimed in next. Honestly, you can't blame your third Hokage for all of this. Jiraiya told me himself, it was your third Hokage who corrupted him in the first place. Taught him to peep, ruined his innocence. What kind of teacher is that? Seriously. Jiraiya, can we just stop talking, please? I'm begging you. Oh ho? Hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes on Jiraiya with amusement. Even Kaito looked at him with a playful smirk and disdain. So, Jiraiya-senpai, you told these two that your perverted tendencies are all because of the third Hokage? You're sure it's not just because you're naturally like this? Man, you're really good at shifting blame, huh? Even the third Hokage probably never imagined that one day he'd be thrown under the bus by his own wonderful student. Obirama, certified scapegoat right here. Eh? Shima and Fukasaku froze, then turned to Jiraiya with suspicious eyes. Little Jiraiya, did you lie to us? What? You mean it wasn't entirely your teacher's fault? Ha! Before Jiraiya could even respond, Tsunade jumped in, shooting him a disdainful look. Our teacher did play a part, he's an old perv himself, after all. Corrupting kids is practically second nature to him. But let's be real. Orochimaru and I were his students too. How come we didn't end up like that? Face it, Jiraiya, you've always been a perv. You just used the third Hokage as an excuse. If you ask me, Jiraiya's so-called pure heart was a knockoff from the start. No way it compares to my grandpa's. Though, I'll admit, unlike my straightforward and naive grandpa, Jiraiya's always been the sneaky type. Hey. Hashirama, who had been quietly enjoying the drama, suddenly objected. Little Tsuna, what's with this disrespect? Who are you calling naive? I'm not naive. I'm super smart and resourceful. How else could I have defeated Madara and founded Hidden Leaf Village? Do you even know how I stabbed myself with a kunai to fake suicide, just to trick Madara into dropping his grudge and ending the war? Of course, I knew I wouldn't actually die from that with my crazy healing abilities. That's what you call big brain strategy. Tsunade. Madara. Obirama. Why do I feel a sudden chill? That's strange. I'm just an Edo Tensei corpse. I shouldn't even feel cold. Hashirama suddenly shivered and instinctively rubbed the back of his neck, puzzled. The others turned their gaze toward Madara Uchiha, who sat behind Hashirama, radiating an oppressive aura. Grandpa, maybe you should check behind you. Tsunade pointed hesitantly to Madara, who was practically exuding malice, and whispered a reminder to Hashirama. Internally, she thought, seriously? You have the guts to spout nonsense like that with Madara, of all people, sitting right there? If you're not the king of foolishness, who is? To be fair, Tsunade knew her grandpa could be remarkably clever at times, a true example of wisdom hidden behind simplicity. But no matter how you sliced it, his core nature was still a bit witless. Huh? Hashirama, hearing Tsunade's warning, reflexively turned to look behind him. And there he was, Madara, looking like a wrathful demon, dark energy radiating ominously around him. Hashirama froze, his expression stiffening. Crap. I got carried away and forgot to watch my mouth. Still, he managed to muster an awkward smile, raised his hand in a half-hearted wave, and stammered, Hey, Madara. About what I just said. It was a joke. You believe me, right? Madara's glare intensified. Believe you? Believe you my ass, Hashirama. Go to hell. The next moment, Madara snapped. He lunged forward, grabbed Hashirama by the neck, and began shaking him furiously, yelling, "I'll make you pay for that. How dare you spout nonsense in front of me? Feeling smug, are you? Why did I ever trust your lies back then? Didn't you say kunai couldn't kill you? Fine, let's test that theory." With that, Madara dashed over to Orochimaru, swiped a kunai from his ninja pouch, and charged at Hashirama, aiming for his chest. "You too. Take this elsewhere." Watching the chaos, Kaito sighed, rubbed his temples, and waved his hand. Instantly, both Madara and Hashirama were teleported to a large open area behind the Hokage monument. Though he enjoyed some drama, Kaito wasn't about to let outsiders witness this farcical scene. It wouldn't exactly do wonders for Hidden Leaf Village's image. At least Flying Thunder God makes for quick cleanups. Satisfied that peace had returned to his office, Kaito turned to Fukasaku and Shima, saying, "I understand your intentions, and I see your sincerity. Since you've decided to make amends, I'll accept your compensation. Let's consider the past with Jiraiya water under the bridge. I hope we can get along well in the future. As for Sage Mode training, I'll send those interested in learning from Mount Mayabaku when the time comes. And don't worry. Hidden Leaf Village isn't stingy. If you contribute, we'll reciprocate fairly. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Oh, and one more thing, our clan's nutrient pills could be a huge help for you. Here, take this bottle of premium pills as a sample." Kaito produced a small bottle and tossed it to Shima. Shima caught it and opened it curiously. Immediately, a rich, warm vitality emanated from the bottle. She and Fukasaku exchanged surprised glances. Shima poured out a pill, licked it cautiously, and her eyes widened in astonishment. "This is incredible. Such pure vitality and nutrition. This could greatly enhance recovery and physical strength." Don't underestimate a toad with centuries of experience. Shima was exceptionally knowledgeable in medicine and herbs. "Oh? You can tell just from a taste?" Kaito raised an eyebrow and nodded approvingly. "That's right. The effects are exactly as you described. These pills will become standard issue for Hidden Leaf Village as shinobi. Regular shinobi will get basic ones, which are about a tenth as potent as this. Treat Mount Mayabaku's contractors and visiting shinobi well. We'll make sure you're rewarded." Although this was Mount Mayabaku's way of apologizing, Kaito knew the value of maintaining strong relations. To truly benefit from their partnership, Hidden Leaf Village had to offer incentives, enough to keep Mount Mayabaku invested in training shinobi sincerely. Neglect that, and they might slack off, leaving Hidden Leaf Village at a disadvantage. "Yes, I'm confident I'll eventually master Sage Mode and refine a method tailored for humans. But Mount Mayabaku's rich natural energy will always be crucial for training. After all, the God Tree absorbed most of the planet's natural energy long ago, leaving large regions barren and lifeless. Only a few places, like the three Great Sage Lands, still retain dense natural energy." Fukasaku and Shima nodded, their eyes gleaming with newfound determination. "We understand," Fukasaku said firmly. "From now on, Mount Mayabaku will cooperate fully with Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. We'll do everything we can to support those who come to train in Sage Mode. After all, if Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi form contracts with their toads, those toads would also benefit from these nutrient pills. Even the basic ones would undoubtedly enhance the toad's growth, vitality, and strength." Imagining the potential growth of Mount Mayabaku made them even more motivated. Chapter 165, Sage Jutsus maybe someday, will surpass Rechi Cave and the Shikatsu Forest with ease? Huh? Wait a minute. Jiraiya's teammate, Tsunade, is a contractor of the Shikatsu Forest, and Orochimaru is contracted with Rechi Cave. If the Slug Sage and Snake Sage catch wind of this opportunity, will they also consider working with Hidden Leaf Village to assist in battles and train sage arts practitioners? This thought sent ripples of concern through the two toads, Fukasaku and Shima. "We can't let that happen. No way. At worst, we'll just provide better service and quality to our contractors. After all, the snakes in Rechi Cave have terrible tempers, and the Slug Sage is way too laid back. We've got the edge here." The two toads quickly reassured themselves and regained their confidence. They would outdo the competition by any means necessary. Without hesitation, Fukasaku summoned the summoning contract scroll and the sage training scroll, handing them to Kaito. "These are the summoning contract scroll of Mount Mayabaku and a comprehensive sage arts training guide personally written by the Great Toad Sage. We hope you can quickly select suitable contractors to form agreements with Mount Mayabaku. Also, please pick individuals capable of training in sage techniques so we can start their training. We welcome them anytime. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll head back for now." They needed to return and warn the toads at Mount Mayabaku to treat Hidden Leaf Village's contractors with greater care and curry favor with them, perhaps even earn some extra nutrition pills to enjoy. "Alright, safe travels." Kaito nodded, accepting the scrolls. In the next moment, Fukasaku and Shima gave a slight bow, then unsummoned themselves, vanishing from the office. Kaito opened the scrolls and quickly skimmed through them, focusing especially on the sage training methods and related research notes. After memorizing everything, he handed the scrolls to his mother and turned to Jiraiya. "You did well this time, Jiraiya," he praised. "It seems like you finally made your choice." If possible, Kaito didn't want Jiraiya to end up on the opposing side of the village. After all, he was a comrade and teammate of Tsunade and Orochimaru. If it ever came to that, both of them would undoubtedly feel hurt. Of course, Jiraiya's pervy tendencies and habit of peeping had to be corrected. That part was inexcusable. "Ah, it's nothing." Jiraiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Honestly, this wasn't really my contribution. I was just there when they decided everything. It was all thanks to Fukasaku and the others. By the way." Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, looking slightly embarrassed as he asked, "Lord Hokage, is what Tsunade and Orochimaru mentioned earlier true? Do you really have a way to help us master perfect sage techniques? If so, could you teach me too? Please." Perfect sage techniques. He had been yearning for this for years. No matter how hard he trained, he always got stuck at a certain point, leaving him frustrated. Jiraiya believed that if he could master the perfect sage mode, he could easily surpass Kage-level strength and quickly catch up to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Kaito stroked his chin, contemplating Jiraiya's request. "Considering your contributions to this matter with Mount Myabaku, I suppose I can agree. But there's one condition. You must completely give up your habit of peeping. And I mean everywhere, not just in Hidden Leaf Village or the Land of Fire. Do you understand? If you can't commit to that, I won't teach you. In fact, I'll personally stop you. My method requires meeting specific criteria to succeed, and self-control is non-negotiable." His method for teaching perfect sage techniques actually involved mastering the art of meditation. By achieving a state of complete tranquility and harmony, one can effortlessly merge with nature's energy, bypassing the usual difficulties of sage training. This way, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and even more contractors could succeed in learning sage techniques. However, Kaito had no intention of sharing the full meditation method outside his clan. Only watered-down or incomplete versions were available for exchange in the archives, huh? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. "What does peeping have to do with this?" "It's directly related," Kaito replied firmly. "Even if it weren't, if you can't overcome this law, it shows a lack of self-discipline. I won't teach you anything just to create a bigger problem. Or are you telling me your promises to stop peeping were just empty words?" At this, Tsunade, Mito, Tobirama, and the others all stared at Jiraiya with serious expressions, increasing the pressure on him. No. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands defensively. "I swear, I'm serious. I'll change for real this time. I'll never peep again." He felt that if he didn't completely kick this habit starting today, there would definitely be no good end for him. It seemed like the second Hokage had his eyes locked on him for good. Who knows? Maybe Tobirama had even left a flying thunder god mark on him, monitoring his every move in real time. Sigh, looks like I'll have to say goodbye to my little research methods once and for all. Luckily, Kaito and the others didn't forbid me from spending money to directly watch or experience things at certain places. Guess that's at least a small comfort. Jiraiya thought to himself, feeling both helpless and somewhat relieved. "Remember what you said." Kaito's cheerful tone suddenly became chilly. "If I catch you again or hear anything about you doing this kind of stuff, I might just, well, take matters into my own hands." He smiled faintly but gave a sinister glance at Jiraiya's leg. "I'll make sure to solve your trouble at the root, permanently. Then you'll finally change, won't you?" "Hey." Hearing this, Jiraiya felt as if he'd fallen into an icy abyss, the cold piercing straight to his bones. "So cruel. You've got my word." "I, Jiraiya, swear I won't ever do it again." Jiraiya raised his hand in a solemn oath. "Otherwise, may I meet a terrible fate." "I'll believe it when I see it," Kaito replied indifferently, nodding slightly. Gamblers often make the most convincing promises when they regret things. But how much can such words be trusted? Only time would reveal Jiraiya's determination. "I've taken note of this. If you break your word, I'll deal with you personally." Tobirama's cold voice suddenly chimed in, his sharp eyes locked on Jiraiya. Yes, sir." Jiraiya stiffened and nodded, his head hung low. "All right then, go to the mission department." Kaito waved him off. "There are a few S-ranked missions that need an expert, and you're just the guy for the job." With most of the village's high-level ninjas busy discussing Hidden Leaf Village's expansion and investment plans, sending Jiraiya off to work was a perfect solution. "Understood. I'll get right to it." Jiraiya replied quickly and left in a hurry. Once Jiraiya was gone, Kaito waved his hand, teleporting the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha back into the room. As they appeared, everyone noticed that the first Hokage's head was still regenerating. It was clear that Madara had been genuinely furious earlier. No one could tell how many times he had smashed Hashirama's head. Huh? Madara blinked, realizing he'd been teleported back. He reluctantly withdrew the fist he was about to swing at Hashirama. Why'd you bring us back? I wasn't done yet. That's enough for now. Kaito said with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. You can't kill him, and it's not like it even hurts. What's the point, other than venting your frustration? Exactly, Madara. Hashirama, whose head was now fully restored, grinned. I already apologized. It's been years, why are you still so mad? Back then, you turned against me, fought me at the Valley of the End, bit off a chunk of my flesh, and set me up. Did I ever hold a grudge? Let's call it even, alright? Hashirama looked genuinely puzzled. He never thought this old incident would make Madara so furious. To him, it didn't seem like a big deal. Sure, he had tricked Madara, but it was for a good cause. The war had ended quickly, and they had worked together to build Hidden Leaf Village. Humphrey. Fine. Since you've said that, we're even now. Madara crossed his arms and sat down, his tone still tinged with pride. But don't you dare bring up the Valley of the End again. Deal. That's settled then. Hashirama beamed, shifting his seat closer to Madara and giving him a cheerful look. The sight made Uzumaki Mido twitch slightly. It also caused Obirama's forehead vein to throb as he shot Hashirama a look of helpless frustration. But what could he do? His airheaded older brother was just that kind of person. He had decided that Madara was his lifelong best friend, and even their sister-in-law couldn't change his mind. As his younger brother, Obirama had no choice but to endure it. Alright, let's get back to discussing the investment plans. Kaito knocked on the table, bringing everyone's attention back to business. We need to finalize everything as soon as possible so we can hold a general meeting tomorrow with all the Jonin and clan representatives. They spent another hour refining the plans before Kaito finally adjourned the meeting. As the others left, Kaito stopped Obirama. About what you mentioned earlier, sending someone to the Land of Fire's capital to meet the daimyo and explain the Hokage succession. I've thought about it, and I believe you're the most suitable person for the job. While you're there, secure new funding for Hidden Leaf Village as development. Also, present the investment plan to the daimyo and persuade him to gather the nobles and wealthy merchants of the Land of Fire to come to Hidden Leaf Village for a discussion. What do you think? Kaito had no intention of going himself. He was too young, and he didn't feel like wasting his time dealing with nobles or merchants. But Obirama, with his reputation, prestige, and intimidating presence, was the perfect candidate. He was confident the daimyo would comply, or at least personally come to Hidden Leaf Village to negotiate. Chapter 166, Contracting Sycamore Hatake well. Fine. I'll handle this personally. I doubt the daimyo and those so-called elites and merchants of the Land of Fire would dare disrespect me. Humphrey. Senju Obirama thought for a moment before nodding in agreement, scoffing disdainfully. Clearly, he didn't hold the daimyo or the so-called elites and merchants of the Land of Fire in high regard. Respect for them? Not a chance. This was typical Obirama. Great. Then I'll leave this matter to you, second Hokage. Kaito said, grinning. Indeed, for tasks requiring cunning, manipulation, and intimidation, Obirama was the man for the job. Rely on the first Hokage? Hashirama might very well bow to the daimyo and beg for a meeting instead. This was the same man who turned the first 5 Kage summit into a comedic plea for cooperation. Alright. As long as it helps Hidden Leaf Village grow stronger, I'm willing to do it. That's settled then, I'm heading to the research department. Obirama left the Hokage's office after saying his piece, leaving behind a shadow clone to handle administrative tasks. Kaido then summoned Sycamore Hatake and said, Let's go, Sycamore-senpai. We're off to exchange swordsmanship knowledge. With that, Kaido placed a hand on Sycamore's shoulder. In an instant, they disappeared from the office and reappeared in the training field behind Kaito's house. Kaito pulled out a prepared scroll and handed it to Sycamore. Here. This is a compiled guide to the swordsmanship techniques of the clan. Take a look. Yes, sir. Sycamore respectfully took the scroll but, before opening it, retrieved another scroll from his robes and handed it to Kaito. Lord Hokage, this contains the Hatake clan swordsmanship techniques, as well as my personally developed wind and thunder attribute sword jutsus. Please review them. Alright. Kaito said without pretense, accepting the scroll and sitting under a nearby pavilion to read. You should sit down and read as well, he suggested. Understood. Sycamore sat across from Kaito, his heart racing with excitement as he began studying the new swordsmanship techniques. The more he read, the more astonished he became. A new swordsmanship power system. Swordmaster level? Great Swordmaster? This technique you've shared with me, Lord Kaido, it doesn't just lead to the level of a swordmaster but can even reach the heights of a great swordmaster. And these swordmasters and great swordmasters, they're on an entirely different level compared to the samurai swordmasters I'm familiar with. Unbelievable. Though, it seems this swordsmanship requires an exceptionally strong physique. The training methods also seem to rely on supplements like nutrition pills, perhaps even advanced ones, to achieve optimal results. As a master swordsman, Sakamo quickly grasped the essence of this foreign swordsmanship. Yes, you're right. Kaido affirmed with a nod. Even I am only at the level of a swordmaster right now. The great swordmaster level is still far off for me. He sighed. His young age limited his physical training, overexerting himself could stunt his growth. His current physique and strength were largely thanks to his innate talent and relentless hard work. Even prodigies like Mikoto and Minato hadn't reached the swordmaster level yet. These things couldn't be rushed. You're already a swordmaster, Lord Hokage? Could you demonstrate the strength of such swordsmanship for me? Sakamo asked, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Sure. This place isn't suitable, though, the destruction would be too much. Let's head to the depths of the Forest of Death. Kaido replied. Once Sakamo stood, Kaido touched his shoulder again, and the two teleported to a secluded area deep within the Forest of Death. Watch closely. Kaido unsheathed his sword, Mystic Blade, and performed a series of precise movements, showcasing the techniques he had shared with Sakamo. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed a devastating slash. Whoosh! A terrifying blade energy, over 10 meters long, erupted from the sword, slicing through rows of trees in its path before dissipating. Crack! Boom! The trees groaned and toppled over in succession, filling the air with dust and leaving a swath of destruction spanning thousands of square meters. Gulp! Sakamo stared in shock, muttering, so this is the power of a swordmaster? How terrifying! Then what kind of strength does a great swordmaster possess? He could feel it, Kaido hadn't used any chakra in that attack. It was pure physical prowess and swordsmanship. This swordsmanship held boundless potential. Don't get too excited. Kaido chuckled, smirking. Not all swordmasters can achieve this level of destruction. Only peak swordmasters have a fraction of this power. My attack is so devastating because I've learned the sword aura and infused it into my strikes. Sword aura. Even great swordmasters like Koshiro had comprehended sword aura, but it was far weaker than Kaido's. Of course, Kaido had shared his sword aura training method with Koshiro, and the latter had recently started mastering it, boosting his strength significantly. As for Mikoto and the others, they hadn't even perfected basic swordsmanship yet. Mastering sword aura was a distant goal for them. Sword aura? Sakamo raised an eyebrow. I didn't see anything about that in the swordsmanship scroll. Are they not part of the same system? He wasn't accusing Kaido of withholding anything, he simply sought clarity. Ha! That's why I admire you, Sakamo-senpai. Kaido said, laughing. You didn't assume I left something out of the deal. Of course not. Sakamo shook his head. You're not the type to do such a thing. Questioning the Hokage would be wrong. You. Kaido chuckled softly. Being too rigid and honest can be a disadvantage sometimes. Not everyone is as trustworthy as you think. Even comrades can be selfish at times. He sighed. But you're right, the sword aura method isn't part of the swordsmanship I gave you. It's a new core training method I created, inspired by basic swordsmanship and the techniques I shared with you. This is a technique with no limits. You can keep developing it indefinitely. The stronger your sword aura, the more it enhances your understanding of swordsmanship and amplifies your attacks. So, what do you think? Tempted? Kaido asked, smiling mischievously as he looked at Sakamo. Sakamo was stunned for a moment before nodding reluctantly, his eyes full of longing for the sword aura method. Of course, I want it. But I have nothing of value left to trade for it. I'm afraid I can't ask for something without offering anything in return. How regrettable. Still, he wouldn't shamelessly beg Kaido for it. Kaido, seeing this, didn't continue teasing Sakamo and instead said directly, actually, I can teach it to you. What? Sakamo was taken aback. Before he could say anything more, Kaido continued, remember when I mentioned another trade and choice yesterday? Of course, I remember. Sakamo nodded excitedly. Does it have something to do with this trade? But I really have nothing left to offer. No, you still do. Kaido shook his head. Let me explain the trade, or rather, the contract, first. Because you've met certain requirements, you're now eligible to form a contract with me. Once you sign this contract, You'll gain numerous benefits, including the sword aura method. Compared to the other advantages, the sword aura method is just average. If you're willing to form the contract, I'll give it to you for free and fully support your training. Things like advanced nutrition pills will also be supplied to you in unlimited quantities. In return, once the contract is signed, you'll be restricted to some extent. You won't be able to do anything that harms me, not even think about it. It's essentially selling your future to me. So, do you want to form a contract? Take your time to consider it. There's no rush. The opportunity was presented. Whether Tsukumo accepted it or not was up to him. If he hesitated or refused, Kaito wouldn't force the matter. But true to his straightforward nature, Tsukumo didn't even flinch. After hearing everything, he looked at Kaito seriously and nodded without hesitation. I agree to it, Lord Hokage. As they say, you reap what you sow. And the conditions you're offering far exceed what I could ever repay. Being restricted from harming you in any way? That's nothing to me. After all, Kaito, as the Hokage and a strong leader he admired, was someone Tsukumo was already willing to serve with unwavering loyalty. Unless Kaito lost his mind and decided to destroy Hidden Leaf Village someday, which was unthinkable, this restriction was irrelevant. Oh? Kaito raised an eyebrow, pleased with the outcome but still followed protocol. Are you sure you don't want to think it over again? No need. I'm all in. So, when do we sign the contract? Tsukumo's gaze was firm as he shook his head, fully determined. He figured the contract was likely no ordinary one, probably some powerful seal designed to ensure Kaito's interests. But he didn't care. All right. Let's begin. Kaito smiled and summoned a mystical contract rune from his brow, presenting it to Tsukumo, who watched in amazement. Touch this rune and agree to it in your heart. That's all you need to do. Yes. Tsukumo took a deep breath, touched the rune, and instantly heard a voice in his mind. It asked if he was willing to form a contract with Kaito. The contract promised immense benefits but also bound him to Kaito, prohibiting any harmful actions or even thoughts against him. I agree. Tsukumo declared firmly. The next moment, the rune dissolved into a stream of light, entering his hand and quickly embedding itself into the center of his brow. It anchored itself in his mindscape, making it feel more stable and secure. Suddenly, an overwhelming amount of information about the pirate world, parts of the ninja world, and countless techniques flooded his mind. Sword aura method, enhanced basic swordsmanship, primal chakra refinement, live force technique, crystal meditation. Each technique was extraordinary. Tsukumo had to close his eyes and focus entirely on digesting the influx of knowledge. The more he absorbed, the more astonished and thrilled he became. He realized his imagination had been far too limited. Kaito could travel to other worlds at will and even bring his contract holders along. No wonder the swordsmanship techniques he'd traded earlier felt so foreign, they were from the pirate world. Now it makes sense why clans like Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki have changed so much in recent years. It was all because of Lord Kaito and the other world. Even the nutrition pills, they're made from the meat of sea kings or fierce beasts from the pirate world? No wonder the third Hokage and those greedy investigators couldn't find a single clue about the recipe or ingredients. They weren't even in the same world. How could they possibly figure it out? And this life force technique, it can extend life, enhance physical fitness, and improve talent? There is even an eternal life technique. With these, Keiko and Kakashi will not only grow stronger but also live longer and stay with me. But to teach them, I'll need them to form contracts with Lord Kaito too. From now on, Tsukumo decided, he'd sing Kaito's praises to Keiko and Kakashi, increasing their admiration for the Hokage. Then, when the time was right, he'd request Kaito to allow them to contract with him as well. Tsukumo resolved to train diligently, utilize the techniques to grow stronger, and contribute more to Kaito's cause. Otherwise, what right did he have to ask for such divine blessings? To Tsukumo, Kaito had already ascended to a godlike status. Meanwhile, Kaito noticed Tsukumo's affection and loyalty skyrocketing, quickly reaching 90. What on earth is he imagining? Kaito thought, surprised. This guy was practically convincing himself to worship me or what? But considering Tsukumo's straightforward nature, Kaito found it fitting. Simple, pure people often approached things directly. In Tsukumo's mind, the incredible benefits of the contract made him feel indebted. He could only repay it with absolute loyalty and unyielding dedication. About half an hour later, Tsukumo finally finished absorbing the information. He knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Kaito. Thank you, Lord Hokage. From now on, I am your sword. Assign me any task, and I will accomplish it with all my might. Please, stand up. Kaito hurried forward, helping Tsukumo to his feet and patting him on the shoulder. There's no need for such formality. Just focus on training, becoming stronger, and helping me bring peace and happiness to both worlds. Chapter 167, Exchanging Swordsmanship Jutsus. Understood. Hearing those words, Tsukumo Hatake's heart trembled. He immediately responded. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotions. So, this is Lord Kaido's true goal and vision? How incredible. I will absolutely help you achieve this goal. Tsukumo silently swore this in his heart. Now, he finally understood the purpose behind Kaido's earlier reforms. It was far grander and more noble than he had ever imagined. As he pondered the memories Kaido had shared about the recognition of the world, they included glimpses of his own family's past and future. Compared to the third Hokage, he's worlds better. So in the original future, I was supposed to die in a few years, forced to end my life because my success intimidated my superiors? All because I didn't understand politics and refused to compromise? And Keiko? She originally died in childbirth. And Kakashi's future was destined to be filled with so much hardship? The third Hokage and Denzo. You two are truly despicable. To think you went so far to protect your own interests, constantly oppressing your own people. No wonder you ended up the way you did. Tsukumo's heart burned with rage as these thoughts swirled. If the third Hokage and Denzo hadn't already faced their deserved punishment, Tsukumo would have beaten them senseless, or even killed them outright. Wait. Killing the third Hokage isn't an option, but beating him up? That's doable. And as for Denzo, killing him works perfectly fine. Yeah. But I'd have to do it without getting caught. A sneak attack in a dark alley, maybe with a sack over the head. For the first time, Tsukumo found himself thinking sinister thoughts, a testament to how deeply the revelations about the original timeline had impacted him. Alright. Let's continue exchanging swordsmanship techniques. Just have a shadow clone teach each other. That should do it. Kaito suggested casually. Got it. Tsukumo had no objections. He immediately summoned a shadow clone to teach Kaido the Hatake swordsmanship and wind lightning ninja blade techniques. Meanwhile, he began learning from Kaido's shadow clone. You receive training in Hatake swordsmanship from Tsukumo Hatake. You learned Hatake swordsmanship. Proficiency +5. You receive training in ninja blade techniques from Tsukumo Hatake. You learned wind lightning ninja blade techniques. Proficiency +7. With Kaito's current mastery of swordsmanship, his innate talent, and deep understanding, it only took a single lesson from Tsukumo's shadow clone for him to grasp the basics. Over the next few hours, as the training progressed, his mastery of Hatake swordsmanship and ninja blade techniques advanced rapidly. Thanks to the foundation of Pirate World's swordsmanship, where Kaido had already achieved mastery, he quickly reached a minor proficiency level in Hatake swordsmanship within hours. His ability to adapt and extrapolate concepts was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, as his proficiency grew, Kaito began adjusting Hatake swordsmanship to better suit his physical condition, perfecting and refining it for himself. He even started consciously integrating it into his own swordsmanship style, further enriching its foundation. In the future, Kaito planned to collect various swordsmanship styles from across the world, extract their essence, and incorporate them into his own system to fuel his next breakthrough. When it came to the ninja blade techniques, they turned out to be even simpler for Kaito. For someone like him, who had mastered chakra manipulation and swordsmanship to the highest level, these techniques, at their core, were just about infusing chakra into blade strikes. It took only a few hours for him to achieve advanced mastery in these techniques. Kaito estimated that with a few more days of practice, he'd be able to reach perfection with the wind lightning ninja blade techniques. After that, he planned to develop ninja blade techniques for other chakra natures as well, designing moves that utilized each nature's unique characteristics. He even envisioned merging different chakra natures into cohesive techniques, creating styles similar to Tsukumo's current wind lightning fusion ninja blade techniques. Such techniques would be far more powerful than those relying on a single chakra nature. Wind lightning ninja blade techniques, in particular, embodied extreme speed and devastating attack power, which was why Tsukumo's combat ability was so fearsome. He was fast. His blade was sharp. At this moment, Tsukumo was like a peerless weapon, sharp, unstoppable, and embodying the spirit of relentless advance. But such a weapon, if dulled or broken, would surely shatter entirely. Tsukumo's shadow clone, and even his real self, noticed Kaido's terrifying progress in mastering the Hatake swordsmanship and wind lightning ninja blade techniques. Initially, he was shocked and stunned. By the end, he was utterly numb. This man isn't human. Definitely not human. Is this the kind of learning ability a human can have? While Tsukumo Hatake complained inwardly, he couldn't help but feel even greater admiration for Kaido. Only someone as extraordinary as this could achieve so many things that ordinary people simply couldn't. In that moment, Tsukumo's enthusiasm burned even brighter. In truth, Tsukumo's talent in swordsmanship was already exceptional. Within just a few hours, he had successfully grasped the basics of the pirate world's swordsmanship, which Kaido had taught him. He had already stepped through the doorway. Furthermore, he leveraged his previous foundation in swordsmanship to rapidly deepen his understanding of the pirate world's techniques. He connected the dots effortlessly, it was second nature to him. Though he couldn't compare to Kaido, he was already far ahead of Minato and the others. Alright. You've already grasped the basics. From now on, I won't guide you further, it's unnecessary at this point. You can continue refining and developing your skills on your own. Too much instruction might actually become a hindrance or even mislead a top-tier swordsman like you. However, if you want further training, you can visit Isshin Dojo in the Shimatsuki village of the pirate world whenever you have time. You can learn from or spar with the swordsmanship master there, Shimatsuki Koshiro. I've already mentioned you to him. Just give him your name and tell him I sent you. He's a great swordsman. Not just any great swordsman, either, he is already among the top tier even within that category. For quite a long time into the future, he will undoubtedly be one of your most invaluable mentors and friends. Oh, by the way, the Isshin-style swordsmanship manual I passed on to you earlier comes from Master Koshiro's family lineage. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him about it. Feeling that the timing was right, Kaito stopped the session.